Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ada K. Thanks for joining me today. We are in day 3 of the Megan Boswell trial and day 9 of the Sementilli trial. And I got my cup of coffee. Yay, yes. How are you doing this morning? I pray you slept well. I pray your coffee tastes fabulous. And I need to quit pushing buttons. We're going to go ahead and hop into court because the first witness is taking this stand. Yay! I pray this morning goes a little more entertaining. Yesterday was a little difficult.
Here, tap on that microphone. See if it's okay, good. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr.
Give that
Duggan.
microphone on.
Good morning.
Thank
What is
you.
your current occupation?
I'm retired.
Your current occupation is retired, and do you do any volunteer work?
I do. I
What
work
do you
for
do?
Lee County Sheriff's Office as a volunteer patrol officer.
Do you have a background then in investigations?
I do.
Okay, what were you doing specifically around the time frame of 2017? What was your occupation then?
In corporate headquarters for a company called Cody Incorporated. I ran 3 departments. I was the chief security officer,
Am I on the
vice
right
president
day?
of risk management, and vice president of brand protection.
I may be on the wrong
During
day.
the time frame of
Give me a
2016,
sec.
then were you part in that role in Cody when you
Wrong
acquired
day.
a portion of Procter and Gamble?
Yes, I was.
And
Yep.
just briefly, we've heard testimony on it. Then
Here is where we need to be. My apologies. This is one of her best friends, and she was a ball of tears yesterday. And they had her on that stand too dang long. I'm like, this is brutal. This isn't fun. This is brutal. So hopefully they'll get her off the stand quickly today, but I doubt it. They're going through every single text they ever sent. It is a not happy time for this woman, young woman. She had her baby about 6-7 months after Megan. I can't. They got Monica and Megan. Megan had her baby, and she was asking about the whereabouts of little Evelyn.
Maybe seated, thank you.
And that's where we kind of left off. We've spent hours going through the texts that were sent back and forth. They're still trying to prove their timeline.
Yesterday when we left, I gave you certain admonitions.
Good morning, Tash. Good morning, KBF.
You do raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors.
Yes, that poor friend.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning.
I personally apologize that we've had to carry you over to the second day. I know that's hard for you.
Mhm.
Certainly wasn't purposeful. I want you to know that. We heard a lot of testimony yesterday that you were one of Megan's closest friends. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
And that you had known her for some time, even through high school years,
Mhm.
before Evelyn was born.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I imagine that you got to know Megan quite well.
Mhm.
And you were around when Evelyn was born.
Mhm.
Spent a lot of time with Megan and both Evelyn,
Mhm.
the first year of Evelyn's life. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And during any of that time in those 12 months, first 12 months up to Evelyn's first birthday, did you ever see any signs of abuse or neglect on Evelyn?
The only thing that I ever really noticed was every now and again I would look back and she wouldn't be buckled up correctly, but we would just buckle her up.
Understand. I guess what I'm saying is you never saw any injuries on Evelyn that gave you concern.
No.
You never saw anything on Evelyn. She appeared to be thriving well. You didn't have any concerns that she wasn't being fed or cared for.
No.
You didn't have any concerns that she was being physically abused.
No.
And I imagine, regardless of your relationship with Megan, had you suspected those, it's quite clear yesterday from your testimony you loved Evelyn, you wouldn't have stood for that regardless of your relationship with Megan, would you?
No.
Okay. And in this time that you were spending with Megan, did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she didn't love Evelyn?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say or indicate that she no longer wanted Evelyn and would maybe consider giving her up for adoption?
No.
Did you ever hear Megan say that Evelyn was an inconvenience on her life?
No.
You're familiar with Megan's background and her family situation.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware that Megan was in foster care, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Evelyn was born while Megan was in foster care. And would it be fair to say that the one consistent love in Megan's life was Evelyn
Yes.
above everything? Her family?
Yeah.
Judge, we're going to object to her being able to get into the defendant's head on how she's feeling about people in her life.
The way the question's phrased, I'll sustain it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, were you aware that Megan had some fractured or broken relationships?
Yes.
I am so sorry, KBF.
Did it appear that Evelyn was the one constant thing that brought Megan joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you aware that, do you know who Tommy Boswell, do you know who Tommy Boswell is?
Yes.
That's Megan's father.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Do you have personal knowledge that Tommy's girlfriend wanted to spank Evelyn?
Objection.
Sidebar.
We have our first sidebar. So now they're going to say that the girlfriend of the dad did this? Where are you going with this, dude? You're concerning me. I'm sorry, you've been under the weather. I'm not awake yet, so KBF, refresh my memory. You have a law degree, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? And truthfully, I haven't had my first cup of coffee, so I request a lot of grace. My memory ain't as good as it used to be.
Sustained in part, overload in part.
Ms. Hawkins, and all the time that you spent together with Megan, Megan, did you ever see her spank or hit Evelyn?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions we have.
Do you agree?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
She's free to go.
You mean I came in here for that?
I can have just 1 second. I do have one question, Your Honor. Bailey, did you know Hunter Wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the defendant, Megan Boswell, was in a relationship with Hunter Wood? Side by.
Thank you for muting. Gosh, that air sound is so painful. Okay, Miss Kale.
All right, objection overruled.
Thank you. And were you aware that they were in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Did you personally ever see Hunter around baby Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Recross.
Everybody, KB, has been getting sick. I'm glad to see you're doing better.
All right.
I feel bad. My interpreter, she's still sick
Ms. Hawkins, thank you
since
for your
November.
testimony. You're released from your subpoena and you're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next.
I know, poor
Thing
thing.
called Crystal Crawford.
What was that last name?
Crawford, CRAWFORD.
Crawford.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Crystal Crawford.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
I'll see that.
How many of these kids are we going to have? I think they've laid the groundwork.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Amber.
Tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
Crystal Crawford at the Econo Lodge in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Is that located on Airport Parkway in Kingsport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
I have been working there almost 10 years.
Okay. What is your title there?
Front desk clerk.
Can you give us a brief description of your job duties at the Econo Lodge?
Front desk, laundry, some days housekeeping also, just whatever needs to be done. I do all his management paperwork and all that.
Okay. So those duties include things like checking in and checking out guests.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm assuming Econo Lodge creates records and maintains those records at the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you enter information to the hotel, is it into like a computer system that's maintained?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those records preserved for a certain amount of time?
Yes, I believe up to 5 years.
Okay. When you create these records, is it essentially the same procedure each time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pass you a document.
Okay.
You could take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It is a check-in and check-out slip on Megan Boswell.
Okay. And have you seen that document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was this document generated?
In order for this to generate, the guest has to come in and check in and provide ID. And then we give them the room keys and they sign a registration card stating that they were present at the property.
Okay. And was this particular document run, a search was essentially run on Megan Boswell's name, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this part of your record keeping that was kept and maintained in the normal course of business at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd be asked that made exhibit number 84.
Yes, sir. Before we do 84.
Thank you. I'm waiting for this screen to,
You're fine.
sorry, Judge. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. And Ms. Crawford, you should be able to see this on your screen as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the document you were just referencing that was produced at the Econo Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize Megan Boswell's name as having been at the Econo Lodge on 3 dates in 2019 and 1 day in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury the dates that Megan Boswell checked in and out of the Econo Lodge in 2019?
She checked in on 10/11/2019, checked out on 10/12/2019, checked in on 12/14/2019, checked out on 12/15/2019, checked back in on 12/15/19, checked out on 12/16/2019.
Okay. And then she had one more, it looks like on January 6, 2020. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I could please have exhibit number 83 passed to the witness, please. It's
Would you like to see
Oh.
next the
okay, Ms. Crawford, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell us what that document is?
It is a registration card for Bailey Hawkins.
Okay, and what was the date of check-in and check-out on that?
February 22nd of 2020 and checked out on February 23rd of 2020.
Okay, all right, you can pass that back to the clerk. Thank you. Do you know who the defendant Megan Boswell is?
Not personally, no, just from coming into the motel.
Okay, so you recognize her from coming into the motel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize her because of this case, or did you recognize her before Evelyn was reported missing?
No, she came into the motel a few times before I ever even knew that her baby was missing. And of course, I didn't speak to her very much in the first couple of times she stayed. But after a couple of times, you know, the guests get familiar to you. So I did spark up a conversation with her. I think it was around the third time of her staying there.
Okay. And do you recall her staying at the Econo Lodge during those months that we just went through of December 14th and December 15th, which would have been, I guess, that third day, December 15th
Yes, ma'am.
of 2019. And did you talk with her at all during that time?
Like I said, about the third time,
Okay.
I spoke up, a conversation with her probably for about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little longer than that.
Okay. Were you aware that if she had a child?
Not until the third time,
Okay. And how were you made aware that she had a child that third time?
because of the conversation we were having. I can't really remember a lot of details. It's been so long ago, but I can't remember if she brought it up or I brought it up. I really can't remember.
Okay. And what did she say about her child?
She told me that she was with her father.
Okay. So is it fair to say you never saw Evelyn at the hotel with Megan Boswell?
No, ma'am, I never saw her.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Megan Boswell at the hotel with anybody else ever?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One moment. During the times that you saw the defendant, the 2 times in December and the 2 times in January, did she ever appear to be crying?
No, not that I can remember.
Did she ever give appearance of being scared or worried?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the safety of her daughter?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember.
All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No questions, Ms. Witness. Ms. Crawford, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am. You're free.
Thank you.
State would call Caitlin Jones.
Is it me or is everybody else having the problem with the wind noise? The wind noise in this court. Is it just me? Because I'm in hearing aid? Oh, sunny day.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
Caitlin Carter.
Solemnly swear from testimony back here in the truth, whole truth, and nothing.
Yes, sir.
Just get up close to the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I called you Caitlin Jones. You are now Caitlin Carter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so you told the jury your name. Where do you live?
Kingsport.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
We were friends in college.
Okay. And if you can, I'm going to ask you to maybe pull that microphone just a little bit closer. There you go. Thank you. You were friends in college. When you were in college or when she was in college?
When I was in college.
Okay. And when did you first meet her?
Middle school.
Okay. Did you continue to stay friends for middle school until you were in college?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you reconnect at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when you were in college, I guess?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So during that time, is that when you met Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you've met Evelyn in person.
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you have been around Evelyn?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. And are those times that when you were hanging out with Megan Boswell
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well? Okay. When you hung out with Megan, was Evelyn usually with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing Megan when Evelyn was not with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when was that?
The end of our friendship.
Okay. Which was when?
The 1st of December.
Okay. So then you're saying you saw Megan without Evelyn the 1st of December.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to that, well, let me rephrase. Before, when you say the 1st of December, do you mean the first day of December or do you mean the first part of December?
The first part.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that one. Okay. So prior to the first part of December, do you recall ever seeing the defendant without Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall going to Chili's with Megan Boswell at one point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when that was?
The end of my college semester,
Okay. And do you know when that would have been?
around the 1st of December.
Okay. Who was there when you went to Chili's that day?
I thought that
Me,
would be like
Megan,
the
and
second
Evelyn.
week of
Okay.
December.
Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you sit at a table or a booth?
Booth.
Okay. And did you sit beside anyone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Megan and Evelyn were on one side of the table and you were on the other.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your impression of Evelyn that day?
She was dirty, and I could smell her across the table.
Okay. Have you been around babies before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she beyond what a normal dirty baby would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Side by.
Okay, guys, I didn't get an answer. Is the sound real windy on your side, or is it just me?
It's the same.
You said you've been around other babies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your personal experience with other babies, did you consider Evelyn dirtier than what your experience was with other children?
Based on my personal opinion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us how? Can you describe it for us?
Her face and hands were dirty, and her clothes were dirty.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started working at the chicken shack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall if she was dating anyone when she started working at the chicken shack?
Not when she started.
Okay. When did she start dating someone shortly after?
About a week or two after.
Okay. And who was that?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. So around this time, did you notice anything different about the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what you noticed?
She was spending a lot more time with the gentleman and not Evelyn.
Okay. After this time, when she's dating Hunter Wood, did you see Evelyn with Megan Boswell?
Not me. I'm talking about the
Anytime.
court feed. It
No, ma'am.
seems very
Did you
airy
see
and
Hunter with Evelyn
like
at any
AC
time?
blowing on the microphone.
Did you have concerns at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk with other people about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What were your concerns?
It was strange that Megan Boswell was not with Evelyn because she was always with Evelyn up until this point.
Okay. Did you notice Megan doing things without Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What types of things?
Usually things that you would take your children, such as vacations, going to the aquarium.
December.
Okay, thank you.
Photographs.
Thank you.
Take a look at those and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Megan sent me those when her and Hunter and a few other people went to the aquarium.
Okay, and so you got those personally sent to you from Megan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is a photograph of?
Megan and Hunter Wood at the aquarium.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 85.
Any objection?
No.
You look fine.
Judge, I would say that these photos are cumulative. They're essentially the same photo. The court wants to admit them. But I would note they're cumulative.
if they're going to be introduced separately, I mean, they should be introduced separately. They shouldn't be introduced as a
Okay. You'll do 85 and 86, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Caitlin, is this one of the pictures you received from Megan Boswell? Was it via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate that Evelyn was with her that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she send you any pictures of her with Evelyn that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem to be upset at all that day?
I've been to
Did
that
she send you these
aquarium.
pictures?
It's nice. One of the best I've been to.
Did she also send you this photograph from that same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell me what the date is that's behind her on the photograph? Can you read that?
On the top,
Yeah.
it says 2019.
Okay. And you may not recall, but if you do you remember when those photographs were sent to you?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been after early December?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
because it would have been, you said she started dating Hunter 1 to 2 weeks after the beginning of December. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was at least 1 to 2 weeks after mid-December?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for mid-December well, let me say this. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2019, did Megan talk a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her post a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about mid-December? Is she still doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was with her father.
Okay. When you say her father, do you know who do you think she was talking about, or who was she talking about?
She was speaking of Ethan.
Okay. Did she say why Evelyn was with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said that Ethan came home and got emergency custody.
Okay. Did she ever show you any paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever say why?
Ethan seen photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her head, and he used that.
Okay. And the defendant told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go back to that. Did Megan say why Ethan had taken emergency custody of Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she say?
She said that Ethan had saw photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her forehead.
Okay. You said she never showed you paperwork of custody.
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many times did she tell you that Evelyn was with Ethan?
A few times.
Okay. Was that in person or via text?
Both.
Okay. So do you remember seeing Megan around Christmas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you see her?
We met at the Pinnacle in Bristol.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to her about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She still said that Ethan had her.
Okay. And do you remember Megan getting a phone call while you were talking to her that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who called her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who called her?
Her father.
Okay. And we're not going to be able to say what he said to her, but what did Megan say to her father over the phone?
She told her father that she would be getting Evelyn back around the 1st of February.
That does not make sense.
During this entire time, did Megan ever seem upset?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her cry?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever seem concerned about Evelyn's safety?
No, ma'am.
Please answer any questions the defense has. Okay.
Morning, Ms. Jones. My name's Shane
Interesting.
Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's Miss Carter.
Oh, Ms. Carter.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got it wrong. Did it used to be Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got married, dude. Get up with catch up with
So
the time.
how often were you around Megan, let's say in 2019? Would you consider yourselves close friends during that time period?
Yes, sir.
How often would you see her?
About twice a month.
Twice a month. And you described a meal, I think it was at Applebee's,
Chili's.
Chili's.
He knew it was.
When was that
He's
meal?
trying to stop her up.
Around the 1st of December.
You say around the 1st of December. Can you be more specific? And let me ask you this way. You equated it to your college semester or your earlier testimony.
Mhm.
Had you finished? Had you taken your exams? Were you waiting to take exams? What part of the end of the college semester were you at?
She actually took me out to eat for celebration of finishing my exams.
That
So
would be
the
the second
exams were in
week.
December.
Yes,
That-
sir.
That's typical, I think, of a college schedule, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So this would have been sometime, say, after the 5th or 6th, maybe?
I would say so.
Okay. Do you know what day of the week it was?
I do not.
Would have been a weekday.
Yes.
Okay.
But then again, they may end sooner than we do here.
Ms. Carter, you described Evelyn as being dirty that day.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen Evelyn dirty before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse?
No, sir.
Did Megan seem like a loving mother to you?
Yes, sir.
Did she seem devoted to Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her neglect her in any way?
No, sir.
Not until that day.
Would be fair to say that at some point your friendship with Megan ended.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Around the 1st of January.
And did that have anything to do with Evelyn?
No, sir.
Why did your friendship end?
She lost or misplaced her phone and did not have a way to communicate with me.
Okay, so y'all just quit talking.
Yes, sir.
This happened. That's what I would say. This happened. That's why.
Ms. Carter, just so we know, your exams, were they were after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in 2019, Thanksgiving, I believe, was on the 28th of November. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Oh, don't go there with her.
So your exams would have been sometime the first week of December. Monday was the 2nd of December. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
How many days would your exams been?
That whole last week of college.
Okay. So the last day of that week is the 6th of December.
Is that on
That's
Friday?
a Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Would that have been the day your exams ended?
Yes.
Is that the day you ate?
I cannot recall.
You said you ate it. Did you eat on the last day of exams or just after the last day of exams?
It was the last day of exams.
Okay. So if the last day of exams were on the 6th, it would have been on the 6th.
And I guess I'm going to ask if he wants to, we need to probably check that schedule so she doesn't get confused on the day that she's talking about.
Judge, can we approach?
Side by.
He's trying to nail her down. You're not turning off the microphone, dude. Turn it off. That judge get wind. I'm going to change ears. Because all I hear is. I want to see if that's the same in my other ears. It's driving me crazy, y'all. Good morning, Jesse. Hello, it's Britt. Testing. No, I guess he turned off the microphone because now I don't hear it. I'm pulling a you know who day today. Send me how many bad comments I get. Oh, y'all, I slept so good last night. Well, I didn't go to sleep till after midnight, of course. But
You're certain that the meal was after your exams, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also certain that the exams were after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
No doubt in your mind?
No, sir.
You have no memory issue with that?
No, sir.
where are you
just can't
going with
remember what
this?
day in December it would have been.
Yes.
You would agree with me that your exams were definitely in December.
Yes, sir.
And do you know for sure they ended on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. So it would have been the first Friday of December.
It was before Christmas.
Could have been the second Friday of December.
Do you think they ended the first week of December?
Maybe the second.
Okay. So
Second's more likely.
they could have ended, the meal could have been no earlier than sometime the first week of December, or maybe even into the second.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any difficulty in remembering that whatsoever?
No, sir.
Thank you.
There's something he's trying to get at, and he didn't get it. Tried to get her to waiver, and it
Do you
didn't
remember
happen.
giving an interview to law enforcement?
Another side, Bob. What is it with this witness?
Side by.
Something with this witness. Hi, Barbara. We're going to be going to the Sementilli trial when it starts and then catching up on this one during the breaks. So we're going to be bouncing, hence the thumbnail entitled today. Camera person, you better turn that mic off if that judge has your butt in contempt of court. I'm just saying, is that the bailiff?
Can we have just a second, Your Honor?
That bailiff is monitoring the live feed, by the way, y'all. I don't know where he's monitoring it, but he's been monitoring this live feed, and they ain't putting up with nothing. If there's a flash or anything that happens inappropriately with the live feed, they get 10 days if for contempt of court. This judge ain't playing. They're trying to impeach her.
Caitlin, do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when was that?
It was the day we went to Chili's.
Okay. And I know Mr. Scott was throwing a lot of dates out at you. How do you, let me ask it this way. Was that before or after Megan started working at the Chicken Shack?
That was after.
Okay. How long after?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. So you think that that was after she had started dating Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Stick to your guns, Mija. Don't change a thing. You'll be all right. Oh,
That's all the
doesn't she
questions I
look
have.
just so happy to sit there and go through this?
No, sir.
Did she be released from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Carter, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, sir.
Is she remaining under subpoena? If daggers could, if looks could kill. Yeah, I hear that static on this end too, but it's not as obnoxious as it is in my hearing. Well, I feel it. I say hear it. It's really, I feel it. It's a on my ear, on my eardrum.
Raise your right hand and state your name.
Gail Cott.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let's see, right?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we get that you're spelling your name spelling correct. Your last name is spelled Kyte. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And where do you live?
Roan Mountain.
Okay. And do you know Megan Boswell?
Oh, she's
I
old
do.
Tennessee.
How do you know her?
I was her foster mother for 4 months.
Okay.
Yep, old Tennessee accent.
Do you know
right
what year
there,
that was
go.
in?
2018 to February of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how old Megan was when she came to live with you?
17.
Okay. And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out to us, please? Okay. And I'm going to ask that you describe what she's wearing, please.
Looks like a black and white shirt.
Okay. We'd ask the record to reflect she's identified the defendant. Were you also living in Roan Mountain during 2018?
I was.
Okay. Was Megan pregnant when she came to live with you?
She was.
Do you may not, but do you recall how far along she was?
7 months.
Okay. And do you remember when Evelyn was born?
I do.
Okay. What month was that?
November
2018?
2018.
Okay. And did Megan and Evelyn continue to live with you during that time?
They did.
Okay. Did Evelyn appear to be developing normally?
She did.
Okay. I'm assuming you have children of your own.
I do.
Any concerns based on your own personal experience that you had with Megan caring for Evelyn?
No,
Okay. Everything seemed to be appropriate?
it did.
Okay. And did Megan take Evelyn to all of her pediatric appointments?
Yes,
How did she get there during the time she was living with you?
I took her.
You took her? Okay. To your memory, did you take her to all of those appointments?
While she was living with me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've already said they lived with you about 4 months and
Mhm.
she moved out in February 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know where they moved?
To her father's home.
Okay. That'd be Tommy Boswell?
Yes,
Okay. Did you continue to have contact with her after they moved out?
I did.
Okay. How did you keep in contact?
Most of it was Facebook texts, calls.
Okay. And do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to visit you in September of 2019?
I do.
Okay. And with Evelyn, so she wasn't quite 1 year old at that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn walking yet?
She was toddling.
Okay. So still occasionally holding on to things, but letting go occasionally, or wasn't letting go yet?
She was letting go. She was taking a step or two on her own.
Okay. And again, this is right before, 2 months before her first birthday. Did she appear to be developing normally?
She did.
Did she appear healthy?
She did.
Okay. After that visit in September, do you remember Megan contacting you regarding babysitting?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was? What month that was?
She reached out to me several times. The first time was in August. She was wanting to go to school.
Okay.
And then she reached out to me, I want to say again, towards the end of December.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to show you a document, see if that helps you with your date a little bit. Okay. Do you recognize, we won't be able to say what it is quite yet, but do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
That's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what is the date of those messages?
December the 3rd of 2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her via text or Facebook Messenger on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 87.
Any objection? No, sir. Full exhibit.
And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. Okay. Gail, can you read that okay?
I can.
Okay. So is this one of the times that Megan was looking for a babysitter?
It was.
And what did she say to you there on December 3rd, 2019?
She says, do you think your sister would babysit and let me pay her at the end of the week? I just got a job and won't get paid until next week. I just started today.
Okay.
And I told her, yes, I knew she would.
Okay.
She said, what's her number? Sometimes, mommy gets sick and she already keeps her for school. I talked to her. She said that was fine.
Okay. So essentially, she's indicating that Sue can babysit. Is that right? And Sue is your sister?
She is.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
Sue wants you to call her. She wanted to know if you had a pack and play you could bring.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I'm at work. Yes, I have one.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory a little bit on the date?
It does.
So it would have been early December, not late December?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a reason you were not able to babysit?
I had broken some ribs. I had 2 broke ribs.
Okay. And so you essentially gave her the name of your sister, Sue Whitson.
Correct.
Where does Sue live? Or where did Sue live at the time?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Does she still live in Elizabethton?
She does.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Sue, in fact, babysit Evelyn a few times?
She did.
Around the same time, do you remember talking to Megan about, excuse me, a new boyfriend that she had?
I do.
Do you remember what that boyfriend's name was?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And did Megan ever reach out to you about Hunter Wood?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
December the 22nd.
Okay. How do you remember that date?
It was a Sunday. There was a church play, and we were getting ready to go, and she wanted me to meet Hunter. And
Okay.
I told her that we were getting ready to leave for church. So she said that they would meet us at the church.
Okay. What type of play was it at church?
A Christmas play,
Okay.
children's Christmas
Okay.
play.
And did Megan and Hunter actually come to church that day?
They did.
Did they have Evelyn with them?
They did not.
Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was?
I did.
And what did she say?
She told me that Ethan had her, that they were sharing custody.
Okay. Did she appear sad when she told you that?
She seemed fine.
Okay. Did she act like anything was wrong that day?
No.
Okay.
I guess what they're doing with all these witnesses is trying to build up a timeline. And it's important to have that timeline because nobody actually knows the exact date that this poor baby was unalive.
Do you have any?
What are they waiting on now? They didn't hand anything to her yet. I think she has a glass eye on her right side. Not sure yet. Just think so. What are the prosecutions looking at the document? Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought they were discussing it. Take a moment to look at that and see if you recognize it.
It'll be a bunch of text.
Do you recognize that? Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what date were those messages sent?
January the 13th.
Of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
It is.
And we'd ask that be made exhibit number 88.
Jackie? Yes, sir. Full exhibit 88.
Well, their Cellbrite data
Permission to publish?
had a lot to deal with in this case. There's so much evidence of text. It's unbelievable.
Okay. So it looks like you start this conversation by asking how she and Evelyn are doing. And what does Megan say in response?
Good. Ethan has half custody now.
Okay. And then you respond, I almost bought Evelyn a beautiful dress at Cracker Barrel, wasn't sure what size. And what does Megan say in response?
She wears 18 months now. Isn't that crazy? Hunter and I can come when we get off work. Ethan has Evelyn until Friday, though.
Okay. And
Cracker Barrel
continuing
does
the
have cute
conversation.
clothes for kids.
I told her, wait until Thursday. We're having a DCS home inspection tomorrow and I'm cleaning and getting ready. It makes me nervous.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response?
Don't be nervous. You and Rick are hands down the best foster parents anyone could ask for. In a lot of ways, you are my family more than my actual family.
Okay. And what did you say?
Thank you. We love you and that baby. Is Ethan out of the Army?
And then what does Megan say?
We love you. And yes, he is.
Okay. We're going to move forward to February of 2020. We are not going to be able to say what somebody told you, okay? Do you remember, though, being contacted by someone named Shirley Boswell Lowry?
I do.
And who is this person?
Megan's aunt.
Okay. How did she contact you?
First by Facebook Messenger, and then I asked her to give me a call.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. Had you ever been contacted by her before?
No.
Okay. Okay. So again, we're not going to be able to talk about what she told you, but what did you tell her about what Megan had told you?
I told her that I didn't know where Evelyn was. I also told her that last time I'd spoken with Megan that she had told me Ethan had half custody of Evelyn.
Okay. And did you have Evelyn?
I did
I know
not.
that may be a crazy question, but you did not.
No.
Okay. What did you do? Based on that conversation, what did you do?
I tried calling Megan.
Okay. And did you call her phone?
I did.
Okay.
And I got a hold of Tommy. Tommy, Megan's dad, had
Okay.
her phone.
Okay. And what did you tell Tommy?
I was looking for Megan, and then he discussed the same thing Shirley
Okay, yeah,
had discussed.
And we won't be able to get into what he said. We can only essentially get into something that maybe Megan told you or something that you say yourself. I know it's a little confusing. Okay, so essentially you call Megan's phone, but Tommy answers.
Correct.
Okay. And you were essentially trying to get in touch with Megan. You didn't get in touch with her that way. So what did you do next?
I texted her by Facebook.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She did. She
Okay.
said she didn't have a phone. She couldn't talk, that it had to be by text message.
Okay. And was that Facebook Messenger?
It was.
Okay. Did you contact anyone else that day?
I did.
Who did you contact?
Constance Cole from DCS.
Okay. And who is Constance? Is that through the foster care stuff?
It was.
Okay. And were you able to get in touch with Constance?
I could not. It was after hours, so I left her a message on her phone.
Okay. And what message did you leave?
I told her that Evelyn was missing.
Okay. So when is the last time you yourself saw Evelyn alive?
When she brought her to my home in September.
September. And that'd be September 2019? Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Good morning, Ms. Scott. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm fine. You?
I'm good, thank you. I want to talk to you just a little bit about, you came to know Megan when she came into your care in foster care.
That's correct.
She was pregnant at the time.
She was.
Did you go to doctor's appointments with her, take her there and stuff?
I did.
Okay. How did her pregnancy go? Did it seem to go normal?
It did. She was a little underweight, but she started putting on weight once she got there.
Okay. You said Megan was underweight when she came to live with you?
She was 7 months pregnant, and you couldn't even tell she was pregnant.
Goodness. Were you present for any medical procedures she received while she was pregnant?
No, not most. I would take her, but I would stay out in the lobby.
Do you know if she had any medical issues while she was pregnant?
No,
You don't know, or
I don't know.
okay. Had you been told she had intrauterine growth restriction?
For object to hearsay.
Probably is. So you didn't witness any procedures.
No,
I feel like you're wanting to say more.
well, I do know that she.
Okay, don't. If unless it's something you know of your own knowledge, you can't talk about it. I appreciate that. How did she act while she was pregnant? Did you take an interest in being healthy and having a healthy baby?
She did.
And I guess you were with her when she had the baby?
I was.
Okay. Did she seem to take to the baby right away?
She did.
And I guess, basically you were helping her raise the baby when the baby was first born.
That's correct.
Was she loving to the child?
Very much so.
Was she devoted to the child?
Yes.
Did you ever see any issues of her neglecting or abusing the child?
Never.
After she went back to her, I guess she turned 18 when aged out of foster care. Is that?
She was getting ready to turn 18, but she had got her a diploma, so they were letting her start trial visits, and then the trial visits led to her being going back to her father's home.
And how did Megan seem to take that going back?
She was fine.
Hello, Toxic Orchid.
Did
Or
you keep
Banshee?
in touch with her?
We did.
Okay. Up through, you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in September of 2019, right?
December.
So up until that time, did you ever see any signs of abuse, neglect, or anything but a loving mother?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Nothing from the state.
Should be released.
From the state, yes.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kite, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am. You're free to go.
We want to thank our fabulous partners as the gavel drops for providing the majority of our court documents. You too can have access to these documents. Go to Discord. Go to Discord. Go to As the Gavel Drops, register, and make sure to validate your account. You too can have all the documents you would like to sit and read and mull over. Also, they are now on YouTube and on X. So please support the people that support our channels by going to As the Gavel Drops for your document needs. Please make sure that you give credit where credit is due if you share these documents publicly. We absolutely adore our As the Gavel Drop. Y'all, we got a long way. We haven't even heard from the medical examiner. They're usually towards the end, though.
Okay, right next.
Stay with call, excuse me, Sue Whitson.
Raise your right hand and state your name for me.
Sue Whitson.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
I need you to speak up.
Do we know how Miss Whitson plays into this, or are we just going to have to wait and see? I think we're going to have to wait and see.
Good morning. Okay. Your name is Sue Whitson,
Yes.
and is your last name spelled Whitson?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live, Sue?
In Elizabeth.
Okay. And do you know Gail Kite?
Yes, I do.
Who is Gail Kite to you?
She's my sister.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has your sister taken in foster children through the years?
Yes.
Okay. And was Megan Boswell one of the foster children that came and lived with your sister for a while?
Yes.
And were you aware that Megan Boswell had given birth to a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that at some point Megan and Evelyn moved out of Gail's house and got their own place?
Yes.
Okay. And were you contacted by Megan to babysit Evelyn?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember how you were contacted by her?
Text message.
Okay. And did you actually babysit Evelyn
Yes.
for her?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many times?
I think maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. When you babysat, was it in your home or Megan's home?
My home.
Okay. So she would bring Evelyn to you in Elizabethton?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you babysat?
I think maybe the last week of November or the first week of December.
Okay. I'll pass your document. See if you can identify it.
Text message.
That's Evelyn.
That's Evelyn. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When did you take that photograph?
I'm saying maybe about the second day I kept her.
Okay. All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the photograph looked on the day you took it?
Yes.
Okay. We request that be made exhibit number 89.
No objection.
Full exhibit 89.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Aww.
Well, I made it worse.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You usually don't follow.
Yeah. Doesn't want to do that for me. Okay. Is this the photograph we were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so that photograph would have been taken You said you babysat her last of November to early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And does Evelyn to you appear healthy here?
Pardon?
Was she healthy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was she walking?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the last day that you babysat Evelyn?
Pretty much.
Okay. Do you remember what time Megan picked Evelyn up that day?
It was late that night, say maybe 10:30.
Okay. And you may not recall, but do you recall the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Megan indicate that she needed you to babysit again after that day?
No, she said that she wouldn't need me no more.
Okay.
So
Did she tell you that when she picked Evelyn up, or did she tell you that later?
She told me later.
Okay.
So is
When
this
she picked her up,
premeditated?
did you think you were going to be babysitting again?
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn you wouldn't be?
Maybe a couple days later, she got to where she wasn't bringing her.
She just wasn't bringing her?
No.
Okay. Okay. During the days that you watched Evelyn, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
Okay. What concerns did you have?
She had a terrible diaper rash.
Okay. When you say terrible, can you describe it, please?
It was just really like sore looking, had marks through it, maybe scratches. It was just really bad looking.
Okay. Have you kept other children Evelyn's age before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you feel like you've got pretty good experience
Yes.
with babies and toddlers?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem more than the average diaper rash?
Yes.
And how?
It was just, I'd never seen a diaper rash look that bad.
Okay. Did you tell anyone about this?
Yes, I called Casey Kite.
Okay.
Or Casey Schultz.
Okay. And you won't be able to tell us what Casey said, but what made you tell Casey in particular?
She worked in a doctor's office.
Okay.
What's up? You gonna watch a movie?
Okay.
You gotta go get your
For the days that you babysat Evelyn, was she clean and when Megan would drop her off?
I'll be right
No.
back, y'all.
Okay. Can you tell
I'm here
Tell
just in the
us.
background.
what Evelyn was like when she would be dropped off by Megan?
She was dirty. She smelled like urine. I would give her a bath and clean her up.
Okay. And was that every time that you babysat was like
Yes.
that? Okay. What about her clothing? Was her clothing clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. What about her face? Was her face clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. Pass the document to you. Take a moment to look at it, see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
text between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date of that?
December the 21st.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between you and Megan on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 90.
No, sir.
I'm here, y'all. I'm just having my breakfast.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Before I put this up, do you remember discussing with Megan about payment
Yes.
for babysitting? Had Megan paid you prior to this date?
No.
Okay. Why not? Did she say why she wasn't paying you?
She was supposed to be in a custody battle with, I guess, the baby's daddy.
Okay. Did she eventually pay you?
Yes, she did.
And how did she pay you?
She put it in a mailbox and sped out.
Okay. You said sped out?
Yeah, sped her tires.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you
I
this.
didn't know that you, I didn't, I'm gonna make sure you're.
Yes.
It's okay. Okay. I was hoping it wasn't me. That's okay. Okay. Can you see that okay? Get a little bit bigger. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So we've got the date of December 21st, 2019, and you're saying to her, I don't know why you don't want to pay me. I could sure use the money. I'm broke out of gas. Please pay me. I hope I didn't do something to make you mad. And what does Megan say to you?
She said, I'm sorry. My baby's daddy is taking me to court. I guess that's supposed to be a lot of problems lately. I'm on my way. I'll put it in your mailbox.
Right. And what does she say after that?
Sorry, I've been crying, or I would have stopped and talked. I'm sorry. It took me so long. It just been a process, and he has temporary custody of her. I've not gotten to see her in days.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sue, please answer any questions that the defense might have for you, okay?
Good morning. My name is Gene Scott. How are you? How well did you know Megan?
Not well at all.
Okay. Did you ever interact with her when she was at your sister's home and was part of
No.
foster care?
No.
So how many times did you meet her?
Maybe 3.
Okay. And the picture you took, you said was the last time you kept Evelyn.
Yes.
When was that?
In
I realize you may not have the exact date, but you know
in
the month?
December, I think.
Okay. Was it fair to say it was after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the day of the week it was?
Dude, what is it with
I'm not
you
sure.
and the dates? You don't have
There
any.
was some talk, testimony.
Dude, you don't have any other questions other than trying to nail down the dates. It's very clear that she doesn't remember exactly what date it was. It's been a long time ago. Get off of that horse. Find a new one. You've beaten it to death.
You said Megan later after that had told you that she wouldn't need you anymore. Is that right?
Yes.
You know, was that a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm saying maybe 2 weeks.
Was it up around the time she paid you?
Yes.
She ultimately paid you, I think, for that babysitting in December.
Yes.
Was it around the 22nd, maybe? Does that ring a bell?
Well, it says the 21st.
I'm thinking it was maybe the last week.
Up close to Christmas?
First week of December.
That's
She's
when you
getting
said
her
that,
dates all mixed up.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Not trying to confuse you, but your testimony was that
Yeah,
you
you
last
are.
watched her sometime in December.
Yes.
Okay. And then we've seen your text messages here. I think they were Can I withdraw the last exhibit, please?
Oh,
December the 21st is when you texted her asking her about the money.
Okay.
So would it have been after that she told you she wouldn't need you any further?
It could have been.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we have just a moment?
our minds don't work so well. Now, my guys, I'm looking at this angle because I'm sitting at that angle and I'm sewing. I'm getting there. Y'all, this is a lot of work. I went back to the one needle method. I'm more proficient with that.
We don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
May she be released.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Whitson, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, ma'am. You're free.
So you don't know, you
It'll take
don't.
about 15 minutes.
One fan, please.
Okay, they're going to take about a 15-minute break. The live for Sementilli will start at 11:30 my time central. So we don't have anywhere to zoom to during this. The dates are from 6 years ago. You are correct, oh sunny day. And you don't think when you're dealing with people over just a matter of babysitting somebody that you're going to end up in court because they've done unalived that baby. So to me, I'm just kind of like, guys, get off the horse. I did not like the way he was crossing. He didn't really have anything to cross over. I think it would have bode better for him if they would have just sat down and said, no, cross, Your Honor. That would have probably looked better for them than trying to date beat a witness over the dates. The thing is the last time I think anybody saw baby Evelyn was the first part of December. So he's doing what he's supposed to do for his client. I get it. But yeah. And I am really personally, I understand why they're bringing all these people in. I get it. I want to hear from the father or supposed father if he's available. I want to hear from the real father. Who is the real father? Do we know who that real father is? That's a good question. Do we know who the fraternal father, I mean, the real baby daddy is? I don't think anybody has said anything in court as to who the baby daddy is. And I feel bad for that boy. I really do. That really sucks. He's in the military. He believes for a while he has a job, only to find out the baby's dead, and to find out that baby may not even be is not his baby. I mean, that's tough, especially on a young man. And we don't even have motive. If everything was going well up until the time she met Hunter, then what changed? Why unalive the baby? Did they get in a fight and something happened? Anybody have an idea or a clue? I'm just a little bit perplexed to the cause of the actions that unalive this little baby. Let me pop this bead out. There it goes. Yes, what I mean by pop a bead out is that sometimes I get one too many beads and I'm already in the middle of tacking that line down. So in order to not have to undo everything, I just pop the bead out and it fits perfectly. Yep. And these beads are not too tough. So we're back to the seal, of course. Do we know, chat, does anybody know the actual last date that baby Evelyn was ever laid eyes on? I'm trying to nail that down. I think the 5th or the 6th or something like that. She was not alive for Christmas. That we do know. That we do know. Sorry, I'm adjusting something here. Why is that doing that? I need the most recent up. Okay. Excuse me. Also, I heard through the grapevine that the case that we just got off of, the gentleman Griffith case, that Oklahoma, because he was found not guilty in this case, most likely will not continue their investigation. That is a shame. In the unaliving of his father. I was like, what? They most likely will not charge him because he was found innocent in this trial. And the evidence in which they have that would lead them to be able to reopen the case came from this trial. I would love to talk to an attorney about that. Is that true? Can it really affect his case? Everybody was flabbergasted. I mean, I saw RA's reaction and I was just like him. Mouth open to the floor, hands on each side. We had a Macaulay Culkin Home Alone reaction. I think everybody had that reaction. And so if you don't know, I'm talking about the case where the teenage kid unalived his mother just a year after unaliving his father, claiming it was self-defense on both of them. He was found not guilty, which I'm utterly shocked, of anything. None of the lessers, kidnapping, nothing. He got totally 100% not guilty. I know his grandmother and some of his family are happy about that, but there are cases where you know someone is innocent and they get convicted guilty and you're like, what are you thinking? Well, this time it's a guilty person that got let free. And I don't want to speak this into the atmosphere, but it's only a matter of time before he unalives somebody else, because now he's gotten away with it twice. He's got a psychotic mind. He's a sick kid. And he was made that way by a sick mother. We get that. We heard how horrible his mother was to him. But he has no coping skills, no anger management. And the sad thing is he's not going to be monitored by anyone. There's nothing or no one out there that's telling this boy that if he doesn't, he's got to go to anger management, whatever. None of that is happening with this kid. And his anger management is unaliving people. So for the sake of the society, And for the sake of this child, someone needs to get that kid in some anger management classes. And they need to put him in a lot of classes, honestly. A lot of classes. He he has gone back home to his grandmother, who testified on his behalf, testified that her daughter was a horrible parent. I was like, what? He unalived your daughter, and she testified for him. I guess she couldn't save her daughter. She's trying to save her grandson. Just saying. I don't remember the specifics. Oh, yeah. I have been struggling with sleep lately in the sense of I don't feel rested. Um, like last night, I got 6.5 hours sleep, 7 hours. And usually that would be fine. But lately, I'm just so tired. Like right now, I'm struggling to even stay awake. Go figure. Dag nabbit. I just popped off one of those. I'll have to re-glue it. Somebody asked what I'm doing. This is Native American beadwork I'm doing. This is a barrette. It's going to look like this, but there are going to be 10 of them in a line, and it's going to be sewn to some fabric and material and decorated, and it's called a drag. And I wear it, and it goes from the back of my neck to the floor on the back of my I'm looking for the glue on the back of my regalia. So I got to glue this back down. Once I get all the beads in around the stones, let me do this. Once I get all the beads in around the stones, the rhinestones, it kind of holds them down a little better. They are glued, but if they pop off, I got a ton more to replace them with, y'all. Ton more to replace them with. So do y'all celebrate Valentine's Day? It's coming up. I asked my daughter if she thought her boyfriend's going to pop the question. And she said that she told him under no circumstances is he to pop a question on another holiday. She says if he's going to pop that question, it needs to be on its own special day. And I agree with her. It needs to have its own special day. But some people think it's romantic, and that's fine. Let me see. By the way, do y'all remember the Jamie J. Lee college student that was unalived, and he was a trans or whatever you want to call it? I don't remember the full term that they used for him. His remains were found, and it looks like they may be filing some new charges against him, which will be a good thing against somebody. We also had a helicopter or an airplane that vanished. I don't know if they found it yet. So let me see. See if I can share my screen here. So this plane left Alaska. I can't read the name of the town. And was flying to Nome, and right there, just dropped off the face of the earth. They have not found it yet. I don't know what that big ding was. Let me go back to trial. There was a big ding. They coming back? The camera's moving. Looks like we got movement. I'm looking at the news. We have a lot of natural stuff going on here in the world. Bright flames and dark smoke rise from Brazil plane crash. Y'all need to start getting ready. There's supposed to be a lot more snow heading your way. Alaska rescue crews search desperately for missing plane with 10 souls on board. Update. Rescue team in Alaska were desperately searching over land and ocean Friday after a small passenger plane with 10 people on board went missing. It has traveled along the state of Western Coast, authorities said. The turboprop Cessna Caravan operated by Bering Air was reported missing Thursday about 4 p.m., according to the Alaskan Department of Public Safety, carrying 9 passengers and the pilot. The plane was flying from Unalakleet, Alaska to Nome when its position was lost 12 miles offshore. Before the plane was reported missing, Nome Volunteer Fire Department said the pilot had told Anchorage Air Flight Control, he intended to enter a holding pattern while waiting for the runway to be clear. The fire department said the crew were conducting a ground search along the state western coast from Nome to Topeka. Top Cook, Tokok, Top Cook, I don't know. Adding that air searches were hampered by poor weather and low visibility. National Guard was assisting in the effort. And of course, the wonderful United States Coast Guard flight crew had been searching in the plane's last known location. The incident came to as the U.S. air travel aviation faces increased scrutiny following the collision and the passenger plane and a military helicopter in Washington, D.C. See if they found him. Let me see. We asked the public to please think who may have been missing. The Nome Volunteer Fire Department has asked the public not to form individual search parties, citing poor weather conditions and safety concerns. We ask the public to please think of those who may have been missing at the time. We are hearing report of a possible missing plane en route to Nome. Our thoughts and prayers are with the passengers, yes. They're saying there's a disproportionate number of plane accidents that are occurring in Alaska now than in previous years. So, yep. But, I want to say something. Before the air crash with the military helicopter, there was a lot, plane had an engine failure. They just turn around and go back. I don't think we had as much scrutiny with those accidents that we do now. I think everybody's in a heightened sense of alert. Train caught on fire in Pennsylvania. That's right. Looks like the judge is ready. I really am enjoying this judge. He runs a very tight ship. It's very clean, precise. It's nice. No shenanigans going on. Auntie Bev, take a lesson. It would be nice to finish the blacking out on this piece today. If I could do one of these a day in 10 days, I'll have them all done. As far as the blackout's concerned. Oh. So what did everybody do last night? And who is going to have a party for Super Bowl? Who's having Super Bowl gatherings? Who's even watching the Super Bowl? My team's not in this year, so I'm not really. I know what I would like to see happen, but I'm not really invested. I'll still watch it, of course. I may go over to someone's house at a church or church group meeting house. I don't know. We'll see what I do. Depends on how I'm feeling. Do I want to stay home and just sit in my comfy chair? You're not watching it. It is American thing, that's for sure. Is that why you're not into football? Football, not soccer. Everybody argues over that. I almost watched, you know what I've been greatly disappointed in lately? The best commercials of the year always were Super Bowl commercials, especially with the horses, the beer commercial. But they've been quite disappointing lately. And the halftime shows have been very disappointing. Well, I know you are. Hello, it's Brett. I was kind of alluding to the other people across the ocean. Just triggered my thought about, the other people from across the ocean. That's all. What concerns me is all the dark stuff that happens behind the scenes with the football game. Oh. Sorry, I'm beating, I'm counting. So, Tash, do you watch? Dawn, do you? Who watches? But the commercials just haven't been there this past couple of years for me. Tonight, I am contemplating, I'm not sure yet. Depends on my energy level. I'm thinking about interpreting the Friday Night Frenzy with Ian with Runkles from the Baileys and Rob from Law and Law and Lumber. I want one of his pens. I want one of his Law and Lumber's pens. I do want a pen. I'm a pen junkie, actually. I'm gonna get some. Put some music on in the background. I don't like these long breaks. It's longer than you said it was going to be, Your Honor. That's cute. She looks cute today. That's a little mature though. That looks like something I would wear. But cute. All right, you guys, let's ask. Guilty or not guilty at this point? Where are we at? Guilty or not guilty? I would say guilty.
You may be seated. Thank you. Okay, next one.
The state will call Erica Stacy.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. You solemnly state your name, sir.
Erica Stacy.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I do.
the truth. Speak up and speak your mind.
Okay.
You ready? Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay. And your name is spelled Erica
Yes, ma'am.
Stacy. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Stacy, where do you live?
Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
How do you know her?
She dated my son, Caleb.
Okay. And do you remember when they dated?
It was spring of 2019.
Okay. Do you know how long they dated?
2 or 3 months.
Okay. And during that time, did you get a chance to meet Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. Can you recall how many times you met Evelyn, like in person, face to face?
It was a handful of times, probably no more than 10.
Did you have a relationship with Evelyn?
I feel like I did.
Okay. What was your relationship like?
I mean, I would see her when she would come to the house, and her and Caleb were hanging out.
Okay. So, what city did you say you lived in?
Kingsport.
Okay, so she would come to your house in Kingsport.
Yes.
Okay. During those 10 times-ish that you said you thought that you had seen Evelyn in person, was Megan always with her?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time that you saw Megan where you did not see Evelyn? Yeah, but let me ask it this way. Before Thanksgiving of 2019?
No.
Okay.
No, they were pretty much connected at the hip.
Okay. So every time you saw Megan, you saw Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, personally, did Megan ever allow anyone to babysit Evelyn?
Just family.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever offer to babysit?
Yes.
Okay. So you said did you say they were together just a few months?
Yes.
Okay. When they broke up, did you continue your relationship
I
with
did.
Megan? And why did you do that?
I wanted to help her.
Okay. Did that include Evelyn?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Okay.
Did I just hear her whine? Why?
Okay. Do you remember Megan bringing Evelyn to your house in September of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why they came by that day?
I was putting decals on Maggie's car.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, you occasionally make things on like a machine?
Yes, on a Cricut.
Okay. So you'd made like vinyl stickers?
It
kind
was like a Chevy decal. We were covering her Chevy emblems.
Okay. And was Evelyn with her that day?
Yes, that was the deal, that I wouldn't charge her for the decals if she brought Evie with her.
Okay. And so you just said Evie. Is that what you would call
That's what we
Evelyn?
called her. Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever see Evelyn again after that date?
Not that I remember.
Okay. September 2019. Do you remember seeing Megan again in November of 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember why you saw her then?
I made Evelyn birthday shirts
Okay.
and a gift for her
Okay.
birthday.
Okay. And was that something you also did on your Cricut machine?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when Evelyn's birthday was?
It was November 21st, I believe.
Okay. So this would have been for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet up with Megan to get those things to her?
I think she come by the house to pick them up.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her that day?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pass.
Why did she not have Evelyn
Great
with her? That's what I want to know. Why did she not have Evelyn with her? It was just before her first birthday.
Sidebar.
We have more sidebars today than we've had pretty much in the whole trial. I wonder what's going on. And the longer we're in trial, the more we're going to have, that's for sure. Oh. So, Sunny Day, you think she's guilty? Hello, Witch Brit, do you think she's innocent or guilty? Should there be a reason of guilty but mentally ill? That's what everybody else goes for lately. I have to be honest, I really struggle with lawyers who use that so flippantly and loosely. We have our sidebar music. I am trying to stay awake. It's just showing.
Okay. Are there gloves up there, Miss Stacy?
Yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, grab a pair of gloves.
Okay.
No, they're going to pull out the clothing. I bet she was wearing the clothing that she made for her the day she was unalived. Oh, I would be so upset. If I had made something for a child and it dies in it, oh my
It's
God.
been labeled as a piece of evidence. That was
Okay.
an evidence with Sullivan County, okay?
Okay.
And the reason you need to wear the gloves is essentially to, well, there may be something, will the scissors work okay? Just be very careful when you cut the top of the package, just cut it across straight. If you can't like
Cut
reopen
across
the
right up
envelope.
here?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is horrible, y'all.
And then, yes, if you can go ahead and just take out within the envelope and
Oh
don't show
my
it to the jury
God.
yet, but see
Don't.
if you can identify that.
Oh, she's going to start crying. Oh my gosh. Yep.
Can you
there
tell
it
me what
goes.
it is?
It's the shirt that I made for Evelyn for her birthday.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Your Honor, I guess at this point, we would ask for it to be made Exhibit 91. 1 moment.
That poor woman's going to have to go to therapy now. Oh my gosh, y'all. That is not a tearjerker. This is definitely not as boring as
For
this.
identification only. Okay.
I'll be going, can I please put this back? I can't handle it.
Place it back inside the envelope.
Oh, you poor me, huh? Oh, poor lady. Take the gloves off, my dear.
Erica, because of the rules, the way the rules are laid out, we can't yet show that. But I'm going to ask you, if you could, to please tell the jury what it looks like.
It was a blue long sleeve shirt that had the yellow baby shark on it. That was her favorite one.
Okay. And did you put anything personalized on it for?
It just talked about it being her first year, her 1 year birthday.
Okay. And you personalized that for,
I
like
did.
you had put that
I did.
onto the, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pass you, again, we're going to do the same thing. This is the last one.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, y'all, this is hard.
And again, just be try to take care and cutting it if you can.
Oh my
All
gosh.
the way out.
Yes, if you can identify it without pulling it all the way out, that's fine. We're just, I want to see if you recognize it.
Yeah.
Okay, you do?
I know.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's a baby shark blanket that I had put Evelyn's name on in pink glitter.
Okay. And is that also what you had given to Megan
For her birthday.
for Evelyn to wear for her first birthday, or to have for her first birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And what color did you say what the color of the blanket was?
Blue. It's got the baby shark characters on it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask that to be offered as Exhibit 92 for identification only.
Poor baby. I just want to hug her.
So those two items, are those the two items that you gave to Megan before Evelyn's first birthday?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of those items?
The shirt was to be worn for her birthday party that I was told was being planned.
Okay.
And then the blanket was the gift.
The blanket was the gift. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Oh, this breaks my heart, y'all. It's got to be done. Honey, we'll go get a nice drink when you're done with this or therapy, whichever you choose. But girl, you better take some just self-care. She's looking over at her. Looking over at Megan.
During this time that you were around Megan, did she ever say anything about Evelyn that surprised you?
She would always say that Evelyn was mean as crap.
Okay. And is that the word she used, crap?
No, she would say mean as shit.
Okay. Did she say that more than once?
Why
Yes.
Okay.
would she say that?
And that would have been around the time that Evelyn was a year old?
Yes.
Okay. Why did that surprise you?
I was raised, you just don't say that about a child.
Was Evelyn a mean baby?
Not that I ever saw.
Okay. What type of baby was Evelyn?
Very happy, very smiley.
Okay. And you recall trying to reach out to Megan to continue to try to see Evelyn again?
Yes.
Okay. And would Megan respond to you?
She did for a little bit, and then there was a time that she didn't respond.
Okay. Did you buy Christmas gifts for Evelyn?
I did. I bought gifts for Maggie and Evelyn.
Okay. And did you reach out to?
I did.
Okay. And did she acknowledge when you reached out?
She did. She was supposed to come by our house on the 24th.
Okay. And did she come by?
She did not.
Okay. Did you see Megan again after Christmas?
I saw her in January.
Okay. So January of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see her?
Her and Hunter came to my church twice.
Okay. And who was Hunter?
Hunter was her boyfriend at the time.
Okay. So she came to your church twice. Were both of those times in January?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her either of those times?
No.
Did you find it strange that Evelyn was not with her?
Yes.
Why?
Because anytime I saw Maggie, for the most part, Evie was on her hip.
Okay. Did you ask Megan where Evelyn was each time you saw her in January?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me she was with her father.
Okay. And did you know what his name was?
Ethan.
Okay. Do you remember when you saw them at church asking Megan what Evelyn thought about Hunter, Megan's new boyfriend?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they had not been around each other.
Okay.
Maybe Hunter
Did you ask
didn't
that
want
question
children.
both times that you saw her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That they hadn't been around each other.
Okay.
This is mom
When
of
you
the
saw
boyfriend
Megan at
prior.
church those two times, did she ever seem to be upset about Evelyn not being around?
No.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She seemed happy.
Okay. Did she ever verbally express worry for Evelyn or her safety?
No.
Okay. Did she give you any indication that anything was even wrong with Evelyn?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Evelyn had been reported as a missing child?
Yes. They detectives just showed up at our house.
Okay.
Wanting to know where I was. And I was on my way to Knoxville taking my daughter to an appointment.
Okay. And is that how you learned that
Yes.
Evelyn was missing? Okay.
Mhm.
So not from Megan.
No.
Okay. So during the time that Evelyn's missing, did you see Megan Boswell again?
Hello,
I did.
Jesse.
Okay. And do you remember where you saw her?
I picked her up at the Walmart in Bristol.
Okay. Do you remember
I
what
don't know
month
where
that
that
was?
is.
I do not.
Okay.
I want to say February, maybe.
Okay. And why were you picking her up at Walmart in Bristol?
She said she didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay.
And I thought maybe she would talk to me if it was just me and her.
Okay. Because you felt like you had that kind of relationship?
I did.
Okay. What was your purpose in talking to her that night?
To see if she could tell me where Evie was, who had her.
Okay. And are you doing this while you're driving
Yes.
with her? Okay. What, and I'm assuming you asked her those questions
I did.
when you got in the car. What was her response to you about where Evelyn was?
She didn't know.
Okay. Did she ever tell you, did she mention Ethan? Because she told you about Ethan before. Did she mention Ethan that day?
It was that Ethan had her. Ethan had quit answering her calls, her text, wouldn't answer the door.
Okay. What was her demeanor in the car that night?
Emotionless.
Okay. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
There was nothing. Like most answers were, I don't know. And there were no tears. There was no frantic, what I think I would have been had my child been missing. There was none of that.
Bye. What do y'all think about this witness? I feel for her, man. Yeah, she did. That's why this is so unbelievable.
Just to clarify, and this is after Evelyn had already been reported missing. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
Exactly.
During the time that you knew Megan, do you feel like you got to know her fairly well?
As best as I could.
So that would be from the time she started dating Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said that was in spring of 2019. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you
That
see
was after Hunter?
Megan on
No, that was
the
between.
news interviews that she gave?
I did.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you watch those interviews?
Of course.
Was the Megan that you saw in those television interviews the same Megan that you knew?
No.
How was she different?
It almost seemed rehearsed, practiced. She just,
Okay.
I don't know how to describe that.
Okay. We can stop with that.
Hello, at Britt. I'm trying to figure out who the actual father is. I really am. I don't know who the father is. She was all over the place, I'll tell you that. She She may not even know who the father is. Why am I doing this sidebar music? I had somebody ask me if I could, because a lot of people sometimes will need to go to the ladies' room or whatever during sidebar. Need to get up and move around during sidebar. And they can tell by the music that the court's coming back. They don't miss anything. I told them I would give it a try and see how it worked out.
Just Stacy, give me just a second.
Okay.
Y'all have a choice. It's speak now, forever hold your peace. Do you want to stay on this trial, or in about, well, at 11:30 my time, an hour and a few minutes, do you want to go over to the Sementilli trial? Ethan is the dad? I thought he was not the dad. They keep alluding to the fact that he is not the dad.
I'm going to pass you two
Is that her son, Ethan?
papers.
I'll be right back.
And ask if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's messages between myself and Maggie.
Okay. For what date?
January 8th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 93.
Any objection? Equal exhibit 93.
Thank you. Okay. Permission to publish? Okay. First one. You stated, I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay? Why did you send that message?
I mean, that's right in the midst of people looking for Evie. And I hadn't heard from her.
Okay. So Evelyn had not been reported missing yet at that point. So
Then that was if I've not heard from her, because we talked quite a bit.
okay. And then you asked her, did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? And what did she say in response to you?
She says we did. Did me read all of that?
Actually, that's not verbatim. One moment, Your Honor. This is not. We approach.
Another sidebar? What is going on with these people? Really?
Sidebar.
I'm so confused. Caleb is her son. Okay. Whoa. Wait a minute. Okay, it states that the Evelyn Boswell's biological father is Ethan Perry. He is an active duty soldier with the U.S. Army and born in 1999. According to Facebook, he joined the military in 17. He is now stationed in Louisiana, but it's unclear if he's in Tennessee right now or in Louisiana. Ethan is the dad of Evelyn. Boswell originally told police that her daughter Evelyn was with her dad, but okay. So Ethan Perry is the biological father, but they keep alluding to the fact he may not be the biological father. Looks like they're kicking the jury out.
Maybe seated, thank you.
We're bringing them back in. There's something going on. Well, we are at a sidebar. So the answer has been given. It is definitely Ethan. But I find it interesting. I'm finding it interesting that they have alluded to the fact that they were unsure as to who the father was because of the way they've asked certain questions. So that is why I was questioning, because of the way some of these, oh, they're having a short break. Wonderful. We are on a short break. The court is taking a short break, I guess, to iron out a legal issue. Talk with the judge, sidebar, lawyers talking. There's something going on. There is definitely something afoot, as one of the lawyers said the other day. When did you know when something was afoot? So there's something going down in there. I'm almost halfway done beating this one piece. Well, what I call blacking it out. It's all black. See? Looks easy. It's not. Looks easy. It's not. All right. Somebody brought us banana pudding, and it is sitting there calling my name. And it sucks because I'm trying to lose weight, and they bring banana pudding in the house. I'm all like, what? You did what? You brought what? Banana pudding is oh so good. Who does not love banana pudding? Who does not love themselves some banana pudding? I so want to go get me some banana pudding. I'm trying to be a good girl, but it's just calling to me. Banana pudding. Sweet, yummy, tangy banana pudding. So suffice it to say that since Sunday is Super Bowl Sunday, and I will not be having my Sunday night live. So I might do something tomorrow night. So y'all keep an eye out. We'll just see how I'm doing tomorrow night. Because normally we don't have trial, but we're gonna have it. Oh no. Hold on, guys. I'm getting a fire call. Hold on. Let me make sure it's not something I have to go deal with. Okay, guys, I do not have to. Yay! Don't have to go. Woo! I'm all good. That's over a 2.5 hour drive if I had to go. A long way away for me to go. I need you guys to keep Haley Mouse in your prayers. She is having a procedure done today. I'm waiting to hear how she is. It should be fine. I think it's on her feet or foot. I don't know what. But I know that I think it was her honey bun that was in chat earlier. Don't you? My microphone was moving on its own. That ain't good. That ain't never good. So right now we've had on the stand so far, everybody that has been friends, it seems like, knew Megan and the baby. You shouldn't be doing that. Everybody that knew Megan and the baby, all the girlfriends, they've got the foster mom up there. They've had the aunt to the foster mom. Anybody and everybody that's had any kind of interaction with Megan has been brought to the stand and is being brought to the stand. I'm wondering how much more we're going to have to watch on that, because they can do too much. It can get to be what's called an overkill. Let me see. Oh, we're getting invaded. No, a friend of ours is coming to the shop. She and my son are going to watch something. I don't know what they're going to watch, but they're going to watch something. Have some TV time. Yay for them. Hallelujah. Looky. Yes, she may have it. If Mama gets a treat, she can have a treat. If Mommy don't get a treat, she can't have one. I'm joking. This is Kathy, a good friend of ours, and she brings my dog puppy cups from Shooter's. Is it Shooter's Coffee? Scooter's Coffee. I got Shooter Shack coffee in my head. Aw, such a good girl. She was a good girl yesterday. Elizabeth dropped me off after our meeting last night, and she opened the door to say hi to Sensei. Sensei jumped into her lap. I mean, like running jumped into her lap and was all over it. She's like, Grandma. Hey, did you bring us banana pudding? Oh my gosh. Huh? That's a lot. Well, we'll eat it. Your teeth, are they the permanents? Yeah. Looks good. You feel human again? Yeah, I understand. We're watching a case, the baby Evelyn case. It was kind of very boring yesterday, but now they're putting everybody and anybody on the stand that knew Megan, the mother. You know about the baby Evelyn case? The mother said she was kidnapped and they found her unalived by the mother. And the mother was 18. She gave birth at 17, so she was 18 when it happened. And she was telling everybody the baby was with the father who's in the military. And I'm like, no way. He's living in the barracks. He couldn't keep a child. So anyway, she's up for unaliving. You remember the one about the kid that shot his mom after a year later shooting his dad? He got found not guilty. Everybody, all of us, all the commentators were like, huh? He claimed self-defense. But the thing is that the jury did not, they knew he had unalived somebody in self-defense, but what they didn't know, it was his father. And both times he said they came at me with a knife. And the grandmother got up on the stand, the mother of his mom, the maternal grandmother got up on the stand and just said her daughter was a horrible mom and that she was abusive and threatening and all this kind of stuff. And they put doubt in the jury. I think the what they call the unaliving by a cop scenario, unaliving by son, meaning that she wanted to be no longer on this earth, so she enticed him to do it. It's possible. Well, you guys go watch. She's so sweet. She brings me, every once in a while, she'll bring me a cup of coffee from Scooters. It's a caramel. Something caramel, I believe. So anyway, I think we are all shocked still over the trial for Griffith. That's just absolutely still shocks the hell out of me. I still don't understand. I have not seen, have y'all seen any testimony? I mean, any interviews of any of the jurors? That is one case I would like to see an interview. I would like to see an interview, and I'd like to see what they say about his father and that situation. This is not a short break, y'all. The court is on what appears to be an extended break. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and tell them it's 10:34 here. It's 11:34 there. They might just go ahead and go to lunch. I would tell the jury, go ahead and go to lunch. We're going to work through our lunch. I'll see you when you get back. But I will tell you, if we're going to do a lunch break and the other one hadn't started yet, I will take a break. I have decided, as much as I love to do these straight lives because I stay in it, I do need to take a break. And I think that I will, on these long days, if there is a real break in the trial for lunch, that I will do a multiple live that day. I'll split it in morning and afternoon sessions. Okay, guys. If y'all are wanting to get in that drawing for the gift card, you need to get in there and put like and subscribe, of course, comments, memberships. You can purchase memberships and get, or if you're already our member, you can gift a membership. But memberships, all of it, anything you do gets you points into that drawing towards the end of at the end of the month. Lawyers are got. I want to know what's going on. I want to know why we have an unexpected break. I hope the judge isn't upset with somebody. I really felt bad for that lady who had to sit there and identify the clothing that she made that the baby had been unalived in. That to me was just devastating. I feel for her, y'all. My heart goes out to that woman. Yeah, I know. I just busted out another bead. All right, they're coming back in.
Judge, I'll get Ms. Boswell. We need to talk before we bring the jury in.
I think that's fine.
Oh, okay.
The jury's outside.
Hold on, what?
Judge, it appears what has happened, we have been admitting what I believe to be screenshots, but I think the court believed to be screenshots of text messages, which were ultimately a created document that were taken from a cell phone dump. We have, I don't know how many exhibits of that. Notice that on the last one, that exhibit, it came in admittedly without objection because I thought it was a screenshot of the cell phone dump. Or a screenshot, not of the dump itself, but of a screen. Hence screenshot. When the last exhibit was published to the jury, it contained a note that Mr. Horn noticed and led to our objection that contained a note made by the district attorney's office. It's already been up on the screen and published to the jury. I have concern now that all of these documents, and I have concern that there could be other errors that we haven't caught. At this point, I'm going to move the court for a mistrial.
Oh, crap.
Judge, a couple things in response. Some of those are I know the Instagram messages actually are screenshots of what was on the phone. So those are not. The other ones are taken from the either Facebook proceeds or text conversations that were dumped from the phones. They're identical. The only thing we've done is put them in a format that makes them look like what you would see if you were looking at Facebook Messenger or at a cell phone. That's the only thing. The one that was most recently up in front of the screen is admittedly not verbatim what was in the text, and that's what was caught. It's just human error reviewing all this, but everything else is identical. They've all been read. Most of them have been read in court, and those messages and Facebook communications have Mr. Scott's had those for several years now and review them. And if he disputes the veracity of them, he can sit there and go back.
It should be the FMI
word for word, but they're identical. There's
The
nothing.
code is ready
substantive
for
that's been
redeem.
Placed before the jury that's either inaccurate or misleading. The only thing that's not correct is that last one that was up on the screen. Otherwise, it's just it's not.
Matt, where do we find passwords? They moved it.
Thing. It's just the fact of what they. The only thing we've changed is how they.
Okay. They're
on the screen. The profile pictures I told Mr. Scott, they're taken from Facebook Messenger. There's nothing. We haven't created any content as far as that's concerned. So there's nothing that's been put before the jury that's in any way.
Just stream it from my phone.
Inaccurate.
So you don't have it on your phone either.
What?
Did you cancel it?
I did.
If you cancel all day,
What?
it was from the cell phone.
From the forensic extraction, yes.
And those were placed in, basically, you made a demonstrative
Correct.
evidence. Has the raw data been provided in discovery?
Oh, yes, Judge. That's been provided. They've had that for years.
And the demonstrative,
That was made available. Mr. Scott we had him and his investigators at our office several weeks ago. They wanted to look at it. We didn't specifically identify which things we were using. And as the trial's going on, some we've used and some we haven't used. So, but yes, they've been available.
Judge, I was not aware of that. We did meet with Mr. Harper and Ms. Massinger. They're very kind to have us up there, but you have to understand, we talked over generally what data we had. I don't remember talking over this demonstrative data. We do have the cell phone extraction. And as these are coming in, the way they look to me, I'm not raising a big stink at it at the time because it looks like screenshots. Picture's worth 1,000 words. And so we see this last one come in. But as far as someone sending me the demonstrative data and saying, we're going to use this or we have this, no. That's my understanding. Now, in everyone's defense, these files are huge. I can't tell you that I can say chapter and verse, which is in every folder, and I doubt they can either. But at the same time, I find myself now in a position where we're in the middle of the trial. It would be near impossible to go back and compare all of these documents.
I don't think there's, Judge Elaine, if you want me to, I don't think it'd be that difficult for us to pull these messages from what they come in Facebook. And I mean, if you want to compare them, we can isolate those. I don't think that'd be difficult at all. I mean, it's not that many messages that have been admitted at this point.
Well, since the raw data has been given, I'm not going to bring this trial because of the discovery. Now, I think if the extractions hadn't been provided, I would have to. The other question would be, do I need to declare a mistrial because the one inaccurate demonstrative aid was placed up on the monitor? And I will know that part of that message was not read to the jury. It was not read to the jury. And I know that General Massengill is the one that first brought to our attention the problem.
We may have a mistrial here, guys. Are y'all understanding what's happening?
I'm not going to order a mistrial at this time for that. I will give a curative instruction that if any of the jurors read that last bubble for the few seconds it was up there, but to put that out of their mind and they're not to consider what was there. Now, my concern, So I'm gonna deny the motion from Mr. Hall. for those two reasons. I don't find that there's manifest necessity to mistrial the case.
However,
Now, going forward. Well, I guess going forward, I'll just take any objections as they come.
this is really going to hurt the prosecution. I'll explain it.
Since I can't give any advisory opinions.
Here's what's going on. There are some
I just don't want you to talk about it.
okay, apparently what's happened is that some of the photos have been shown with the text were screenshots of the text and not actually did not come from the metadata from the Cellbrite extraction. Hence, Houston, we have a problem. Sorry, we're having something happening in the shop, so let me scoot this back so I can hear some of their conversation. My captioning is having a hard time getting it because of that noise, background static. Halfway done, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read the captioning. It's catching some of it, but not all of it. So I'm trying to figure out what it's catching. They're arguing it. Oh, they're talking about something about Monday. Damn it. We may not have court this weekend. And she's sitting there praying for a new trial. I know what she's doing. She's praying for a new trial. Very well, she should. So evidence has come in that should not have come in. And the jury did see some of that evidence. The apparently, if I understand it correctly, the defense noticed that some of the images the prosecution were using for the emails that they've been showing people to refresh their memories, and they've been entering them into evidence, were not a part of the metadata from the Cellbrite extractions or the data from the Cellbrite extractions. So, in other words, somebody did a boo-boo. Somebody royally did a boo-boo. So, yeah, we are gonna have to watch and see what happens at this point, but there's a chance that this could easily go in and have to be retried again. The judge is not keen on doing a mistrial at this point. He said that he doesn't think it's necessary. He could ask that the jurors please refrain from utilizing or having any part of that testimony affect their decision. We'll see how that all goes. But y'all, this is huge. But if they can't find a remedy for this, they may have to declare mistrial, which I don't think he is inclined to do at this point. You know, declaring a mistrial when you have all those sequestered jurors is a big deal. It's a huge deal. And then they have to try this all over again. I don't know. Uh-oh, what is Emily doing? Okay, let me get this up and going. So I'm looking up something. Give me a second. They're trying to find a remedy right now, and it ain't going too well.
Now, you need to go through them over lunch, pull out, you don't need to take them off, just pull out the screenshot ones.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The screenshots were recreated for notes, and look, like, oh my gosh, they were recreated from notes. Oh no. Hold on. I'm looking for something. Hold on. I'm looking. Okay. Okay, guys. I got what happened. So, what happened was, and I'm trying to find a picture of it. Let me put this aside so I don't spill the beads. Okay, I know what happened now. Y'all listen. I got to see if I can find it in the trial. What apparently happened is that they used the data from the cell bite extraction to recreate some of the text that were going back and forth to make it easier to follow and
Quite a
read.
bit.
Here we go. I found it. Okay, here we are. This is not a screenshot. This is a recreation. The state knew about it. Everybody knew about it. It was okay. However, some of the information in here in the blue was not in the metadata or the Cellbrite data. So this here is not accurate and thus is causing the problem. Oh, snap. Somebody's in. Oh. So these are the notes are the investigators made. Let me see this. I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay? This comes back. Did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas? Then Megan came back. We did. We asked when asked if she and Hunter are a couple, Megan responded, "This is
Okay.
incorrect."
And then you asked her, did you and Evelyn have?
So, yeah, this is going to be a problem. So, what's going to happen? They're going to have to. What are you doing? So what's going to happen is that this right here, you can see the error. We did. And then there's when asked if she and Hunter are a couple, Megan's response to Erica, that should not have been in this bubble.
Have a good Christmas. And what did she?
So this here was recreated and they knew about it and it was fine, but here's a mistake. And it was shown to the jury, it was shown to the witness. So what's going to happen is that they're going to probably not be able to use any of these that they've created. They're going to have to go back and download or have actually use the actual Cellbrite extractions of these texts. And so that is the issue. And so they're going to go to lunch. They're going to figure out what they're going to do. Yeah. Boo. This ain't good at all. Right now, this is the only one that they've caught. I'm just trying to gather more information here. I'm a little bit on the what the hell? So the issue is so what they're going to have to do now that they're going to have to bring in a Cellbrite expert to validate what the dump was and say, yeah, this is exactly it. And they're not going to be able to do that now. They need to come in and say, these are the text exchanges that we removed from the phone. But these are like it's like a spreadsheet. Oh my gosh. It's horrible. So this is gonna have to create a huge backpedal. They're gonna have to bring in a Cellbrite expert for them to come in and say, yes, all of these were dumped from the phone and they got to validate all of it. And then they're going to have to go through and weed through pages and pages and pages of text. And they have to reset all this. I don't know if but the other ones were not done or what. So right now we have a window and I guess my question to you is this. And I need you guys to answer me. There's 11 of you on here. I need answers. In 30 minutes, we have the love affair murder trial of Monica Sementilli. Someone's going to get in trouble. Someone's going to get in deep trouble at the Attorney General's office because they're bringing this forward, not the defense. So my question to all of you is, they have sent the jury away from lunch. We can stop here. And then in 30 minutes, I go have my lunch. I go take a break. I come back. We'll stop this stream and come back with the Monica Sementilli, or do you want to come back with the Evelyn, baby Evelyn? Your choice. The majority wins. Sementilli or baby Evelyn? Let me create I'll create a poll. Let me create a poll. Come on, wake up. It's not letting me type. Okay, I started a poll. Y'all vote now. But somebody is in trouble. Big trouble. This is huge. Let me get over here. Let me pull up the court feed for this. I want to see what some of the comments are. This is amazingly bad. Get back here. Get back to play. I need y'all to take your votes. Thank you for liking. Do get your likes in. They're not even commenting on that. Right now, we got 67% this, so they'll be back in an hour. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll let this live keep going. I'll tell them we're going to be at lunch. We'll put the at lunch up feed up. We'll leave this, or we'll just leave it like this. Right now, we have 67 to 33%. So we're going to do the 67%. I will, what we'll do is in about 30 minutes or 25 minutes, I'll come back. We will start the Sementilli trial, and then we'll hop on over to baby Evelyn when she comes back. And then tonight we'll finish with the Sementilli trial. Okay. So I'm going to put on some music. We'll be back in a little bit. I need to take a break. Let's do the easy music today. And you guys go have something to eat, get something to snack on, get comfortable. I'll be right back. Okay, my lunch is here. Yay. Matt, can I have some French fries? My lunch is here. We have a restaurant right next door. Basically hamburgers and hot dogs. It's classic hamburgers. It's really good. So I've been kind of looking around after I did my things I had to do. Kind of looking around, and there's a lot of people who are utterly shocked at what's happening in this trial with the case situation. So I think the biggest thing they're going to have to do, and I'm not a lawyer, but in my humble opinion, I think one of the biggest things they're going to have to do is if they're going to continue to bring in evidence from the phones, then what they're going to have to do is bring in a Cellbrite data expert to officially bring in that evidence and validate everything. And so, yeah, this may cause a big kink. Thank you. This may cause a really big stink in this trial, because what may happen is they may send home or send to the hotel for the weekend the jury. The jury was supposed to work over this weekend. Sorry about that. The jury was supposed to work over the weekend, at least on Saturday, have court. And if they have to redo all this and the lawyers have to go back to the drawing board and get all this evidence ready for resubmittal and get the Cellbrite data and highlight and, get all that together like they do in other cases, this is going to be a problem. It's going to be a huge problem. As of I want to share this.
A plane that went missing while carrying 10 people. This is a look at the plane's route over the Arctic Circle before crews lost contact yesterday afternoon. Authorities working to determine the plane's last known coordinates. The National Guard and Coast Guard are helping local crews to search that area.
So y'all be in prayer for that families, and chances are, if they haven't found them by now, they're probably not going to be survivors. Just saying. Everybody's going off on the Delphi. Everybody is going off on that Delphi right now. Thank you for liking. I searched for Ada K to watch this trial with you. Thank you, Julia Gulia. Oh my God, I hope I said that right. It's lunchtime. Let me take a bite. Well, thank you so much. What do you think is happening at this? I mean, are you just now hopping on, or have you been watching, Julia? I think that what's happening, I think part of, in my humble opinion, they have already laid a very good basis down for the text and showing how she's lied to everybody. I don't think they need to admit anybody else. Bring any more in. By the way, hot dog. I haven't had one in a while. So I don't know how many more witnesses they think they need to bring in to talk about the text. It is very clear at this point. They have brought enough people, in my humble opinion, to say, hey, after said date, nobody saw the baby. I'm trying to Google something. I want to find out something. We did find out that Ethan for sure is the father of this baby. They did the 2 hours ago. Let's see what they say. One witness did declare that baby Megan was dirty when she saw her. Evelyn. Megan's Boswell friend, Caitlin, Carter testified, and she said that she could smell Evelyn from across the table the last time she saw her, and that she was in dirty clothes. That is a lot. For those of you who are joining us, Megan Boswell is charged. Let me get everything organized, and so I'm not all over the place. These ads pop up. Okay, Megan Boswell is facing 19 years, 19 charges in the unaliving of Evelyn Mae Boswell, her toddler, who has not been seen since December of 2019, was reported in February of 2020 missing, and her remains were found weeks later in a shed that belonged to Megan's grandfather. Megan initially told the state investigators that her daughter was with the child's father, who was stationed in the Army in Louisiana. Then later said her mother took Evelyn to a campground in Virginia, but the authorities found no sign of little Evelyn anywhere. Day 2, the TBI specialist agent Brian Fairley Sr. returned to the witness stand for cross-examination and kept testifying to the records and interviews he did with Megan. Fairley offered a lot more details about the condition in which the baby was found, and that there were bugs on the baby's leaves in the hair. Detectives recall finding the baby's remains. Tommy Boswell Sr., Megan's father, testified against her, took the stand and detailed his daughter's lies and manipulation. And he's the one that reported the baby missing. Austin Feeler is a maintenance worker who cleaned out Megan Boswell's trailer after she left. It was deplorable. Then the CPS investigator came in, James Lewis, who testified to the investigation and reported the lack of concern and supervision, and also talked about the physical abuse. The officers sent to Megan's Boswell's home were told that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. Then Dr. Barbara E. Poe, P-U-G-H, is the family pediatrician, said that Megan was brought in her daughter for all of the checkups and everything up until the age she was 9 months old. Daddy never saw him again after a sick visit at 10 months old, or 10 and a half months. The pediatrician said that after that, they never showed up for their 12-month. They kept rescheduling. Megan said that she had to work, or her mom had her, or the father had her. Or it was just one of those rigor. And then she goes, they were going to go to a pediatrician closer to their home. 2 of Megan Boswell's friends took the stand to testify on her behalf when her daughter disappeared. And Audrey Gibbs described an incident which Megan was waiting a long time to change Evelyn's diaper and failed to buckle her in the car properly. So there were several incidents where Megan wasn't being as attentive to the daughter as she should have been. So Bailey Hawkins testified that Megan gave her multiple stories about where baby Evelyn was and became very emotional, recalling how she asked for photos of the missing child. That was day 2. So that has gotten us caught up to this thus far. Thank you for searching for me. Candace Huff, hello. Thank you for liking. Gula, is it Julia? Gula. If you hit the I like button, if you hit that like button, gives us a thumbs up. Then what you need to do is go on over and put the words I liked in the chat so you can be entered into the drawing. Every day I draw one person from this live feed to be entered into the end of the month $50 giveaway. So good luck. Please comment, like, subscribe, do the YouTubey things. Appreciate it. So I don't have any other recap so far of today, but it has been a day. This has been interesting. The Monica Sementilli trial, we will watch that for a few. until this Evelyn comes back on. Aw, Tash says, "Hey, bestie, Candace Hoff." Oh, I miss my bestie, my sister. That makes me miss my sister. For those of you who don't know, she passed away between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Ah, somebody likes baklava. There's a baklava restaurant, bakery in San Antonio, about an hour away from me. And can, I go to the baklava bakery. Okay, here we go. The Sementilli trial, just while we're waiting for the other one to come back. And then after the other one comes back, we will definitely be doing this particular trial this evening. So we're going to do back-to-back trials.
And also present.
We can actually speed it
Let
up.
me give you a little heads up on some scheduling for the next week.
Yes, please.
This is to remind you, we're going to be in session Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday is a judicial holiday. Thursday and Friday we will be dark, and the following Monday is a judicial holiday. What a great job, huh? Anyway, we're taking only 2 days off of court work. The others are holidays, and so we will not be in session those days. I'll remind you again next week, but you can start making your plans now. Mr. Gibson, you're still under oath, and Mr. Jones, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so we're not going to have trial for a whole week.
Good morning. Just wanted to recap where we left off yesterday. At the end of yesterday, do you remember we looked at that "I'm so sorry" text that was received on Monica Sementilli's device? Yes. Then we looked at the AT&T records, and those confirmed that the day after Fabio Sementilli was killed, so on January 24th, in the afternoon at 2:05 p.m., Robert Baker sent a text to Monica Sementilli that said, "I'm so sorry." Yes. Okay. I'd want to move on to IDMSS. Do you mind if we go to slide 61?
So loving his accent. Aw, June. Blessings, love, and blessings. We love and appreciate you.
Thank you.
IDMSS, just to recap, that is an app you can use to view home surveillance cameras remotely on your phone. Is that right?
Yes, that's how it's advertised.
And what we see here are these screenshots you took?
Yes.
So these are screenshots you took of, is this where you can download IDMSS Lite?
You can download it on the App Store or the iTunes Store. I believe that you can download this application on a computer.
Okay. And here, this is a screenshot that's taken March 29th, 2018, so over a year after the killing took place.
Correct.
And this is something that wasn't found on anyone's device. You took this yourself.
Well, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation. It also misstates the evidence as to the defendant's phone.
This is
a screenshot. This slide is a screenshot you took, though.
Correct.
Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide, actually. Here, this is, again, another screenshot that you took.
Yes.
This gives details of the app, correct?
Correct.
And here it has the release date, October 9th, 2017. See that?
Yes,
So this is obviously after January 23rd, 2017, correct?
yes,
So all the details here are relating to a later version, right?
correct.
So not the version that would have been in use at the time of January 23rd, 2017, right?
Correct.
Okay. Go to the next slide, please. And the next slide. Next slide, sir. And again, this is a screenshot you took of the publisher's website, right?
Correct.
The next slide. Okay, now this is something that was found from the extraction of Monica Sementilli's device, right? 119?
Yes,
These are the log entries, and again, you filtered by IDMSS, right?
correct. There's 4,234 log entries that were parsed out. These are the filtered log entries for IDMSS.
And what we see here are 7 entries for IDMSS, right?
Correct.
And they show the earliest one is June 30th, 2016.
Correct, at 9:51 a.m.
Just looking at the dates, just for the time being. And we have July 18th, another entry for IDMSS on Monica's phone, correct?
Correct.
August 7th, right?
Correct.
August 10th,
Yes.
September 14th,
Yes.
and November 10th.
Yes.
This is what they're going to have to bring in the other trial if they're able to proceed.
And then we have January 23rd, right?
Yes.
So for about a 6-month period, there's roughly an entry every month or so. I know there's 2 in August, and there's not one in October or December. But there are in June, July, August, September, and November, right?
Correct. 7 log entries during that time frame.
Okay. I think you testified earlier, but correct me if I'm misremembering. These log entries obviously give it a time, right?
Correct.
They give a date.
Yes.
But from this log entry table alone, you can't say what the app was doing or how the app was being used, right?
Correct.
We would need more information.
Yes.
And is it right that without more information, you couldn't say what that timestamp necessarily represents?
This timestamp was for that log entry. So that log entry was created that date and time, and that's all you can say about that log entry from the
That's all you can
screenshot.
say, that a log
Correct.
entry was created on that day and that time.
Correct.
Can we go to slide 142, please? Here we have an item found on Monica Sementilli's device, 119.
Correct.
And you spoke in your testimony previously about this. It appears to be a screenshot of an email from Jean Parchal to Monica Sementilli. See that on the right?
It's a picture of email correspondence. I wouldn't say it's a screenshot.
Okay.
Good evening, Haley Mounts.
And that email correspondence talks about insurance. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. The next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. And then we have here an MMS message. You described this. This means a multimedia service message. Is that right? I got that right.
Yes.
Okay. And this is where you send it's images, for example, not just text.
Yes. Pictures, multimedia, pictures, videos.
Okay. And here we have an image being sent from Monica Sementilli's device, correct?
Correct.
That image is 9926. That's the same image we saw in the previous slide, the email with the insurance.
Correct.
But we don't see from this data who that is sent to.
Correct. Not from this particular slide.
Right. We just don't have that data here. Is it true though that sometimes you can look at other data to give you some context as to where something might have been sent? For example, looking at messages before or after.
Yeah. So if you look at the source file, the path leads to a SMS.db database, and that's where all this information is being pulled from. So you can verify and authenticate the information that's being displayed in that database.
Okay. Well, just want to show you some other reference of mine. I have here 2 pages from Monica Sementilli's celebrate data extraction. One is in relation to time of activity, and one is text correspondence. Primary markers, defense exhibit 607.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Gibson, show you what has been marked as defense exhibit 607. Does this appear to you to be an extract from Monica Sementilli's phone extraction dealing with the timer, showing various items on the timer of her phone activity?
Yes.
Now we see here, do you see this call log entry? Showing an outgoing call?
Yes.
That's June 7th, 2017, 2:17 p.m. See that?
Yes.
And this is to Marco Laurenti. See that?
Yes.
And here it says duration of 2 seconds. That would indicate potentially a missed call or a very short call. Is that right?
It's a 2-second phone call entry.
The next entry immediately afterwards we see is an outgoing message, 2:26:02 p.m. See that on the same day?
Correct.
From the owners, from Monica Sementilli. And this is has the path, and it has that same image 9926 of JPEG. See that?
Yes.
We can go back. I'm sorry. Go back to that slide.
Which slide?
Perfect, thank you. Is this the same entry?
Yes. If you looked at your timeline, it said empty file, and that's how the program is visual. So empty file, the red font.
Yes.
Right there. So it's just a naming reference to the file. And so that's indicating that it's an empty file, and it's not in that, it's empty.
So this is the entry of this data extraction timeline for that side of the path.
Correct, for that path.
Okay. And then immediately after, we see an incoming message from Marco Laurenti to Monica saying, this is good news.
Correct.
Okay, so just to recap, we have an outgoing call from Monica to Marco Laurenti at 2:17 p.m., right?
Correct.
And we have Monica sending that screenshot, or sorry, that image of that email to someone at 2:26 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And then we have Marco 3 minutes later replying saying, this is good news, right?
Correct.
Would it then appear to you from these records that she sent that image to Marco Laurenti?
That would be an assumption just based on this, because if you look at the date and times, if that's the conclusion and argument, that's fine. But just based on this, I can't say that because that entry is not there. If it's not there, you can't, I'm not going to say that it happened for sure. You can make that inference if you desire, but There's nothing on the record to show that record or that picture went to that person.
Understood. Would it be consistent with that?
Yes.
Right. Let's look at.
Yes, go ahead and get something to eat and take care of yourself before she comes awake.
From Monica Sementilli to an Anna, that number.
Yes.
238. Yeah, correct?
Correct.
Now this attaches the same image file, right? 9926.
Yes.
And with the text accompanying it, Monica crossing my fingers, right?
Yes.
I have here, do you recognize this as this same text is just in a different visual form. This comes from a different part of the cellular extraction, right? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't know what this is. This is page 2 of
607.
Of 607.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I should be clear. I'm showing you page 2 of Defense Exhibit 607. And this is the same text, correct? It's just a different visual form.
It's the same picture, different text message.
I mean,
Oh,
this text message
sorry.
says, crossing
Yes.
my fingers.
Same message.
And here there's actually a thumbnail. I'm not expecting you to see that, but that is a thumbnail for that image. 9926.
It's the same picture.
From this, though, you can definitively say that this is Monica Sementilli sending that image of the email talking about insurance to that phone number, Anna.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor, if you don't mind. I get no further questions.
Very briefly. In terms of that, the message. Let me say the image file. There we go. You also don't know whether she sent that image to other individuals that might appear on their devices. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
I want to go back to Council. Can I have your 606, please?
I have a package. I'll be right back.
showing you a copy of 606. Highlighted. Yesterday, you were asked whether there appeared to be, although there was information, I believe you said, regarding the senator missing from the Celebrite extraction. You were shown these phone records showing that it appeared that message regarding sorry was sent to the defendant's cell phone ending in 421 from Robert Baker's cell phone ending in 1093. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it was adjusted for yesterday for, I believe you said, for California time, making it 2:05 in the afternoon, correct?
Not if it's 22:05 in January, you have to subtract 8 hours from 2:05. Sorry.
That's okay. Just before that, do we see at 2:02, it looks like, and 33 seconds, 2 messages that are sent from the defendant's cell phone to Robert Baker's?
Yes.
So that would indicate that the message that you were asked about yesterday was consistent with being a response from the prior 2 messages the defendant sent to him, correct?
Objections, speculations as well.
I asked whether it was consistent with. Is there a 2 messages that precede the one from Baker to the defendant that go from the defendant to Baker?
There are 2 entries at 22:02:33 from Monica's device to Mr. Baker's device.
And given that those 2 messages do not appear in the Celebrite extraction, would that be consistent with the defendant deleting those messages perhaps from?
I had
her
it
phone?
made for you.
Yes.
I figured it'd be cute to have when you get engaged, the 2 of you can hold it and you can be doing your ring. So this is part of your gift.
Thank you.
It's handmade. It smells like wood. It's good.
Call the next witness.
I love it. It looks good. You can hang it in your room. Okay. You getting some rest? Okay. You go back to sleep. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, June. I had to step away. I had a package come in. Is that what you were asking? What's happened, Data K? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does sound weird. I didn't mean to do that. It does sound weird in an American case. My daughter boyfriend is going to propose to her in the near future. Look what I got. Got it from Etsy. So yay. We are still waiting for the baby Evelyn. They said they'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's any minute now.
Yes.
Who is this dude? I thought it'd be cute for their engagement picture. I thought it'd be great for engagement photos. And then I can have the year on the back and everything.
First name is David, last name Diaz, D-A-V-I-D-D-I-A-S.
Oh, I love it when they clean up that mic.
Mr. Diaz, are you currently employed?
I am not, I'm retired.
Where are you retired from?
Retired from Procter & Gamble, Cody, and living in Canada right now.
The
Oh,
jury's
you
heard
had a
some
long journey
background
over
on those
here.
3 companies. Can you tell us what your role was with Procter & Gamble?
Well, in the latest role with Procter & Gamble, when I moved to the U.S., I was head of trade marketing here in Los Angeles at our Woodland Hills office. And then as Procter & Gamble divested in 2016, I kept a similar role with Cody and became a VP of sales for the company and led the integration work between the 2 companies.
During your times first with Procter & Gamble, did you work with Fabio Sementilli?
I did. So in Canada, I was the first Procter & Gamble employee that got transferred to the Wella division. It was an acquisition that Procter & Gamble had done. And so I transitioned September 2006 to assume the leadership role for the Canadian division.
So Procter & Gamble acquired
Wella, correct.
Okay.
And then I met Fabio sometime that September in 2006.
Do you know what Fabio was doing around that time before he came on board?
He owned a salon with his sister, but for the Wella company, he had been what we would have called an independent contractor, top stylist, platform artist for the company, and did education to the stylist community on a contract basis.
Okay, and then if you could explain, as you were starting to say, how he came on board.
So when I came on board, the person that I was assuming the role from, Joy Nuzzi, had said to me, Dave, we've got this stylist. I think he'd like to change careers and join the company, but it's going to be your decision as you get to know him if he's the right person for you, because you're going to be taking over the business. And so as I got to know Fabio through 2006 and into 2007, we had discussions about him coming on as a permanent employee to lead our education team.
And then what happened after that?
After that, he did a fantastic job. We learned a lot from each other because I was more of a corporate guy and he was an artistic mind and very passionate about the industry. So he taught me that part of the business. And I tried to teach the business side of the role that was important that he was walking into as well. And through that time, he then became, with my boss in Los Angeles, a candidate for promotion that we had our eye on to have him transferred to the US. And so I believe it's sometime in 2010, I had the discussion with him about this opportunity, and it would be great for his career and to continue to grow his business side for the business as well, but play a bigger role with the stylist community in North America.
Subsequent to that, did you go to dinner with him and his wife in order to discuss this possible move to the United States?
Yes. For Fabio, he said that getting Monica on board to this move for him, for this career move, was going to be very important, because
I would think it would be important.
He felt that she was very close to her family, her sisters, parents, and this would be a difficult move for her to possibly go, but she would need to understand what was involved in that. So we arranged to take Fabio and Monica, so myself, Ruben Carranza, my boss from Los Angeles, out for dinner, and for me to help explain to Monica what it's like to do a transfer to the U.S.
Trying to.
You're referring to someone by the name of Monica. Do you see that person in court?
I do.
Can you please identify where that person's sitting and what that person's wearing?
At the end of the desk in a black jacket.
And just for time frame, what time frame is this around when you go to dinner?
It was, I have to believe, late winter, spring
Haley
maybe,
Mouse, look,
2010. It was before
I got
a
half
decision
of it
had
done.
to be made to move, and I think
Isn't that
we
interesting,
made the
the
move in the summer of 2010.
before and after?
So it was in around that time.
During this dinner, then, what did you discuss as far as any company benefits?
I explained to her again from my personal experience moving to the U.S. the first time. The company, very, very generous. They try to make it very easy on the family and with awareness what is needed for a spouse as well. So they would handle all the move for the costs. There'd be housing subsidy,
I only
early
got
on to
9
rent.
more to go.
There'd be a purchase plan
After
if they
this one's
chose to
done.
buy a house. There'd be some support for that. There'd be the opportunity for Fabio for greater opportunity for growth in his career as well as it did for me, and that would mean more in stock options that would be available one day should he climb to the next level. Income support to buy a car, as a interest-free loan to do that. There was support, spousal support if they want to do an education program, as well, because it was very important that the whole family was looked after and felt comfortable, because that would then enable, us, the transferee, to do well at our job if we felt that everything was stress-free of the things that are controlled.
So based on after that,
Can I go
dinner,
work
did
at that
the Sementillis
company?
then agree to
Damn.
relocate to Woodland Hills?
They did, yes.
And when was that?
I believe this the fiscal move may have been summer of 2010, but it was sometime in 2010.
Okay.
Dang, can I work at that
Okay,
company?
So after they
Wow.
after they moved to Woodland Hills, what was your relationship then with both the defendant and Miss Fabio Sementilli?
Mine was so I remained in Canada as a Canadian leader. So Fabio, I would see at company meetings, but we'd also dialogue quite a bit. So he'd reach out to me to continue this. What do I do? Almost like a mentor, point of view of things as he tried to adjust to a bigger world and I guess more people with their fingers in the pie as he was trying to, set himself up for success in there as well. Other than that, with Fabio and Monica, there'd be the odd dinner when I'd come to town. I'd visit them at their home that they were renting in Woodland Hills, I think was at the time, and have dinner at their place or just a meetup. Or we'd see each other at company events, Trendsetters, which was our reward recognition, piece as well. We would see each other then. But then I moved away to Australia, but Fabio and I at that point in time then just stayed in touch over career and personal stuff.
So were you his boss then, or did he report to you officially within the chain of command?
When he was in Canada, yes.
When he-
Not in the US.
Okay. All right. Now I want to get to the time frame shortly before Fabio was killed. Were you out in LA for any reason to see him?
I was living in LA. I
Okay.
was working because then I came back from Australia, I believe it was 2014, and remained until 2018. So I was already there for close to 2 years before he was killed.
Okay. So let's talk about the week or so before he was killed. Did you see him?
I did. I was invited over for, I think, lunch on a Saturday or a Sunday. I think it was the Sunday, to their place. I was in town alone. My wife was back in Canada.
When you say their place, was it their home on Queen Victoria?
On Queen Victoria, yes.
Okay.
That was their home.
When you went to lunch, was the defendant and Fabio both there?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I think we had pizza, chit chat. And then, Fabio took me to the garage and showed me a car that he got that I didn't know that he got. It was a Porsche. And then he took me out for a ride.
Okay. And what happened during that ride?
We did
we
man
talked
things.
a lot about the car. And I said, well, when did you get this? And I think he said around Christmas. I said, wow, this is a really nice car. And then he went on to say, Monica wasn't happy when I brought it home because I didn't tell her I bought it, and just brought it home. And then we talked a little bit about career stuff as well that we had started before Christmas. So he'd always take the opportunity to pick my brain on some things that he was thinking about.
After that visit, then that was around, did you say January
15th?
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Did you see him again before he was killed?
I probably would have seen him just at the office earlier in that week, but then I went back to Canada for the following weekend, and then came back the Monday, the 23rd.
During that time frame, the week before, did you notice anything unusual about the relationship between the defendant and Fabio that caught your attention?
Oral.
So I'd always seen them as a very, over the years from 2007 on, very loving couple, happy. It just seemed a little different, to me. There was a little cold. There was, his comment about, what happened when he bought the car. And then he started talking about and asking for my advice about going back home to Canada, and would the company ever consider him taking over the country manager's job in Canada?
So during the week before he was killed, he asked you about going back to Canada?
Yes.
Okay. Did he elaborate why he wanted to go back?
He started talking about, he said it'd probably be good for the family, is what he said, for the girls, for Monica. And he brought it up slightly before Christmas, and then brought it up again. And I said, Fab, this is very different, that you're being serious about this. And as he explained, that he wouldn't elaborate, he just said it'd be good for the family. I said, well, that's a big step back, right? So you had ambitions to move to Geneva. So I was just trying to figure out where his mindset was, and one day becoming the global education guy. And he said, that's going to be hard. As much as it'd be great, that's going to be hard for me to pull off. But maybe I would consider taking a level down, for that. And I said, well, if you're asking my opinion, would the company, said if there's one person in this type of work as a head educator that could pull off a country manager's job, it'd probably be you, with the experience that you've now had in the US. But you just need to understand some of the things that you have today, you won't have financially in the company in the level down. Because when I left Canada for Australia, they re-leveled the role down and made it a more integrated part of the North American business, but required a lower level leader. Prior
to this conversation, then a week before he was killed, had he ever talked to you about moving the family back to Canada?
No, it was just around that time, just before Christmas. And then when I came back and we were driving in the car, and it was the first time that he'd only ever talked about Geneva prior to that.
Were any of these conversations in front of Monica, the defendant?
No, they were always private conversations with me as call it bounce off what he was thinking and what I would think would happen within the company.
Now you talked about Christmas. What was the conversation back in before 2016 Christmas time?
Yeah, so he brought up this thing about Canada, before, but he never really elaborated on the why, right? And he just asked about the opportunities back in back in Canada, and it said,
my ears are up on this.
Since I left. But it was the first time that he ever brought that up, because he's only ever talked about Geneva. But after Christmas, in the new year, is when he opened up that he seriously wanted to consider that.
And he said that he thought it would be good for his family?
Yeah, that was the whole driver for it, because he was a very ambitious and extremely talented individual, and I think the whole company saw that, including the leaders in Geneva, people that I interacted with as well, because when we talked about the move to the U.S., he was identified as an individual that he was going to step in and then step very quickly into the full education leader job, which he did. And he learned very well. He was a great learner and wanted to learn the business side while keeping true to the creative stylist side of the business.
So in the scheme of the company and his progress in the company and career advancement, in your opinion, going back to Canada is a step back?
Yeah, it definitely be a step back. The company has very specific levels for jobs and what they're designated as, and that job would be designated as at least a step or two below where he was in the company.
In November
That's
of 2016, and this is before this
Benny.
Christmas time conversation, in November, were you on a trip?
Oh,
for the company where
happy
the defendant
day.
And Fabio were president.
Yes.
What was that trip for the company?
For the company is our annual recognition trip for the top performers in the company. And we as leaders, department leaders, would always go because we're there to give the official awards to our individual team members and ensure that they are, I would say, enjoying themselves and the fruits of their hard work as well. And we would encourage everybody to bring a spouse or significant other or a son or a daughter to these things as well. We wanted to really make it a family thing.
So during that event, then was there social events such as dinners and things of that nature?
There was organized
What
stuff. And
is
then there
this?
was, it was always.
Did you see that contrived? Look at this. Watch her. That's creepy. Watch her.
So during that event, then was there social events such as dinners and things of that nature?
There was organized.
What's this thing with their
and then
mouth?
There was. It was always designed to have some organized and
That's
lots of
creepy.
free time because we didn't want to structure the employees. So here I am. I'm at a company work event again, and it was encouraged that people would stick together with their spouses or whoever they brought along to really not feel like they were working all day long.
Now, just during the work events, so the dinners, things of that nature, where it was the company, were you able to observe the interactions between Fabio and the defendant?
Yes, in particular, I was the MC of the final night, the awards night. So yes, I would have seen them there.
And how did they appear to interact with each other?
They appeared to interact, that evening. Great. The hotel I called out. I actually called them both out from the mic and told the audience that this is the hotel where Monica and Fabio had their honeymoon when they were married and went to Hawaii. They danced up a storm, all night long.
While you were in Hawaii, then did you and your wife then, was your wife with you?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you have any one-on-one interaction with the defendant and Fabio?
We did throughout, but the main night was when everybody was gone. We stayed on an extra night, and I believe they may have as well. And we had done something prior in Maui years before. We went out together as couples, just the four of us. Just everybody else is gone. The rest of the organization is gone as well. So now it's just us, and we are done. Fabio and I are done the work side of things.
And then did you go to dinner?
Yes, we did.
During that dinner, how was the interaction between the defendant and Fabio that you observed?
Very different than what I've experienced in the past.
How so?
It wasn't as social. It wasn't as interactive as we've had in the past, or even the night before. Felt very cold, and it almost didn't happen because Fabio said, "I don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off, and that we're going to be able to make it." And said, "Well, we said, it's up to you." And then we finally did at the hotel, but it just seemed more cold and distant.
And is that something that you noticed prior to this case ever coming to light?
No, it was very unusual
Okay.
for them, and I think overall it was more of an unusual trip as well. Other than the night of the awards night, it was like there they are on stage dancing up a storm, and it was, yeah.
So the night that you had dinner when the company's not there, there's no
Company's-
party.
Yeah,
Did their relationship appear different to you? Is what I
yeah,
guess I'm asking.
yes. That's what I was trying to say. It's very cold, different. It wasn't as social as it typically had been. Not a lot of laughter, and almost didn't happen.
Did you notice during this trip the defendant ever any of her actions? Was she by
Yeah, because
herself with other
there's
people?
a lot of downtime, as I said earlier, because the company didn't want to structure it. So we'd be sitting at the beach. Fabio would be with
Yeah,
his
that's kind of
group
how
of
I took it,
educators
June.
or other managers as well. And Monica spent a lot of time walking the beach with their on the phone and with their I guess earpods in or whatever the string earphones would be in, back and forth. And it was just again less group interaction at that time.
The day of the actual murder, January 23rd, 2017, how did you hear about it?
I had just gotten home from work. I flew in that morning, went to work, and then probably left around 5:30 or so. And I lived across the street from the office, walking distance,
And what city is this again?
in Woodland Hills. And so I could see it. And so I just hightailed it home with the time zone changes, dead tired. And then my colleague, Bob Lucian, called me, may have been just after 6 or so. And he said, Dave, you got to come back to the office. And I said, what do I need to come back for the office for? I just got home. It's been a long day. And said, you got to come back to Sal's office. And I was still not understanding why. And then, because I wasn't responding right away, he said, Fabio's dead. Come back. We got to go. You got to come and we got to talk. And I went straight back to the office, to Sal's office, and Bob was already there. I think Henry eventually joined us as well. I know he was there when we left the office to go over to their place.
So you went with those other individuals.
Yeah, there was 4 of us.
To the Sementilli residence.
Yeah, it wasn't the residence. We didn't know what we were walking into because it was all taped off. We introduced ourselves to the officer where the yellow tape was, and he walked us up to a house across the street from the Sementilli residence.
Did you see the defendant that night then?
I did.
And how did she appear to you?
She appeared very distraught, a lot of heavy breathing, a lot of choppy words. And
No tears.
Yeah, it was just shaking a lot.
Did you see any tears?
I don't recall seeing tears, just a lot of, heavy breathing and trying to get words out.
Do you recall anything about a conversation with her that night when you walked up and first met her?
I remember giving her a hug. There's all kinds of, people there, people behind her. There was the forest, and she hugged me back, and the only thing that I remember said, I'm going to need your help with the company. And I said, we're going to be, we're here to help you, whatever we have to do. We're here. And that was about the extent of things that night.
Okay. Do you remember her saying anything to you about any requests for help that night?
Not as specific. There is, it kept saying I don't understand the company stuff, but it was like a very short conversation. But then we committed to coming back the next day And then that's when we sat down.
The next day, then you went back to, was it the Sementilli house?
To the Sementilli house. And the day was whatever after the house, and I think the morning had been cleaned after the, I don't know, detectives or forensic people, whoever had been there. And when they were allowed back in, we went back to their house and went actually into the house.
So that was on the 24th of January?
I believe it was the 24th. That Tuesday seems to ring a bell. If that was the day that they were allowed back in, we, I think, came that afternoon.
Who did you go with to the house?
I thought Sal was there, likely Henry. And I don't recall who else.
When you went to the house, then did you sit down and have a chance to actually talk with the defendant?
I did on the living room couch.
While you're on the couch with the defendant, who's involved in the conversation?
At that point, I think it was just myself.
Okay, Kale, this is what's going on. The defendant, the woman sitting there, was married to Fabio. Fabio was a very famous hairdresser who ended up getting into contract with this company that he's speaking of. In education, they teach about color, new styles, new techniques. Anyway, he was making approximately $220,000 a year. This is his wife. She turns out to be a swinger. If you know what a swinger is, if you don't know what a swinger is, Google it. I'm not going to say on my channel and get banned for it. And she had a boyfriend that Fabio didn't know about, obviously. And she and the boyfriend conspired to unalive her husband for a insurance dagnabbit. To unalive her husband for an insurance policy that was worth the $1.6 million. Now, he had 3 children, 2 girls by her and a boy by another wife. And so basically her boyfriend, who was a triple X rated male actor, star, it became very intimate. And he ended up unaliving Fabio on the back patio of their home where Fabio loved to sit and smoke his cigar. The company that he worked for, which is the guy here, we've had several people testifying, went above and beyond the call of duty and fronted her 6 months worth of income. So for up to 6 months after his passing, out of their kindness of their heart, they went ahead and gave her his salary. That also afforded the insurance and everything else to maintain and keep running. He also had some stocks and bonds and all kinds of things. So she was, I would think, with the house and everything, the car, and with everything, she stood to make approximately $2 million in total. Not her personally, but the children and her. So this is a big murder for hire. And one of the boyfriends, the boyfriend and his friend who did the deed on her behalf will be testifying against her. This guy works for the corporation that Fabio worked for, and you've heard his testimony. But the thing is that there were a ring of burglaries that was happening. Hold on a minute. There were a ring of burglaries that was happening in the neighborhood. So they tried to make this look like one of those uh, those who unalived Fabio tried to make it look like a burglary, but they didn't take his Rolex watch that was on his arm. And there's a lot of things they did wrong. They even one of them cut his hand with a knife while he was doing the unaliving. But here's the other thing. Not only was she wanting to have him unalived and all that stuff was going on, and she was with this other guy, she had to make sure that the cameras in the home, the security cameras were removed. So the people who came into the home and did the unaliving for her knew and removed. The only thing that was missing were the security cameras, which to me is insane. And she also had the security app installed on her phone so she could watch everything that was happening. The bad thing was he was on Bravo as a TV show. Yeah. The other thing was, which I find utterly disgusting and gross and appalling, is she laid in wait for her 16-year-old daughter to come home to find the father unalive on the back porch before she showed up. Yeah, well, but the people who had been doing all the burglaries in that neighborhood for years, had been stealing the watches. But you're right. But anyway, the biggest thing that got me in this is that she allowed her daughter, knowingly allowed her daughter to come home and find her father unalive on the back porch. And they did accidentally show the picture unedited, and it was brutal. Brutal. Depraved mind is right. So for me, I'm just kind of like, y'all, this woman's sick. And I don't understand how this woman could sit there and be where she is. I would have, if I did this, I would have pled guilty and saved everybody a whole lot of time and money. But she is looking at life. So if you're looking at life, you don't have anything to lose. So that's this. Yesterday was pretty boring in both cases. Now I did see some camera movement. In the let me get up here and double check everything. Okay, they went from we're on lunch break to a seal, so we're getting close. They were supposed to start 30 minutes ago.
And her, I think of the group, I'd probably be the more well known because I've known them for a longer period of time than others. So from what I recall, it was the two of us, and then
Yeah, well, the other two, the two
around,
people that unalived him are going to be
island as the people
testifying
came
against
in,
her.
sat there for a
They
while,
made deal agreements
moved
flat out.
away. Yes,
So
They
did
didn't
you
go to
have
trial.
then, you had a conversation with the defendant?
I did.
Can you explain what occurred during that
Yeah.
conversation?
So she said, Dave, we're going to need some help. I don't understand, the company stuff that Sal had. And insurance, stocks, and stuff like that. I don't know how we're going to survive financially.
Did she ask you about life insurance?
I believe it was life insurance that she said, because she definitely said the company insurance, because the company did have policy for executives and employees of, I think it was 2 times salary or something like that was available to us. And she was asking about the insurance and how, but she doesn't know the details about it or how to access it or who to talk to. And I said, well, Henry is the one that, is going to look after pulling everything together. And that would include the stocks, that stock plan that Fabio was in within the company, and the new Cody programs, as well.
So is it fair that she was expressing to you that she didn't know anything about?
Yes,
the
and
life-
she was going to need help where to locate it.
One moment, I'm sorry. Overruled.
Let me rephrase that. Let me finish the question. Sorry, so we
Yeah.
don't talk over each other for the
Okay.
court reporter. I guess my question is, did she, was she, based on what you just testified to, was it basically she was telling you she didn't understand how the insurance and all that worked?
Yes,
Okay.
it can be very complicated because there's so many different components to the company programs and what he signed up for.
Did she appear to think that he had, did she say to you that she knew about his life insurance and just didn't know how it worked?
Yeah, it was more that it didn't know how everything worked
Okay.
and needed help to what all the things were.
All right. And then what happened?
I had said to her that we have somebody here, Henry. He will pull all that stuff together for you. I don't know what the details are specifically. I know the different elements, but I don't know what Fabio had. But it's Henry's role, and when he's ready, he will come back and walk you through everything.
Now, this being the day after the murder that occurred, did you ever go out on the patio where Fabio had been killed?
Yes. So at one point in that afternoon, Monica wanted to go have a smoke, and that would have been taking us out to the patio.
Did she show you the actual location?
Yes, she said, and here's where they killed Fabio.
I would not be out there.
Was there anything that you noticed about that location?
I mean, all the furniture was set back where it normally is. I really struggled being there. I tried not to look at his chair.
Overruled.
I wouldn't
Because
want to
me,
be
it
out
was
there.
a very uncomfortable place to be and very, to me, odd. I didn't want to be there. In there was fine inside the house. I didn't want to be on the patio and be sitting across from where he would normally sit.
So the day after the murder, when she's showing you the chair where Fabio had been murdered, was she crying?
She was talking in chopped words, heavy breathing.
See any tears?
No.
That chair, was there anything on the chair?
I don't recall there being anything on the chair that day. It was just an empty chair.
And did everything appear to be cleaned up?
Yes, everything seemed to be cleaned up. Around the whole house where we were, everything was sort of
Pristine.
clean.
And not to be too graphic, but you didn't see any blood outside?
I did not.
Okay, or inside?
Oh, no.
Was that the basis of your conversation with her that day, or was anything else of any significance that day?
That day, no.
Now, did you end up going back to the Sementilli residence?
I did.
When was that?
Probably a couple days later, maybe the Thursday. I think Henry, came as well, because the purpose is, Henry had an overview to share with Monica, and so I went over around that time. I don't know if we went in the same car, but we were definitely there for that purpose.
What do you mean an overview?
Henry's job was to pull together all of the components of Fabio's whatever stock options with the
Benefits.
company, life insurance, any other. There was stuff because he was a Canadian employee, as I was. The Canadian employees were on a different program before coming to the U.S. There was a different retirement program based there. All the value components that Henry was able to pull together. I didn't see them, but he had it on a spreadsheet to walk her through the details.
And this was then within the week of him being killed, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you present when Henry went over the benefits
No, I went to talk to Monica first on the couch, and she said she asked about the benefits and life insurance and stocks and stuff like that. And I said, well, that's what Henry is here for. He has everything ready for you to walk you through it. And I know Fabio's sister Morella was there at the time. I can't remember if Monica's sister may have been there as well. And I said to her, so he's here ready to take you through all this. And she was, heavy breathing and distraught, I guess, and said, do you want Morella to come sit with you, while he walks you through that? Because, she didn't seem stable, I guess.
Okay.
To have somebody there with her as he walked her through the stuff. And she said no. And so I then walked over to Henry, and then they went off somewhere else in the house. And I don't know what happened from there.
Okay, and again, you said heavy breathing,
Yeah.
things of that nature. You didn't describe any tears. Did you see any tears?
No.
Did you ever see the defendant crying with tears?
I wouldn't say with tears, but no.
You
No.
saw
But
heavy breathing?
heavy breathing, grasping, short words.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than when you had the conversations with her about benefits, insurance, things of that nature, did she ever ask you for anything else?
No, she never asked me for anything
Did she
else.
ever ask you for any help relocating from the residence?
No.
Did she ever ask you for any help with security in her residence or upgrading the security?
No.
Did you attend then the wake that they had in the backyard on January 29th, 2017?
I did.
And when you went to that wake, did you go there with anybody?
And I showed up by myself. Most everyone there I would know, whether it be family that was there, employees, some of the stylist group contractors, and so on. So I knew most everybody, and so I went and then gathered with people that I knew.
So at this point, you had known Fabio since 2006. Okay. So how big was this group of people that was there?
It was quite large. It was like the patio side had lots of people there all around the pool. The company brought in.
Why would you have a wake at the house right where he was unalived? That's creepy.
Yeah. So all around the pool, on my right-hand side of the pool, there was lots of tables, people, and a catering group doing tacos.
Exhibit 9 is up on the screen. It's the backyard patio. Do you recognize that?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, sorry. Exhibit 9, page 19, for the record. Did you go through the house and come out the back door to the patio then?
Yes, I did. That's the normal entrance, right? So through the kitchen, through that patio, and into that area. I've been there many times.
When you walk onto the patio, you came from the kitchen, which is the furthest window that just leads off the patio. When you came out through the patio, was that where all the people were congregated?
There's quite a few people congregated there, and then all the way to the back and all the way around the right-hand side.
Did you notice anything or someone that you didn't recognize?
Yes. I don't know who it was, but when I was walking through, noticed someone, because most people there were people known to Lella, or known to me, either close or not close. But I didn't stay very long because that's still an area that was very uncomfortable being in. But I walked through. But when you see someone that you don't recognize, you sort of say, well, I wonder who that is. And then I just kept walking and then left that area and then did not go back to that area.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit 46. Did you see this person there?
I believe that's the person I saw because I remember a guy in a leather jacket.
Is that the person that stood out to you as someone you didn't recognize?
Yes.
Now, when you came out through the patio, I put exhibit 9 back up, page 19, where was he at?
I thought he was sitting down on the couch in the patio or the patio.
There's a patio.
Yeah, with the
overhang.
chair on the other side. I thought he was sitting there as I walked through.
And that caught your attention?
Yeah, because again, everybody else, you're going through, you recognize people, and then you see someone that you don't recognize, but you say, well, I don't necessarily know everybody, but
At the time that you saw him, did you see where the defendant was?
I don't recall.
Did you ever notice the defendant speaking with that individual?
No, because I stayed away from that area.
And then, if I may reference People's Exhibit 107, it's a photograph of an individual circled. It says Robert Baker at Wake. It's page, well, it has a 6 in the bottom left corner, but it's Exhibit 107 if I may mark it.
Yes.
Okay, just to orient then, there's an individual circle. Does that appear to be the same individual that you recognized in People's 46?
Yeah, so from the picture on the right where it's blown up, that
Yes.
looks more like
Okay.
the person I didn't recognize.
And then what's along the building right there? What was that, if you remember?
I don't know if there was food or drink in that area.
Okay, and then this chair right here, do you recognize that?
Yes, that was like Fabio's favorite chair where he'd sit and watch TV and talk whenever we gather. That's usually where he sat.
And you had been there before and seen him sitting in that chair?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Was that kind of known as his chair?
Yeah, it's his chair.
What were the items on the chair right there? I know that's a grainy photo, so going back to your own memory of that night.
I think there was what I recall, there was a picture of him. I don't recall because again, as I walked by, I tried not to look at it. I can't remember I think the cigar I gave him the week before, because I know he loved cigars, may have been on that chair as well. But again, I did not look at it in detail because I felt very uncomfortable in that space.
If I may mark this, People's 108, it's a photograph of a close-up of a chair with some items on it entitled Defendant Sementilli Shrine to Victim Fabio at Wake.
Yes.
Exhibit 108, from that night, is that what you recall being in the chair?
Yeah, there was a bunch of things, but the picture I remember, the picture stood out because that's what caught my eye of Fabio.
Okay, that's a picture of Fabio.
Yes.
Now what about up here, this,
Yeah, of course, Big Daddy hair, because he wore that a lot. He took a lot of selfies on airplanes, with it. But yeah, that's.
did you ever see an Instagram post by the defendant of this chair? If you recall?
Yes.
If I may mark this People's 109, it is a photograph of the chair with the Big Daddy hat along with, to the right of it, Instagram business records.
Yes.
108, that chair, is that the chair?
That's the chair, and that's the cigar I gave him.
That's the cigar you gave
Yeah, I
him?
think that was the Cuban cigar I gave him.
Okay, and that's the same Big Daddy hat that you always saw him in?
But he wore that a lot.
After this wake, then, did you attend any of the other memorials for Fabio?
I attended the funeral in Toronto. I flew back for that funeral home and the church. I'm recalling the date of the company event with the tent outside of our Woodland Hills office. I attended that. But I didn't attend anything else in Canada other than the funeral home and the funeral.
After the memorials occurred, then did you continue to reach out to offer any assistance to the defendant?
I asked my wife Patty to reach out to her and say, whenever you come to town, reach out to Monica, and see if, get together with her for lunch, which she did the odd time, and then come mid-March, it just sort of stopped.
And what do you mean it stopped? On whose end?
When asked to, line something up with Monica, and said, well, no, she said she was busy.
Go ahead.
So, and said, so Patty, did you get a hold of her? And said, no, she's not able to. She's going to Las Vegas with some girlfriends to get away from everything. And then I think there was another attempt maybe around May, and she just wasn't available. And so, no. And she didn't reach back out to me at all for anything, because the people who could immediately help were on it.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions.
McCross.
Good morning. Mr.
Good morning.
Diaz. You were interviewed in this case for the first time in March of 2021.
I don't recall the dates, but may have been in March 21.
Do you recall that it was several years after the arrest, Monica was arrested?
Yes.
Were you interviewed more than one time by the detectives or the prosecutors in this case?
I don't recall that I was, but I don't recall.
Okay. When you were interviewed by the detectives and the prosecutors at that time, would you say your memory, being only maybe 3 or 4 years after the arrest, was better than as you sit here today?
I think of the things that I spoke of. These things were very clear to me, very embedded in my mind, because they're very specific moments. I think the only thing would be the evening of when we went to see Monica. I mean, that was your mind isn't always clear because there's so much going on, but the key points are very clear to me.
Okay, we are now going to go back over to this trial. They are trying to lay the groundwork, of course, and they're doing a good job of it, of course. Hold on, I'm going to get my legs up on this, turn the heating pad on. Get comfy. We do not have any sound. I have the sound turned on, so the court
Message, it was an error. Everything else matches up. There are gaps in the conversations, which is concerning to me that they are not sequential. So the jury could be, I think the jury is left with a impression that these are screenshots. I think that's what several of us in the room thought when they were coming in. So without waiving my earlier motion for a mistrial, my suggestion would be, if the court, since the court has denied that, the court craft a curative instruction to explain to the jury that these are not screenshots. These are text messages selected by the state, which are a portion of the text messages contained on a telephone download. I think that in fairness would at least let the jury know that this is.
I agree.
Because, for instance, there could be more conversation between Megan Boswell and Bailey Hawkins. There could be more conversation between there, and it may not be relevant, but to make it look like they haven't had any more conversations between there, it's like they're talking about this and they're talking about it again.
Hello?
I think we just need for the jury to know that it's somehow
Matt, I can't
these
hear
are
you. I don't have
portions
my
of
age in.
conversations, and what the state is deemed to be relevant to their case.
And Judge, I don't have any problem with you giving them an instruction, telling them that's a portion. To the extent it anyway insinuates or infers that there's like stuff that's been left out that might otherwise. I mean, yesterday we were arguing about how cumulative everything was. I mean, part of the reason we didn't do that was to avoid having 20 pages of text messages read to the jury that had nothing to do with the case. So that's part of the reason why they were clipped the way that they were. But, as Mr. Scott said, there's nothing that's been left out or any way misleads the jury in any way. So I have no problem with the court giving an instruction as to explain what those messages, that whether they're taken from Facebook or Instagram or text, are. I don't have any problem with that at all.
I'll do that when we bring the jury back in.
Your Honor, so far as Exhibit 93 goes, would that be for the exhibit in dispute? Would that be for ID only at this point?
For this, well,
I know.
I can't actually make it ID only at this point because it's been partially shown to the jury. I've got to talk with them about that as well. But what I will do is I will make it not published to the jury further.
Okay.
Okay. So Sherry, you need to make a note that 93 does not go back to the jury at the end of the plea.
Check me, make sure.
No toilet paper in the bathroom. Mama. Look before you go, people. Thank you, Haley Mouse. Yes, y'all need to like. It's on the banner. Put that in your comments if you liked it. Wow. So what are they doing? Emergency? Yeah, exactly. What are they doing? Are they admitting every email into evidence right now?
Was the motion for mistrial, did we make that sidebar, or did you make that?
It was made for the record. It's in the record.
It's in, I just want to make sure. Okay. Stay ready to proceed.
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Oh, maybe we've got a remedy.
You were still on your direct.
Miss Erica Stacy.
Yep. We'll go ahead and have her. If the jury's ready, we'll bring them in.
Everyone stand.
How about all rise and said, everyone stand? Make it a little bit nicer.
May be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We had an issue that we had to get sorted. The last exhibit that was flashed up on the screen, the very bottom blue box contains some information in there that shouldn't have been put up. I'm instructing you not, if you read it, it wasn't there long. If you read it, I'm instructing you not to consider it for any purpose during your deliberations. Does each and every juror understand that instruction? If you do, raise your right hand. The record reflects that all the jurors raise their right hand. Now, The other thing I want to talk to you about, just very briefly, and I'm not commenting on the evidence at all. Some of these exhibits appear to be screenshots of conversations, either text, Facebook, Instagram, whatever other social media platform that they're on. It is. And they're not actual screenshots. They are snippets of conversations taken from a phone extraction that was done. Okay, and I just want you to understand that. Which means that it's not necessarily a sequential stream of conversations back and forth. Does everybody understand that? No? All right. I think that's it. I believe Miss Stacy was on the witness stand. You will come up, Miss Stacy? Miss Stacy, you're still under it. No, you're still under it. Speak there and speak up in your mouth. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Give Mr. Scott just a second to look at them. Okay, I'm going to pass you a document to see if you recognize it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Messages between Maggie and myself.
Okay, and when you say Maggie, are you talking about Megan Boswell?
Megan, yes,
Okay.
sorry.
And what is the date of those messages?
January the 8th, 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 94, please.
Mr. Scott? No objection.
Permission to publish?
Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can make that a little bit bigger. Okay. So what does Megan tell you at 4:34 on January 8th, 2020?
That her and Hunter are for sure coming tonight, meaning church. We tried to come on New Year's, but there wasn't a service.
Okay, what did you say in response?
I've been worried to death about you. Are you okay?
Okay, and then what did you say after that?
Did you and Evelyn have a good Christmas?
And then what did Megan say to you?
My phone is broken. LOL. We did. Did you all?
Okay. The second part of that exhibit. And then how did you respond to Megan?
We sure did. I'll bring your presents tonight and give them to you. So are you and Hunter a couple?
And what did Megan say in response?
More or less, LOL. Ethan's leaving to go home tomorrow, so I won't have Evelyn tonight, but I'll bring her next week.
Okay, and what did you say to Megan?
Okay, what does Evelyn think of Hunter?
And what is Megan saying?
She's not really been around him much because Ethan's in and has had her a lot. He won't get another break until he's out in September.
I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to pass another document to you.
Okay.
I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Again, messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date of those messages?
February 24th of 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation on that date?
Yes.
Okay, but ask that be made exhibit number 95. Permission to publish.
Oh. Okay. Nice. Before the night.
Okay. So it looks like this happened after Evelyn had been, or you had been notified that Evelyn was missing. Is that right?
Mhm.
And what do you say to Megan?
Can you tell me who has or had Evelyn? I'm worried sick about her.
And then what does Megan say to you?
My mom did. That's why TBI was looking for that BMW and she's being questioned.
And then what did you say to Megan?
What did your mom do with Evelyn? The news said she wasn't with them.
And then what question do you ask Megan here?
Has she had her this entire time?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm just trying to gather pictures of her, but thanks though.
Is that the first time she told you something different than Ethan?
Yes.
Having Evelyn? Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Okay.
Miss Stacy, my name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. It's my understanding you knew Megan through her dating your son, Caleb.
Yes, sir.
When did they date?
It was spring of 2019.
Okay. So how old was Evelyn the first time you met her?
Oh, goodness. I honestly do not remember. It was early spring.
Okay, so sometime around March. Was that a fair estimate?
March or April. Yeah.
Okay. So she'd have been somewhere 4 to 5 months old.
Yeah, I was going to say 5 or 6, maybe. I don't know.
Because she was born in November, so if it
Right.
were 6, that would put the relationship into May. Was it that
Okay.
late?
I want to say they started dating somewhere around April.
Okay. So how often would you see Evelyn with Megan?
Anytime I saw Megan, Evelyn was with her.
Okay. And I'm assuming when you saw Evelyn with her, you never saw any signs of abuse or neglect. Is that fair
I
to
did
say?
not.
Were you able to ascertain the relationship between the two of them? Did Megan come across you as a loving mother?
It seemed perfectly normal. Most babies that age tend to cling to mom, and Evelyn did that.
Okay. What was Megan's personality like back then?
She was usually kind of quiet till she got to know us a little bit better, and then she would come in and she would just have normal conversations with us.
At that point, she wasn't unfriendly.
No,
You described her earlier as being unemotional.
the one time that we were in the car together, yes.
That was different than her normal personality.
Yes.
You think you described her as unemotional? She could have been withdrawn. Would that be a fair assessment too?
Numb.
Numb. Just
Would be a good description.
okay.
Good point, Haley.
Just want to make sure I'm clear. Did you ever see any interaction with Megan and Evelyn where Evelyn wasn't dressed appropriately, she was dirty, or anything like that?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Okay, so I'm assuming you thought she was a good mother.
I did.
When is the last time that you saw Evelyn?
September 11th, 2019.
Ms. Stacy, I thank you for being here and for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Redress.
No, Your Honor.
May she be excused.
Yes, Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stacy, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
She's
All right,
like,
Nick.
State would call Randy Wood.
get me out of here. Go have a good cry, Mama. You did good, but it's hard. I have to say, people have no idea how hard it is. Yeah, me too. I'm still all about my babies. They ain't small.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
Randy Wood.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
See. Good, Jim.
Thank you, Judge. You're Randy Wood, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Wood, where were you living back in 2019?
Let's see, 217 Sandy Point Drive in Blumpville.
All right.
I know where
Is that
Blumpville
Sullivan
is.
County?
Sullivan County.
Okay. And just for context, kind of tell us where that's located. Where is
It's
that?
located in Barefoot Landing on the lake.
Okay. Out by the lake out there?
Yes.
Behind
Behind the airport.
Airport. Okay. All right. Now, we've heard some mention earlier in the trial about Preston Hunter Wood. Is he your son?
Yes, he is.
All right. Now, back in December of 2019, did you open a restaurant here in Blumpville?
I did.
All right. If you would kind of tell us what it was and what you were serving.
The name of it was Hunter T's Chicken Shack. I was the only owner of the place. It was right there on Highway 75.
All right.
I sold chicken, roasted chicken.
Okay. Was it a sit-down restaurant?
No, it was a drive-through, just like Pal's.
All right. And it's over there right across kind of from Northeast State.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you were the only owner. Did you have employees, people that worked for
Yes. Yes.
you? Okay. How many people? How many
Well,
employees?
let's see. We interviewed. We hired everybody that filled the application out because usually there only about a half shows up the day you open up. So I probably had about 12 employees.
Okay. And who made the decision as far as who was being hired or not?
I did.
Okay. And one of those employees that showed up to apply for a job and work there, did you know Megan Boswell?
I didn't know her till she filled the application out. That's the first time I met her.
Okay. And did she apply for a job with you?
Yes.
And did you hire her?
Yes.
And do you see Miss Boswell sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you would point her out and describe what she's
She's
wearing.
sitting right over there with the glasses on.
Judge, for the record, he's identified.
Is that good?
All right. Mr. Wood, what do you remember what day you opened?
It was the first Monday in December, and it was the second.
Okay. Second day of December, is that 2019?
Yes.
All right. Was Miss Boswell working that day?
Yes.
Okay.
All hands
And
on deck that
you mentioned
day.
you didn't have a whole lot of employees. Who was in charge of making the schedule and deciding?
Jason Frissett made the schedule and everything.
Okay. Was your son Hunter an employee there?
Yes.
All right. What did Hunter do?
He was mainly just an employee. Because Jason sort of run the place when I wasn't there.
All right. So Hunter and Megan worked there as co-workers.
Yes.
Did you work there at the restaurant? Were you there on a regular basis or?
Pretty much so, Yes.
Okay. So you saw Hunter and you saw Megan together at the restaurant. That's a fair
Yes.
statement.
Yes.
All right. Where was your son Hunter living at that time?
He was living with me at that time.
Okay. Your house
Out that lake. Yes.
Okay.
Out there.
Did he have a vehicle that he drove then?
Yes. He had a Ford truck, what he drove.
All right. At some point in time, did you realize that your son Hunter was in a dating relationship with Megan Boswell?
Well, it is a weird situation, to be honest with you, because she got her car repoed one day at the chicken shack. And I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day. And, because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All right.
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay, she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want. Okay. I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Okay. Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever did she ever bring Evelyn over?
The baby never was in my house.
Okay. Did she ever bring any high chairs or playpens?
No, nothing.
Diapers, baby bottles?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever see your son Hunter around? Evelyn?
No.
Okay. How often did you see Hunter at that time?
Every day.
Okay. Now, your son Hunter, does he still live with you?
No, he started living with his mother, but he's at hospital at the moment.
Okay. He's at a hospital. Where is he in a hospital?
Marion, Virginia.
All right. Is that a mental hospital?
Yes.
How long has he been there?
2 months.
Okay.
Hence, he will
have
not
you been
be
up there to see him
testifying.
at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Would he
his
be able
condition?
to come into this courtroom and testify?
No.
That's one way to protect him.
You mentioned that he'd been there
Just
for about 2
saying,
months.
you
Yes.
thought it.
Had he had
Just saying, and you
mental
thought
health
it.
problems prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start having mental health problems?
Well, when he got accused of being a baby killer.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
I'll just draw it. I will draw it.
Bye. There it is, Miss America. There it is. He done said it. Good for you, Daddy. And he has a right to be mad. I would be mad. I'd be upset.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Jess?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off. Let's talk about your son. It's Preston Hunter Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said he hadn't had any mental problems till people accused him of being a baby killer.
That's true.
Okay. Since then, he has had quite a few mental problems. Is that
true?
Okay. He has been diagnosed as being schizophrenic, suffered hallucinations.
That's probably true. Yes.
Has he been violent towards you or his mother?
No.
Never been violent towards his mother?
No, as far as I know, we're divorced.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not there.
And you say that if
Damn it.
he were brought
Your
into
answer.
this courtroom, he wouldn't be in his right mind to testify.
That's very true.
Could you describe his state to us a little bit more?
Well, he talks about things sometimes you don't really know what he's talking about. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to put it. It's sad. I mean, this young man was a 4.0 student in school. Now he's, I don't know if he's ever going to function in his life again.
Does he hallucinate?
I don't know if he hallucinates, where you call it. I don't know, what the definition of hallucinate. I mean,
You're not a doctor.
Sidebar.
Wow. Hi, Journey. How you doing? Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. I was working hard on this needlework, let me tell you. I'd like to get this one done today. When I mean done, I meant blacked out. I don't mean done. Still probably another 30 hours worth of work to do. Each one of these takes me about 45 hours. Last I added.
What do you observe when you visit your son?
I would look at the honor and say, Your Honor.
Just talk about anything.
I would say, Your Honor, no offense, but my son has the right to privacy. And I am not comfortable sharing this information. And I would ask the judge to rule on it because his son has rights, even though he is in a psych hospital. And this to me is treading on those violation of rights.
It's pleasant.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is he able to talk with you about things that make sense, or does it not make sense to you? The things he talks about with you, does it make sense always?
No.
Has he talked about Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Are you aware that he has in the past been diagnosed with violent threats, hallucinations? And delusions?
No.
Okay. Would that surprise you if I told you that's the case?
It'd give me a little shocker, yes. Yeah, because I'd never seen it.
So you don't know about that?
I've never seen that before.
Okay, I'll move on. Have you ever seen him be aggressive?
No.
Is there any security measures about as far as when you visit with him that requires him to be restrained or anything?
No.
I don't like this line of questioning.
When you talk to him, does he talk about things that are not real, things that are not there?
Well, he talks about the future sometimes, like maybe taking a cruise or things of that nature. Just good stuff.
Never bad stuff.
Never. We don't talk about bad stuff. No.
Okay.
Poor guy. Yeah, see, that's what bothers me about society is we label people. We put people in places that they is not. I'm a knitter, Journey. I got back into it before lockdown and had a break until 2 years ago. My nan was in there too. I do Native American beadwork. This is going to end up looking like this. I have 10 of these to finish.
Small. Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
Pardon me?
Has Hunter ever discussed anyone stealing his thoughts with you?
One more time, okay?
Has Hunter ever told you that someone or something steals his thoughts?
He usually informed me with everything. Yes, talk to me about everything.
So he's told you that some.
Judge, I object to hearsay.
It is hearsay, but
I mean, you know,
it's kind of a unique situation. I'm sorry.
Sidebar.
How many of you feel that this is a comfortable and how many of you think the lawyer should stop this line of questioning? I'm not comfortable with it.
Mr. Wood, can you hear me okay?
sometimes I can hear you, but at the very beginning, you go real low and then you get higher.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Let me ask you this. Has Hunter ever talked to you about someone or something stealing his thoughts?
Stealing his thoughts?
Yeah. Been able to read his mind?
No, he's never done that to me.
Are you aware of him ever talking to you about aluminum foil preventing that?
He's said some stuff off the wall stuff, you know. I will say that.
So that wouldn't surprise you?
It probably wouldn't surprise me, no.
They're going to try and create. Oh, I see where they're going.
Sir, I've handed you a photograph. Could you identify that?
I see where they're going. They're going to. Oh, y'all, do you see the writing on the wall? Do you see the writing on the wall? They're going to blame his son for the unaliving of the baby and say that he was out of his mind and she couldn't stop it. Watch it. I love
That
this
is
shuttle
my
explorer sitting there. I just love that.
Son standing in front of the Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
You say your son, Hunter
Preston Hunter Wood.
Preston Hunter.
Yes.
Judge, we would offer that as the next exhibit, and I don't think it will fit on the projector to publish to the jury. I'll just ask that it, okay. We'll give it a try.
Sorry. It would be generally objection.
No objection.
Full exhibit 96.
And that's the picture we're showing the jury. That's what you just identified, sir.
Yes.
I have just one moment, Judge. Judge, I may need just a minute.
They're going to try put reasonable doubt on his son. That's where this is going. What do y'all think? Yep.
Sir, answer this only if you're aware. Are you aware of anything in his medical history about his thoughts about people or things stealing his thoughts?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so you're not aware that it's there?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Wood, thank you for being here.
No, maybe excuse.
Yes.
He ain't going to be happy about that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I don't think it was Hunter, but Ding, 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 ding. I connected dots. What was used to strangle the baby? Anybody remember? Ding, 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 ding. The bell. I need to get a bell. I have a boxing bell, but you can't hear it. Can y'all hear that? I had a bell. Dang it, it's still not working. Foil was wrapped tightly around the little girl's neck. Oh my gosh. She may get off. They tied it together. The father didn't validate it, but obviously they have records to validate what they're saying. But it was trash bag with foil. And they're going to say that Hunter unalived the baby in a manic state, thinking that he was saving the baby from the bad people. And he unalived that baby and did that. They are going to put that doubt into the jury's mind. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. And I know some people may not agree with me, but why else would you bring up foil hats? Why else would you bring any of that up? Now, you could also turn it into, well, they probably didn't even do that, to be honest. Tinfoil, if it's wrapped the way they're saying it was, it's near impossible, but I don't know. They did not say so, as far as prints. But what they could say is that she, and I would be more along the lines of, she tried to set him up for the fall. And that's how the prosecution could spin this. But y'all, this has just taken a turn down crazy street. I'm not kidding. This has just taken a turn down crazy street. Psychotic street.
Sidebar.
How is the sound of that music in your ears? Is it too loud? I don't want to blow y'all away. The problem is when I put the sound that's comfortable for me, I lose my own voice in the microphone. Maybe if I turn, no, I don't want to do that. Y'all, I see the writing on the wall. They're going to blame it on him because he's crazy.
Everyone, please stand.
Now what's happening?
Here. I don't expect it to be long.
That guy has a good pair of teeth, let me tell you. Can't help but notice that smile.
10-minute recess.
Well, how convenient are we? How convenient is it that there's a 10-minute recess after that? I am a little bit on the edge of my seat now because I've now got a path and I now kind of understand where I think they're trying to go. I don't know why it does that, Rachel, when I have it set. Let's try it again. I have it set at 19. Let's do it again. Is that better? Let me see what that is. That is set at number 19. Okay, just letting you know, the autopsy has not been entered yet. Yeah, it is a little louder. I knocked it down a little. Okay, just FYI, they have not brought in the autopsy, nor has the ME testified yet. Why am I having a hard time hearing me? I don't hear me. I just want to feel the beat of my voice on my ears so I know that I'm coming through the system. How? Okay, I got it down there. So, the thing for me on all of this is that if they're going to go down that road, they're going to have to prove a whole lot more. But the reasonable doubt, that there's your reasonable doubt right there. That was a good move. And that poor daddy knew it, and that poor daddy didn't like it, because what that doing is accusing his son of being a murderer. Baby killer. And now the prosecution's got some explaining to do, but the tinfoil, there was a band of tinfoil around her neck. The ME has not come in. I'd like to see what the ME has to say. I know that they're going to bring them in at some point, or they're going to bring in at least the autopsy report. But they did show the jury the photos of the baby, and as the investigators unwrapped the baby out of the trash can and what the baby had on and all of that, and it was there. Yeah, yeah, they've already done that, honey. But what I'm thinking is that for me, my thread is tangling up and it's pissing me off. But it would not surprise me if they didn't try to get her off on a technicality. But I think that they have done some reasonable doubt right there. He's got a son who's psychologically unstable, apparently is schizophrenic. I don't understand why there wasn't any preemptives to him having issues, but you know what? I knew several people when I worked at the state hospital that were psychologists and very well-renowned scientists, even medical doctors who had a breakdown and became psychotic. Exactly. That's how I feel. That is a good comment. He'd only been her boyfriend for a few weeks, and if he had done something, why didn't she call the police? It doesn't add up for it to be him. Well, I'm just saying, they can sit there and say he unalived her and threatened to kill the mom if she said anything. I mean, they can pull that card. And so she was in fear, so she didn't say anything. I bet that man regrets hiring that girl now. The new boyfriend. No, Hunter is not baby daddy. That's Ethan Potter. The one in the military, that baby daddy. But Hunter is the son of the guy that just testified, and he owned the chicken drive-through restaurant that he opened up that Megan was hired to work at. Megan met Hunter at his dad's chicken shop. And I can tell you he's kicking himself for hiring her now. I can't imagine what hell that man is living through. That's a lot of hell. So, oh, you're welcome, Rachel. Anything I can do for y'all? I try not to overly recap because sometimes it gets redundant. We were over at the Monica Sementilli trial, and you just had some more more of the business personnel testifying. But I find interesting on her trial is how gross can you be than to have a cigarette sitting right on the chair and where your husband was just unalived hours before. And how could you have a memorial in your home and people walking right where he was murdered and people sitting right where he was murdered? I find that a little bit grotesque. I don't know. It just, something doesn't match. Something doesn't add up to me on that. So with her, God only knows. I feel bad for that company, and I will tell you, if she's convicted, I would not change company policy because I think that's a wonderful company policy that they created in honor of Fabio. But I will tell you, if anybody gets assistance like that and they unalive the person, they should pay every penny back to the company that they spent. Just so y'all know, the company paid tens of $1,000s alone for the memorial, all the chairs and the food and all that. And then, are you ready? And then they spent tens of $1,000s bringing Fabio's body back to Canada for burial. They gave her $100,000 or 6 months worth of Fabio's pay. They paid for the insurance to maintain while that was going on. They helped her. They basically waived the loan on the vehicle. He owed like $9,000 or something. So she got the car for free. They waived the loan. Yeah, I was like, what? So they probably spent over $300,000 in total benefits, monies, assistance, everything for Fabio. And you know what? Fabio may have been, I mean, he was an executive, and that's a write-off. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know what they're going to do, but I think that that's horrible that she, I mean, here, I don't understand how she can say she couldn't pay her bills, but yet she got 6 months, so 20,000, just shy of 20,000 a month for 6 months. Let's see, what's 100,000 divided by 6? But she got a lot of money every month, and she still was fighting for that insurance. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. That's one twisted case. And I think that company is a fabulous company. Anybody who works at that level with them has got a great, great job. Sounds like a good company. But I do struggle with that woman. I ain't gonna lie. Let me play this. All right. Everybody stretch. Get up, move around, wake up. We're in the afternoon lull, y'all. I know we is. That's okay. We'll get there. It's 1:41 local my time. So it's about 2:41 their time. I wonder what the juries are going to think now if supposedly they're going to work tomorrow. The other case, the Sementilli case, They are going to be on Monday and Tuesday, but they're off for the rest of the week for federal and court holidays, they said. I don't know what holiday is happening next week, so they will not be in trial. They got court holidays, they got several things. 16,660. Oh, look at all those sixes, y'all. 666. Thank you for putting it to the calculator. I greatly appreciate it. My hands are kind of full at the moment. Lincoln's birthday is next week. President's Day, yeah. So the 22nd of January will be this year's will be 16 years ago that I lost my husband to prison. He went to jail 22nd of January 2009. And by the way, if you're listening and you're one of those people who fuss at me for not telling you why my husband went to prison, none of your business, number one. Number two, if you really want to know, you can find out anything about anybody. But that's his story. That's his charge. I will not share his charge. I only share my part of the story. What I personally went through and experienced. I don't think it's going to help me in any way to share his stuff. In all honesty. And some people don't like that answer. Too bad. Pay the money to get the backgrounds and you can find whatever you want. Doesn't mean it's correct. I had someone do that. Oh, no, I know because we're in February, but I'm just saying, well, that's right. We are in February, so it's already passed. But yeah, it's been 16 years. My kids were so little. It was a nightmare. I'll just say that. I still think we're in January. It feels like we should still be in January, y'all. Does it feel like we should still be in January to y'all? I thought, now wait a minute. I thought all that Lincoln and President's Day and all that happened in January. That's what I get for thinking. I'd keep thinking we're in January. It just feels like this year's already gone by too quick. That's what it is. I don't keep up, I'll be honest with you. Once my kids graduated school, I didn't keep up. Oh, that's right. Now, I do know Lincoln's birthday is on February 12th because my son was born on Lincoln's birthday. He's got Lincoln's birthday. That I do remember very well. That I do know. I do know that. I'm trying to figure out what to do for my son's birthday this year. I don't know what to do for someone turning 25. He's turning 25, y'all. I'm old. I'm old. I was old. I was telling you, I was old. I don't know why I struggle with keeping up with all those holidays, but I do. If it doesn't affect me, I don't remember it, I guess. So let me ask you, do you think that they have formed some reasonable doubt with that last questioning of the Mr. Woods, the father of the boyfriend? Do you think that opened a door? Yeah, well, we are going to go to his favorite restaurant, Wahoo Seafood. I don't like seafood, and I'll eat there, so that's good. I don't know. His favorite activity is games. I don't play his games. I do need to talk to them, though, about surprising my daughter. They're coming back.
Yes, sir. We will begin without. That's fine.
Yes, I think we can. He's assisting, so we can start.
That's what I thought. All right. The jury's ready. We're going to bring them in. You want to go ahead and have your next witness?
And they bring the jury.
Everyone stand, please.
Jury is present. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
You may be seated. Thank you. Okay, Jim, right next.
State would call Ethan Perry.
Oh, baby daddy. Here we go, y'all. Y'all. Here we go. Wake up, baby daddy getting on the
Raise
stand.
your hand, sir. State your name.
Ethan Perry.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
He ain't in the military no more. Not with that beard, he ain't.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perry.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up close to that mic there so we can hear you good.
Better?
That's great. That's great. You are Ethan Perry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Perry, how old are you?
I'm 25.
And where do you live?
Kingsport.
Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how do you know Miss Boswell?
We dated in high school.
All right. Do you see Miss Boswell seated in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you would point her out and describe what she's wearing.
A white top and glasses,
All right.
black hair.
All right. Judge, let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Record so.
All right. So you indicated you all dated while you were in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when would that have been?
I was about 15 and she was about 13. So I'd say about 2014, 2015.
And where were you all in high school?
Sullivan Central High School.
That here in Blountville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you all have a dating relationship?
I'd say at least until I got out of high school, whenever I joined the Army.
Okay. Now, when you were in high school, where did you live?
In Blountville.
Okay. And who did you live with?
With my grandfather and my step-grandmother.
And who were they?
Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you also, as you were growing up, for a period of time, live with Paul Miller?
Yes, sir.
And who is Mr. Miller to you?
He is my step grandfather.
And when did you live with him?
Since birth until about 2010.
Okay. And how old were you at that time?
About 10 or 11.
Okay. So at that point in time, did you go to live with Carl and Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you had a dating relationship with Miss Boswell until you graduated from high school. When was it that you graduated?
2017.
And would that have been, what month did you graduate?
May, and I believe it was May 21st.
Okay. So end of May?
Yeah.
All right. What did you do after you graduated from high school?
Joined the Army.
And how soon after you graduated from high school did you join the Army?
10 days on May 31st.
Did you go straight into basic training at that time, or?
Not straight in. There were some hiccups along the way. I had some medical issues, but it was relatively quick. Yes.
All right. Where were you stationed?
I went to basic at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then I was sent to my unit in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Did you continue to keep in contact with Megan Boswell while you were at basic training?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say you were still in a dating relationship at that time?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. How were you keeping in contact with her?
In basic training, mostly through letters. But by the time it was over, text.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone while you were.
It was like once a month we got our phone, but it was only for like 30 minutes. I can't really remember any conversations that we had specifically.
But you were still continuing to communicate with her the old-fashioned way by writing letters.
Correct.
Okay. So as your time in the Army continued, did you continue to have a relationship with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back home to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably the first time would have been in probably the winter of 2017.
Okay.
For Christmas.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
All right. So you had leave. You came home at Christmas time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Where did you stay when you came back?
With Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you have contact with Miss Boswell while you were here?
Can't remember for sure, but I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all were still in a relationship. Is that fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. Well, if it's not, tell me.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a healthy relationship, but a relationship, yeah.
All right. You saw her while you were here in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some time in 2018, did you learn that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would have probably around March or April.
Okay. Did the two of you have any discussion about who the father of the child was?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that discussion?
Well, it was more of whenever she announced that she was pregnant, it seemed pretty delayed. It seems like she would have known sooner. Well, the time that I was in. But yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way: was there discussion made about the fact that you were the father of the child?
There was, yeah.
Okay. And did you assume that you were the father of the child?
Initially, yeah, I just rolled with it, but the blinders were taken off pretty quickly after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had some doubts.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in November 2018, she had her child, Evelyn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time that Evelyn was born?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. Were you still in contact with Megan during this whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you leave your assignment there at Fort Polk?
When? What year? What time?
After this would have been November 2018.
Not in November, no.
Okay. Sometime later on?
For Christmas in like December, yes.
Okay. Where were you assigned at that point?
Fort Polk still.
Okay. So you came back home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Megan and Evelyn at that time, or?
I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't see her then?
Mostly just over the legitimacy and, still trying to figure that out. It was just really embarrassing, I guess, to
All right.
argue over it.
Not having a good relationship at that time?
That too, yeah.
Okay. So you leave after Christmas, you go back to the Army?
Correct.
Okay. Still in Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time during 2019, were you reassigned, or was your unit sent somewhere else?
We were sent to El Paso, Texas to assist Border Patrol doing surveillance on the border. Okay. We would work from El Paso to the Santa Monica station in New Mexico.
All right. Do you remember when in 2019 that would have been?
I'd guess March through September.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right. Now, at some time later on in 2019, did Miss Boswell show
They
up
can
to
get
visit
his
you while you were
military
stationed
records and know
El Paso,
exactly what
Texas?
dates.
She did.
They don't have to ask him.
Was this a
Hey,
planned
music
visit? Did you know she was
man.
coming?
Hello.
No, it was
Hey,
it was hasty. It's a hasty
Hello.
visit.
Okay. Well, if you would kind of tell us how that happened, or how it was that she ended up showing up down there.
Well, the conversation started with her wanting me to take leave to go up to come back up here to Bluntville. And I told her, no, we have a mission here in El Paso. I can't just get up and leave, And so she decided to, on her own, to drive from here all the way to El Paso. And it took her I'd say about 2 days to get there. And
She was hauling ass.
all of a sudden,
It takes 3
one
days.
morning while because we were staying in hotels, we weren't on a base or anything.
Okay, guys. I am northwest of San Antonio, Texas, about an hour drive on I-10. El Paso is still 6 to 7 hours, or possibly 8, depending on how you drive, hours away. It is a full from El Paso to Tennessee. That is a fast 2.5 to 3 days. It's 20 from Austin to Bristol is 22 hours straight drive nonstop.
I just get a picture from her.
She was hauling butt.
Parked outside of the hotel and just took a picture of the hotel. So, yeah.
You knew at that point she was in Texas.
Yeah. It was pretty obvious at that point.
Okay. So what did you do?
Well, I mean, part of me just wanted to turn them away, but the other half was like, well, came all the way out here, may as well just stay. So I advised them to stay on the eastern end of El Paso because the western end is a little dangerous.
Very dangerous.
So, and then from there, we spent about 3 or 4 days together.
Okay. So did you take some time off of your work assignment there and go spend time with Megan and Evelyn?
Not officially, but yeah.
Okay. What did you all do?
I think the first day we just hanged out in the hotel room, just meeting Evelyn.
Nookie.
Playing patty cake, stuff like that, watching her walk around. And it was mostly that. We went to the El Paso Zoo. That was I think the second to last day. And then on the last day, we mostly just hanged out in the hotel. The last thing we did was we went to an IHOP.
Right.
And that was the last time I physically saw Evelyn.
And this is the first time that you've met Evelyn.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. She's not quite a year old at this point in time.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was she walking or toddling or anything?
She was, toddling, just, stumbling over herself. And
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Being cute.
So at the end of the 3 days, you go back to doing your Army thing. Is that right? Okay. Where did Megan go?
I believe she came back here to Bluntville.
All right. After she left, did you continue to communicate with her?
Yeah.
All right.
But you didn't drive with a little baby. So you
primarily
didn't
through
stop
Facebook
that-
Messenger.
All right.
And once again, she's got a baby. She's stopping and feeding and pottying and doing all that. That's why I said it takes a little longer. Someone like me who doesn't have all that responsibility and go drive, a long time without stopping. You're right, June. 24 hours to get through Texas. Yep.
What sorts of things were y'all talking about, or would you talk about?
Mostly just arguing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Would she tell you things about Evelyn?
Yeah.
Did she ever ask you for money or assistance to help out in taking care of Evelyn?
She did on at least one occasion.
Okay. Did you ever send any money or assistance or anything?
I sent a little bit. It wasn't much. I would say no more than $100.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, you're still assuming that you're the father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
At this point, I mean, I'm still just rolling with it. No, I don't. At that point, no, I didn't assume.
Okay.
I had my doubts definitely at that point.
All right. But you're still, I guess, interested or invested in what's going on with that.
Yes.
That
yeah.
statement. Okay. Now, at some point in time at the end of 2019, did you come back to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
Did
you all have further conversations while you were here on leave?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And again, were you trying to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, in fact, able to see Evelyn?
No.
Okay.
Because she was unalived.
Did you see Megan again while you were home?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was after
Yeah.
Paul Miller's.
Yeah, and to think it takes at least that way to get to, if you go from the Louisiana-Texas border all the way to El Paso, nonstop, that's over 24 hours, depending on traffic.
Sherry and my grandfather Carl bought her some gifts, Evelyn some gifts, some baby food, and little stuff like that. So I asked Megan to come over to my place and just pick them up.
Okay. And you indicated you were staying there with Carl and Sherry Perry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did Megan come to their house?
She did.
All right. And did you talk to her? Did you give her those items you just described, or?
Yeah. The conversation was relatively short. I just gave her the gifts, and she told me that she was going to go to, I believe it was Pigeon Forge with Hunter Wood.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her when she came to pick up those items?
No.
Okay. Did she say where Evelyn was?
Chances are she said, I don't know for sure.
Well, if you don't know or remember, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. How long was she there picking up those items?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So did you have further communication or conversation with Megan Boswell while you were home?
After that, it seemed like the conversation pretty much ended altogether.
Okay. Were you all still communicating by text and Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Perry, I'm going to hand you another document, ask you if you recognize that.
I recognize it, yeah.
And what is it?
Don, who are you older?
It's Megan stating to me that her father just kicked her out of the house again, and that she won't have Evelyn back until she gets a place to stay.
I want to go see
And then
that.
she said, "Never mind, I'm
in
sorry."
England and
The
Scotland.
next day.
Those text messages you received from her?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate copy of text messages you received from her on December 26th and 27th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 98.
1226.
I'm sorry. 2019.
No objection. Before exhibit 98.
And I move to publish that. Good. Mr. Perry, she sent those messages to you. You did not respond to them. That'd be correct.
Correct.
Okay. Is that somewhat normal for you sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you were on leave from the Army over Christmas there in 2019. First part of January, did you return to your duties with the U.S. Army?
Correct.
And where were you all stationed at that time?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
All right. Did you continue to
I know where
communicate
Daddy
and
is.
receive communications from Miss Boswell after you returned to Fort Polk?
It was pretty rare, but yes.
And specifically, do you remember getting a message from Miss Rachel Owens?
Yes.
And without telling us what she said, did you, as a result of what you were told, communicate with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're not get into the exact conversation, but the nature of what Miss Owens had asked you was the fact that there were concerns about Evelyn. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so then would it be fair to say you asked Miss Boswell what was going on with Evelyn?
Correct.
Did you have communications with her about that?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
And what is it, sir?
It's her stating that just to
Well,
ignore.
hold on. Don't read it
Sorry,
yet. No,
sorry.
you're fine. Just is that, and I'll lead you a little bit. Is that the text conversation that you sent to Miss Boswell after you had the communications with Miss Owens?
Yes, this is her response.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the messages that you sent her?
Correct.
All right. Judge, I moved to make that exhibit 99.
Full exhibit 99.
And I believe the date on that's January 19th, 2020. I moved to publish that this time, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, so you've messaged Miss Boswell about the fact that you have concerns. Miss Owens has expressed concerns about Evelyn, and her response is just ignore her. I've not talked to anyone in my family in weeks. Literally, I've cut all ties with them. That's why she's not seen her. She and Dad cussed me out. Dad took me car from me in the middle of work, left me in a bind and shit. Fuck them. They aren't my fucking family. They never were to begin with.
That's all she said.
Okay. All right. Did she ever tell you anything else about Evelyn or where Evelyn was?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. So that was January 19th of 2020. In February of 2020, did you receive some phone calls? Well, let me ask you this. Were you still in the Army, still at Fort Polk at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls from family members?
I don't know
I
if
can't
it's
remember.
the CC in your
Did you
court
receive
TV,
some phone
but
calls by the Department of Children's Services here in Tennessee?
Yes.
That surprised you?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
what are you
All
talking about?
And
I'm
without
lost.
saying what they said, why were they contacting you?
For the whereabouts of Evelyn.
There you go. I got it.
Did that surprise you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, well, I didn't have Evelyn, and that's what they were asking. If I had her,
Yeah, I
or
got
if
it.
I seen her, or the last place
Ev-
that, you know.
Every time there's a break, it resets.
where do I think where she would be, stuff like that.
All right. Were you then contacted by investigators with the U.S. Army?
Yes, I was contacted by the Central Investigation Division, CID.
And kind of tell
That's
us what happened
curious.
with all that.
Well, initially, I got my officer of my
Sidebar.
See, this can get him in a whole hell of a lot of trouble with the military. They don't play around, especially with custody cases.
All right, Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry, if you would go ahead in the middle, telling us what happened as far as your investigation there by the Army.
So initially, I got contacted by my NCO in my company, and he told me that.
Well, don't tell him what he said.
Okay.
Just tell us what happened to you as a result of.
Okay. I was contacted by CID. They wanted to set an appointment for after lunch, and so I went back to my barracks room, to get ready. Still had no clue what was going on until I got the call by DCS, and which they were asking about the whereabouts of Evelyn, and so which I gave the response. I don't know, all that.
Were you interviewed by interrogators there?
Yes.
For hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them fully?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search your cell phone?
Yeah, search my cell phone, take DNA, search my barracks, and search my car.
Okay. So investigators searched the barracks looking for Evelyn.
Correct.
In Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn?
You can't
there
live
with
on
you
barracks
in
with a child.
Your Army base there in Louisiana?
No.
Has she ever been there?
No.
With you?
No.
Okay. Did you cooperate fully with law enforcement in providing consent to search, provide DNA, anything else that was needed?
Absolutely. Everything that I could.
Okay. The only time you ever saw, when was the only time you ever saw Evelyn?
Was in El Paso.
Okay. That one time when Megan showed up.
Yeah, just out of the blue.
All right. Did you cooperate with law enforcement in determining the paternity of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Were you the biological father?
No.
What?
So
What?
the one and only time you see Evelyn is
Whoa, 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 whoa,
2019
whoa,
before
whoa,
you came
whoa,
home
whoa,
for
whoa.
Christmas. Is that right?
So the article was wrong. He's not the father? What?
Correct.
Wake up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry.
Oh,
If you would
I
answer the
myself
question
a
that
little-
Scott has for you.
Mr. Perry, my name is Gene Scott. How are you today?
Doing good. How you doing?
Good, thank you. I have just a few questions for you. How many times did you actually see Evelyn?
Well, I saw her in El Paso through a span of 3 or 4 days.
Okay. Was that it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Megan just showed up at your hotel while you were staying there with the Army?
Correct.
Sent you a picture?
Yes.
You told her where you were staying?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how she would know to find you there.
Right.
And what did you all do over those 3 days you spent there?
Majority of the time was spent in the motel or hotel, whichever it was. And then we went out to eat. I think we just went out to pick up food. We went to the zoo and we went to IHOP.
Did Evelyn appear healthy to you?
Yeah.
No signs of abuse or neglect?
I wouldn't say abuse. I mean, I saw like a small bruise on her arm or her leg, but she was starting to learning to walk. So I just assumed that's what that was.
Likely a child fall down before you walk.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Megan engaged with her. I mean, did she talk to her, appear to love her to you?
Repeat that.
Did she appear to love the child, Evelyn? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Was she normal? She clean when she brought her there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. No issues with that?
No.
No neglect issues that you saw?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Regret?
No, Your Honor.
See, where you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Terry, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, so you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad they didn't ask where he lived now,
Say we call Carl Perry.
because he don't need to know that information. Oh my Lord, y'all. That was a shocker because I read from the reports. I didn't have a reason not to believe it wasn't true. So he is not the child's father. Hence why the speculation earlier in the trial. But Lodi, y'all have mercy. This case has more spins and twists than a rattlesnake ready to strike. Y'all.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Carl Perry.
Mr. Perry, do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole
Who's
truth,
the daddy?
have a seat right there. Speak up in your microphone.
I want to know who's daddy. Who's the daddy?
Good afternoon.
Who's your daddy?
Your name is Carl Perry, is that correct?
Correct.
What city do you live in?
Elizabethton.
Okay. And do you know Ethan Perry?
Yes, that's
Who? Okay, go ahead.
my
Who is he to you?
grandson.
He is your grandson. Okay. And at some point, did Ethan live with you in your home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in Elizabethton?
No, at that time, it was at 280 Lester Road, Blumpville.
Okay. Okay. And how old was Ethan when he lived there with you?
Let's see, he came to us in about the 8th or 9th grade, and he lived there until, well, he spent 3.5 years in the military up until he went in the military. And then when he came back another year or so, then he went out on his own.
Okay. So he came to live with you in about the 8th grade?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else live there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
My wife, Sherry.
Okay. And was Ethan living with you when he graduated from high school?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Okay. Did he have a career plan after high school?
We encouraged him to go in the military.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay. Did he do that?
He did. I took him to the recruiters.
You took him to the recruiters? Okay. Which branch did he enlist in?
In the Army.
Okay. And how long after he graduated from high school did he then go into the Army?
Pretty immediately.
Okay.
He had a
Why are
buddy
you
and
asking when his he
Okay.
just testified to that?
Okay. And where did he, do you know where he went for basic training?
Yes, Fort
Or Benning, Georgia,
Okay.
where my brother went.
And was Ethan still in the Army in 2019?
I don't
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where he was stationed at that time?
yes.
Where was he
Fort Polk,
stationed?
Louisiana.
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. And do you know what type of housing he was in there?
Barracks.
I don't. I know he stayed in the barracks with the rest of the guys. That's about all.
Okay. Did Ethan come to visit during the holidays that year of 2019?
2019.
The Christmas holidays?
Yes, Christmas.
Okay.
It seems like they come in.
Okay. And do you remember how long he got on leave from the Army to stay?
I don't. It seemed like it might have been a week or 10 days or something. I don't know.
You think maybe 1 week to 10 days?
I'm not sure if it's
Okay.
that long or not.
Okay, that's okay. And then after his leave, then did he go back to Louisiana?
Mhm.
Okay. While on leave, where did he stay?
He had a buddy that went in with, and I think they'd planned their leaves together.
Mhm.
And I think he might have stayed a day or two with his buddy.
Okay.
I can't. And then the rest with us a few days.
Okay. So a day or two with a friend and the rest of the time
Yeah.
with you at your house.
Mhm.
And Sherry was there at that time as well.
Mhm.
Is that right? So would he have been there on Christmas Eve?
I couldn't. I don't remember specifically.
And that's okay. Do you remember celebrating the holiday of Christmas itself with him?
I don't.
Okay. And that's okay if you don't. It's, a lot of time has passed.
I think that usually we had a few people in, but I can't remember. It seemed like that when they just wasn't a lot there. They were in and out. But
Okay. During that 2019 holiday, do you remember seeing the defendant, Megan Boswell?
no,
Okay. Did Megan Boswell come to your house during that Christmas holiday?
no,
Okay. Do you know who Evelyn Boswell is?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who she is with regards to Ethan?
During that time, I think that there was a conflict. They weren't sure, but I know that the only time Megan Boswell was on our property was in high school,
Okay.
way before that. But I know that Ethan had spoken to my wife Sherry about Megan Boswell
Okay.
and Evelyn.
Okay. Let me stop you there for just a second. Okay, we can't talk about what somebody else has said. Okay. But essentially, to help you out, it was alleged that maybe Evelyn was Ethan's child. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I remember telling him to get a DNA.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. And did you know that Evelyn was Megan's daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Did Evelyn ever visit your house?
No,
Did Evelyn ever visit your house in the holidays of 2019?
never. I was going to say I never seen Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ever babysit Evelyn?
Absolutely not.
Did Evelyn ever spend the night at your house?
Absolutely not.
Did your wife Sherry, to your knowledge, ever babysit Evelyn?
Never.
Okay.
She'd never seen
Okay.
Evelyn.
Have you ever met Evelyn?
No,
Okay.
never.
Okay.
We you know,
Okay.
we watch the news at night, and that's how we learn to love this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
child.
Yeah. So you'll just yes, just try to answer the question I asked you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know, and I know this is new for you. Were you there? Were you present the day that Ethan left to go back to Louisiana?
No.
Okay. And do you remember when you first learned that Evelyn Boswell had been reported as a missing child?
Yes.
And how did you find this out?
By watching the news.
Okay. Did anybody ever come to your home?
Yes.
Okay. Who came to your home?
After this allegation was made.
Well, no, who came when you learned Evelyn was missing? Did anybody come to your home? Okay. No one ever came to ask you any questions about
No,
Evelyn?
not until this allegation was made.
Okay. What happened then? Who came to your home?
Just reporters from all over
Okay.
would come in.
Okay. Did the police ever come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I'm asking you about.
Okay.
When did the police come to your house?
I really don't. I don't know that date, but they did come.
Okay. And were they kind when they came?
There were in the first two police officers that came. It was a lady and a man. One is late at night and not late. It was dark. It was dark.
Why were they there?
They were, as he said when I let him in, he said,
You can't say what he said.
"Oh,
You can't say what they said, but
well,
why
you
were
asked
they
me if
there?
he was kind, and
Okay.
I wanted to
Why
tell you
were
what
they?
they.
Okay. Just try to. I'm going to rephrase it a different way. Okay.
Okay.
Why were they at your house that day?
They were there for to see what we knew about Megan.
Okay.
Not Megan. I'm sorry, Evelyn.
Were they looking for Evelyn?
I'm sure they were, but they didn't, once they seen my wife, they.
Okay. What do you mean once they saw your wife?
Her physical condition.
Okay. What do you mean by that? Why would that?
She had cancer with metastasis to her left arm, her left scapula, both lungs, brain, and voice box.
Okay. And what did that have to do with the police coming?
I think when they glanced at her, they knew
That Evelyn was not at your
she
house?
was no babysitter.
Okay. Okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
No questions. Secret. Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Sir, may I ask? I thought that since she might have made that allegation that I could.
Sir.
That's interesting.
Sidebar.
The next witness.
Okay, I got to make a comment here, and I don't want to have to do this, but I have to do this. If anybody makes another negative comment in chat on any of my social media formats or in my Discord about my misspellings, again, you will be banned from my channels. I am severely dyslexic. I'm doing the best I can. And if there's a word misspelled every once in a while, you don't have to be an ass about it. It's okay for my mods to say, hey, Ada, check your spelling. Hold on. That's fine. But you guys, this is not an easy thing to do. And sometimes even the most perfect spelling person will make a mistake. And I understand people want to correct mistakes. But what I don't understand is why people feel the need to be so mean, hateful, and negative. You can sit there and say, hey, I really like your channel, but by the way, you got a spelling error here. You just want to let you know. I'm okay with that. But I've had some really mean, nasty, derogative, just flat out assholes. And I don't care about using the word. And if you don't like it, you can leave my channel. And I don't want to run people away. And you can ask anybody who's watched. I never talk like this. I never talk like this. I try to keep this positive. I try to keep this fun. I keep it as, we want to match the energy to the court and we want to do all that. But at the same time, I'm human. And I do not hide the fact that I'm dyslexic. And I don't hide the fact that I'm deaf. I can talk, but I can't hear. Oh, Rachel, I had to correct the thumbnail. So my point is, everybody is welcome here with all abilities. This is a safe place. I'd make sure it's safe for all of you, but I will not allow you to do this to me. I love and appreciate all my buddies. I love my mods. Yana, not mad at you. I'm just fed up with all the crap. I sat there just yesterday and deleted over 40 negative messages in some of all the other videos. People, when they rewatch it, they can make comments. I had to go and clean all that out because I didn't feel it was fair for other people who are new to my channel to see those comments. You don't like the fact that I look like Emily D. Baker? Get over yourself. I'm older than her. I've had these earrings for 10 years, and I've been wearing dark colors and baseball caps as long as I can remember. And if you think that you guys, I don't understand why people think that they can hop on a channel and what I call treat me like a punching bag and run. It's easy to spew negative and crap on people when you have they can't come back at you. You sit here and do what I'm doing. You sit here. Guys, I sit here day in and day out with all of this. 8 to 15 hours a day. It's not easy running all this. So if you want a perfect channel where the person never makes mistakes, the person doesn't make a spelling error, or the person may accidentally click on the wrong thing every once in a while, and if that's what you want, create it yourself. You will soon find out you ain't Jesus, honey. I am tired of content creators. All of us. It's not just me. It's every one of us sit here and pour ourselves out because we love it. And if you want to compare me to Emily D. Baker in a positive way, thank you very much. I'm not copying her, but if you want to put me in the same level as her, I will gladly take that with a compliment. These earrings, everybody can, there are probably close to 100,000 people in this country with these earrings. They've been around for buku years. They're Karen Scott's. I've had them forever. And there are very few brands that I can wear that the metal doesn't interfere with my hearing aids. And I'm not saying this to defend myself. I'm saying this to say, look, until you can sit here with my abilities and do what I do, You ain't going to judge on my channel, and I will slap that crap down immediately. And if you want to send a picture of me to Emily D. Baker and say, look, she's copying you, and try to start a rift between Emily D. Baker and me and try to get her to think negative of me, go right ahead. I hope and pray that Emily Baker has more sense than to listen to your bullshit. Yeah, I said it. I've had it up to here. I just told somebody I was this close to quitting the other day. This is not fair. It's not nice, and it shouldn't be. Emily D. Baker, I'm not going to say she's overrated. She has worked hard to build her following. She knows her shit. She has her niche. I have my niche. I don't compare myself to her. But if we are physically similar, thank you, God, she's beautiful. And I love the fact, you know what encouraged me about Emily D. Baker? She's neurodivergent and she's dyslexic, and everybody loves her for it. And that tells me that if she can do it, I can do it. I'm deaf. Some people say I have ADD, and I'm dyslexic. I want to go on other people's social medias who are so mean and hateful and spiteful and try to pin creators against each other and create this drama crap. I'd love to go on your social media and slam you, but I'm too good for that. It's the baseball cap and the earrings and glasses. And do you know what? I think the world of her in a lot of ways. In fact, I didn't realize it because she didn't look the same. I've watched some of her first videos when she was previewing technology like the iPhones, how she always had to be in line to get the first iPhone. I remember that, but I didn't make the connection until this past fall. Well, I mean, I've only known of her since the Johnny Depp trial. Okay. My hair is causing problems, and my hair, honey boo, is almost down to my butt. So I can tell you we're nowhere alike, but I just had to say it. I just had to say it. And I know some people, including my son, he'll probably tell me to stop. Oh, thank you, honey boo. My son sent me the cutest thing. It's this big, what is that? I don't know what it was. It's this big blue scary thing from the movies. Oh, thank you, hon. But I have sat here and tried to keep quiet. I have sat here. Okay, Toxic is home and resting from her procedure. I have sat here day in and day out and thought I had a great life. And then I go in and I start cleaning things out, things we have to do. I've even had people email me on my business email and tell me that I suck. And quit kind of copy EDB and RA because I have a kick-ass system. I'm not trying to copy RA, but he's pretty damn good. RA, I count him as a good friend and a mentor, whether he likes it or not. And EDB has her niche and she's good, but not everybody is for everybody. You may love someone like who cusses every 5 words. I don't want to say the name and is raunchy. Good, go over there. But here, this is a safe place for everybody. And it means me too. And that's why I'm speaking up now. And if you want to go tattle on me to Emily D. Baker, you might as well tell her I'd love to have a collab with her. We dress the same. I'll go buy her stuff and we'll look the same and we be the twins for the day. I don't know. But my point is, get off my damn channel if you don't like it and don't send me another email. Now, I'm sorry about the rant, but sometimes you just got to do it. And if it runs people off, then they don't need to be here. My mods work hard for me, and I love every single one of them. They all have their own skills and talents, and this is a team effort. But in the end, this is my channel. In the end, we doing it my way. And honey boo, if you don't like the boat, jump off now. Be careful, the sharks might enjoy you for dinner. You're right. I just had to let it out. I'm just fed up with it. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with people thinking it's okay to go in and sucker punch somebody and run so you don't get hit. If you're having a bad day and you catch a mistake on my channel, text yourself whatever it is you want to say to me, but don't text me. Don't send it to my burner phone. Don't email me. And sure in the hell don't leave it in the comments. And I lost somebody. Well, that's okay. Hopefully they'll forgive me. Forgive me for venting. I may not have said it as nicely as I should have, but I will say this. Until you do and walk in the shoes of somebody else, you do not have a right to do what you're doing to me. Now, if another content creator contacts me, say, Ada, boo, honey, you're doing something that can get you in trouble, I'm going to listen. If you find a misspelled word and you want to let me know, and by the way, Yana, this is not meant towards you in any way, shape, or form. But it was the straw that broke the camel's back today. I have fixed the thumbnail. It's fixed. Hi, unknown. No, why would all my Monica Sementilli streams be down? We have their own side. When this trial that we're working on right now, Ms. Boswell's trial is done for the day, we're going on over, and I'm staying late tonight, and we're going to watch the Monica. I mean, the Sementilli, Monica Sementillis. You're not you're not interrupting my event. I'm done. But I will say, really? Can I have a mod check that out and see? So what I'm saying here, I am Ada. Okay. I am who I am. I'm not trying to be anybody else. And if you don't like who I am, it's okay. You're not going to hurt me. Just go bye-bye. But don't publicly bash me again. And if I've misspelled something, overlook it. Because I'm sure, Honey Boo, you've misspelled a lot. Law and crime is down? How are they down? I can't believe they're down. They are down. I don't know what's happening. There must be a technical glitch on their live feed. It might be a live feed from court, or something may have happened in court and they got in trouble and they had to stop the stream. So, unknown, you're more than welcome to be here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We are watching the Megan Boswell baby Evelyn trial. Yeah. We'll find out. Mods are unknown. If you'd like to keep us updated, I'm going to get going on this trial. I'm going to go get me some banana pudding. I'm going to emotionally eat. And if you want to call me a lard ass again, you're more than welcome to it. I just lost 30 pounds, so screw you. Oh, somebody told me to turn off my camera when I get up because I'm a lard ass. I'm like, bitch, please. My sister would say this, bitch, please. I've lost 30 pounds. I'm going to go enjoy me something. I've lost 30 pounds. So I love myself. And that's all I need. But I'm very grateful for all my mods. I'm very grateful for everybody who came on here. Sorry, unknown, you came in the middle of a rant, but I never do that. I never do that. But it just gets to a point where you just got to say, you just got to do it. Where is it? You just got to do it. This is my courtroom, baby, and you're going to get evicted. Do it again. Okay, back to trial. Thank you, Rachel.
This may take a little time. Does anybody need a break before we start? Anybody at all? All right, call your next gentleman.
Stay with call Michelle Gillum.
Uh-oh, sorry. See, I made a mistake. So sue me. Y'all, this is not easy. Especially when your technical decides to give you hell. I might as well just finish my lunch. I didn't even finish my hot dog. Oh, yeah. People told me I shouldn't put makeup on while I'm on live and I shouldn't eat live. I'm like, yeah, a lot of these content creators only sit in there, are only live for 2 to 3 hours at a time. I'm live right now. We've been live almost 7 hours nonstop. And I don't have a pleasure of being able to pay a management team to help run my live and do all the buttons for me remotely. So all I have to do is sit and talk.
I guess so we're trying to queue it on ours without showing.
Not now.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's it. The big blue monster from Monster Inc. hugging the little girl.
Okay. Oh, I thought Michelle the other.
I thought I was going to get my son telling me, "Come on, you better stop and get off. You're going to run everybody away."
Raise your hand. State your name.
Michelle Gillum.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Thank you, Jim.
Truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what my son sent. That's what my son sent me. Isn't that sweet? Oh, you know what? Sometimes you just need a good big hug. Sometimes you just need a big hug. Or you need a bitch session. I don't cuss very often online. You can ask most people. I really don't. But I'm not afraid to if I need to. And I miss my sister. For those who don't know, she recently died. And my sister would have been on here running your asses ragged and chasing you away if she saw the crap that you were posting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this? The only downfall of starting a YouTube channel, don't get to watch. Okay. Let's get going. I'm not sleepy now.
Record, please.
Michelle Gillum.
And where are you employed?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current
Shoot. See,
assignment
I
there
hit
at
a wrong
Sheriff's
button.
I am a lieutenant over internal affairs.
Oh,
shoot. Lieutenant Gillum, back in February of 2020, what was your assignment at the Sheriff's Office?
I was a detective in our criminal investigations division.
Okay.
And
Warning.
within the criminal investigations.
Okay, guys, we have not gotten into any of the really gruesome stuff. We have not gotten into the medical examiners or any of that. Y'all need to be prepared, and I will not. And new people, I don't show graphic material. If you want to see it, go back and watch it on Court TV, because I do not wish to do that, because some people have survived a lot of nasty things and it can trigger them. And I'm here to not only share information, but protect the people from being triggered in that manner. And I don't want to be the one doing it. Okay. So if you see the stream go down, you won't be able to hear it. I will let you know what they're saying, and then I'll bring it back up when it's safe to do so.
Vision, did you have a particular set of crimes that you worked or investigated?
I did. During my 7 years in the detective division, I worked the child abuse and child sex abuse crimes.
All right. And so on February the 18th of 2020, a report came into the sheriff's office regarding a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell. Were you aware of that call?
I was.
All right. And were you in the office at the time that call came in?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of tell us what you did as an investigator on that particular day.
On that day, another detective met response when the call come in, which means that they just went out to the residence to check on the child, to check her well-being, see if she needed any attention, anything like that. And then I met response actually in the office with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And the detective that met response, would that have been Tracy Haraz?
It was.
Okay. And do you all work with the Department of Children's Services when these referrals first come in?
Yeah, so when a DCS referral first comes in, the Department of Children's Service investigator is the one who initially gets it and then sends it to law enforcement. And we team up with them and we meet response together, which in that case was Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Haraz. They went to the residence of Megan Boswell to check on Evelyn.
Okay. At some point in time, did Detective Haraz and Jimmy Lewis arrive at the sheriff's office?
They did. After they went to Megan's residence, they came back to the sheriff's office with Megan for her to be interviewed. And then that's when I met up with her.
Okay. Now,
Yes, and I do Native Art live
were
too.
you involved? Did you interview Megan initially?
No, the initial interview was conducted by Jimmy Lewis and Tracy Haraz for a brief time before I got to the sheriff's office.
All right.
Then I took over.
Okay. Did you discuss with them what was going on in the case? Did you before you went in to talk with Megan, did you all share information?
Me and Megan, or me and
you and Detective Haraz?
We did briefly, and pretty much all that conversation looked like was that Evelyn is missing.
Okay. So I guess when you went in to talk to Megan for the first time, what was your approach to interviewing her? What were you trying to?
I didn't have much information, so I just started from the very beginning, as I would with any case.
I'm
with the
looking
basic
for
info
something.
of names, addresses, and things like that.
All right. And this interview, where was it conducted?
In our sheriff's office, the interview room.
All right. And is your interview room, is that equipped with audio, video recording devices?
It is.
And was your interview, in fact, recorded over there?
It is.
Okay. Did you, as the interview went on, did you have doubts or question what Megan was telling you about Evelyn?
Yes. During the interview, just some of the things she was saying, it just wasn't adding up or making sense.
Okay. What was your concern, or what was your, I guess, the point of your investigation initially? What were you all trying to
To figure out where Evelyn is.
Okay. All right. This interview that you had of Miss Boswell, did you have an opportunity to review that interview and watch the recording
I did.
before coming into court here today? All right. And the recording that you watched, was that a true and accurate copy of your interview that you had with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that. I believe we are Exhibit 100.
Objection? No, sir. The full exhibit 100.
Well, if I could, Judge, I would ask to play that video at this time.
Oh, yes. They did find the baby unalived in a trash can, wrapped in a trash can, like a white kitchen trash can, wrapped in her blanket, in her clothes, wrapped in her blanket with it around her neck and foil around her neck. She was strangled to death. Warning. Oh, why are we having that feedback? Y'all need to fix that, y'all. Y'all need to fix
Hold on a
that.
second. Hold on. Pause it. Hold on. Yeah, try it again.
I don't really even know your name. So start from the beginning. I'm sure you've already went through it all with Tracy, but just start from the beginning and go through it all. Okay?
Can y'all hear?
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm ready. Okay, so baby's Evelyn.
Go ahead and pause it. So we can figure out the volume.
She'll do 51 in about 3 days.
That's the only volume control that I have.
When did you have it? Well, I had her and then her dad came home from the army. No. When did you give birth?
I'm going to gain this up as high as I can. Tell me if it's too high.
Barely.
Yes, I was in foster care. So I had to sign, what do you call it? I don't know if you know. It was like I was placing.
I don't know what, there's no master volume switch up there that I have, but I know what. I'm gonna have you go with the officer while we figure this out. Everyone stand.
Oh, Lord, have mercy, no. Oh, they are not. That judge has really not been happy with most people, I'll be honest with you. And I can't blame the dude. But I tell you what, anybody sit there and tell me that there's a risk of 10 days of me going to jail, honey, I'm going to be running and I wouldn't go back in there. I wouldn't even want to breathe. And okay, I'm going to see how this looks. Okay, that is I just created that. It's not my best work, but it'll do for now. So that's warning graphic content. So that way.
Be seated.
Yeah, save that. Fade out. There we go. All right, I'm happy with that. Thank you guys for your support and being so kind and allowing me to be me. But I was sure pissed off.
We are recessed.
We're in recess. We'll get the clerk in here, see if he can figure it out.
I'm not mad at you.
See, I just misspelled a word to somebody. I tried to spell the word horrible and I misspelled it. Oh well. I'm at the point right now that I'm not going to stress myself up anymore about that. Okay, while they're on the corporate, I'm going to go back to this one. We are a little bit behind everybody else, so maybe we
You
will
testified about some
not get in trouble.
conversations with Fabio in the winter of 2016 about
Why do I not have
considering
sound over
going
here?
back to
There we go. I don't have sound. Do y'all have sound? Testing, testing. Yep, 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 yep. Why do I not have sound on him?
Canada.
There it is.
Yes.
You didn't tell the detectives or the prosecutors about those conversations when you were first interviewed in this case in March of 21. Is that right?
I believe I may have.
Okay.
I love hat days.
You didn't subsequently
I'm gonna
provide that
beat this
information
one.
to the prosecutors or the detectives at a more recent time from today's date?
No, because it was all from the original conversation. I believe I provided that.
Okay. And with respect to the 2016 Trendsetters event, is it your testimony that
We are now on
you
the
also relayed to the
Sementilli.
detectives and the prosecutors when you were interviewed in March?
Okay, to catch y'all up, we are now on the Sementilli. He worked for the corporate office that Fabio worked for, and he is testifying to his interaction with Fabio's wife shortly after, or within hours after the death of Fabio. So that's why you're hearing that.
2021 about this dinner.
Yeah, right, June.
With yourself, your wife, and the Sementillis that you described as not so social or interactive.
Yes.
And
I will say this, June. I don't mind someone being nice, saying, "Hey, you may not know this, but you have a video posted on this date," and the word trial within. Oh, I see it. Then the word within the thing is misspelled. I'm okay with that. It's the biatches that I'm struggling with.
you described that dinner there was something about it that was cold. Can you provide a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, just there's usually a lot more for us. Fabio's very gregarious as an individual. There'd be a lot of joking around. It just seemed to be a quick evening that didn't seem that either one of them wanted to be at.
Okay, so it didn't seem like Fabio or Monica were their normal
Correct.
selves.
Correct. Unlike when we were in Maui together.
And Maui was several years prior to
Correct.
2016.
Correct.
And that was also a Trendsetters event.
Correct.
Did Fabio share with you in the months prior to him being killed that he needed to slow down on his travel schedule with work?
No, he never said that.
When you went to the home the week before January 23rd and Fabio showed you his Porsche, he was kind of showing it off to you because he was really proud of the car.
Yes.
And did you ever have any conversations with Monica about what Fabio told you?
No.
On the night of January 23rd, you had gone over to the Sementilli home and you had testified that you had seen.
Maybe I ought to rant all day long. My numbers went up while I was ranting and fell off when I wasn't. I lost everybody.
Seen Monica and you had given her a hug, given her situation,
Yeah.
right? And that you said to her, you know, we're all here to help, speaking on behalf of the company.
I did after she said, I'm going to need your help.
Okay, because I thought when you testified previously, you offered to her, we're here to help, and then you testified she made no request to you for any help that evening.
No, didn't make requests other than I'm going to need your help, right? And I said, we are all here to help you.
And you understood Monica, strike that. The next day, you testified that the next day you also went back to the Sementilli home.
Yes.
Did you do that on your own accord, or did anybody ask you to do that?
No, it was when, we had a long night and we agreed as a lead team that we would go back and again to figure out what help looked like and so on. And given that I had the longer relationship with the family, I was to go to her first, but I again believe that I didn't go alone.
No, Haley Mouse.
That Henry and a few
I knew
others,
my rant was going to push people away, but you know what?
And you testified
Too
that
bad.
when you spoke with Monica on the living room couch, just the two of you, that she was telling you that she doesn't know any of the details about the benefits and the life insurance and anything related to company and the employment benefits. Is that
Correct.
right?
I should have
And
done this.
You had actually told her not to worry.
What?
There's going to be somebody who can help you understand.
My
all of this,
GoPro.
Correct.
because she didn't know what.
Yeah,
all of
that's
this was.
what she said. What
Dag
that
nabbit.
was and what the life insurance was and how it worked and who to go to. That's what she asked.
And you understood from that conversation that she didn't know all of the things. I think that's what was.
Yeah, and she
your
didn't know the
words.
details of it. She knew that it seemed like she knew that it existed, but she didn't know the details and where to go for it.
Well, how do you know that why do you say it seemed like she knew it existed if she told you?
Because she
didn't
asked
understand?
me about when you bring up, the company life insurance and the stock stuff. I just don't know where to go for all that.
You have you're talking.
There it
before the
goes.
question is done. I understand you completely. But the reporter, as good as she is, going to take down one person at a time.
Okay.
You're going to leave. Counsel's going to leave, and I'm going to get nagged at for the rest of my life. So do me a favor. Wait till counsel's done.
Okay.
Okay, so just to go back to that last question, I had asked you what made you said it seemed like she knew it existed, and can you just but let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
When you spoke with Monica on that living room
Yes.
couch,
Thank
she
you, a
told
sunny
you
day, but I just
that
lost
she
half
didn't
my
know
stream.
what all the details were, and she didn't understand what any of this stuff was that the company had, if anything.
No, she said specifically those items that I shared, but she didn't know how it all worked and who to contact or how to get the information on it.
And you took it upon yourself to get in touch with a gentleman by the name of Henry because you understood Henry would know all of those answers.
Henry was already, there, and yes, so Henry being the head of HR would have access to all that information, the details of it. I know the broad stuff of it, but I don't know Fabio's details because it's private.
Right. On that same day, you testified that you had gone outside at one point with Monica, and isn't it true that Salma Cherry also had gone outside with the two of you?
I believe Sal was as well. Yeah.
And am I correct that Salma Cherry actually sat down in that patio area?
But we all sat down in that patio area across from the chair, and maybe Monica had even sat in the chair, but we were taken out there because she
Ew.
wanted to go have a smoke and talk out there.
Didn't Salma Cherry sit in the actual chair when you guys went out on the patio that
I
day?
don't recall that he did.
Okay.
Sal.
When you went back a second time a couple days later with Henry Meyer so that Henry Meyer could provide an overview to Monica.
Yes.
And did you see, so at this point, you've only seen Monica a total of 3 times after January 23rd, including January 23rd.
That week, yes.
And did you see her at any point after this up until June of 2017?
We would have seen each other at funeral, the the event at our office. We came back on a weekend, I believe, with food from our education team as well, that we brought food over to their place as well. Yes.
Okay, and the prosecutor asked you a couple times about your observations of Monica and whether you had seen any actual crime. You remember?
Yes.
But you weren't with Monica that many times between January 23rd and the days and the weeks following every single day, right?
Not every day, but the days that I just respond to the days that I was with her that week.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
can't speak to what was happening before you actually were physically with Monica
Correct.
with respect to her emotional
Correct.
state.
Only the points that I was with her.
And just to confirm, you also testified that Monica never asked you specifically for any help with anything other than the two conversations you've spoken about.
Correct. Only specifically on those items.
I have no further questions.
Confirmed by other people.
Just briefly. The conversation that when the defendant told you she doesn't know anything about the benefits, did she tell you, and this is exhibit 96, did she discuss with you at all that she
Whoever's clicking the
sent her an email with
whoever is clicking the damn pin by the mic, freaking stop it. It hurts. Just stop it. Okay, y'all. When you have hearing aids, it sits on the eardrum. These ear in the ear monitors will blow a healthy eardrum. They are so loud. And all I feel is like a jab in my ear. So I'm like, stop it.
multiple pages outlining all of the benefits?
No.
Did you ever discuss that coming from Cody and P&G?
No.
And in fact, on the last pages, all the contact info, do you recognize this kind of document?
Yeah, I recognize that kind of document, yes.
Okay, and that was sent through on May 17th, 2016 from her husband. Did she ever tell you that again then on October 4th, 2016, once again, Fabio forwarded her the benefits breakdown to her email? Did she ever mention any of that?
No.
I have no more questions.
Any further?
Just briefly, Mr. Diaz, what the prosecutor just showed you, you obviously have no idea whether or not Monica viewed either of those emails, right?
I wouldn't know.
Anything further?
Quit the dang pin clicking.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
God.
Second morning recess in 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15.
You know what? That microphone is. Are y'all hearing it? It's like that microphone is picking up every click, every nick, every piece of paper, and it's not that I physically can hear it. I can feel the vibration on my ear, and it would be like someone taking a pin and jabbing me with it. Here's a needle. Why don't we just have fun? Yeah, hearing aids are not all the glorious as some people think they are. And it's very difficult. Let me finish this last stitch. Looks like we're now coming back into this. Yay. Now they took a 15-minute. I'm going to see if I can figure out what happened. Okay, court feed came back. I don't know what happened to the court feed on the other. They got this up and going. I'm going to go check and see what's going on with the what everybody was talking about with the lives going down. Oh, they're still down, y'all. What is it? What do they say? Oh, Law and Crime at 1:31 p.m. Their time. We're working on solving the internet outage and outage in our control room now. Thank you for your patience. But what? I hate it when people start talking about monkeys. Monkey said it's licking. I have a monkey. Quit talking about monkeys in a negative way. I got a beautiful capuchin who's a cage escape artist, but let me check with okay, so Trial TV Live is done. They're down. Let me see what Court TV has. Court TV is still streaming this, but they're not streaming the other. The Monica Sementilli trial is not being streamed by them. So obviously it's a big network issue. All right. We're still waiting here. Volume's up. Okay, we're on hold. We'll go back over here after the break.
And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
Marco, M-A-R-C-O, Laurenti, L-O-R-E-N-T-I.
Ooh.
Thank you. Sir, did you fly in from Toronto, Canada to testify?
Yes, I did.
And
Thank you so much.
do you know somebody by the name of Morella Sementilli?
Yes, I do.
And is she your significant other?
Yes, she is.
And have the two of you been together since somewhere around 2008?
Yes.
All right.
Who is that person?
Through your relationship with Morella, did you meet her brother, Fabio?
Yes, I did.
Oh God, they're going to bring in the sister.
Do you recognize Fabio in this photograph with his kids?
I do.
And what was your relationship like with Fabio?
We had a very good relationship. Even after he moved, we spoke often.
Did you guys have a close relationship?
We did.
Almost like brothers?
Correct.
Did you and Fabio often discuss personal matters, family matters, things of that nature?
We did. We spoke of our children. We spoke of work, business, things of that nature.
Okay. You're Italian. He's Italian.
Correct.
Did you have a nickname that you used for Fabio?
Big Daddy,
Okay. Did you also refer to him as Fob?
I did.
When you first met Fabio, was he partners with
No, come on. Where'd baby daddy live? At the time, he was in like the army. Okay. And he was in Texas for a little bit, and I think he went back to like the base.
We're now on baby element.
Okay. So where's the RO now? Well, they say he's in Louisiana, so I guess that's where he's at. Okay. All right. So we're back to February. You and baby went to your dad's, right? How was that? What do you mean? Was it good? Y'all stay there long? No, I mean, but I didn't.
Okay, you're telling me the feed is back up. It for baby Evelyn, I've not lost feed. We just had court issues. The law and crime feed is still down. So I don't know. Let me see. We've not lost feed at all. We were in break for baby.
And do all of it. All right, so
I've not
that didn't
lost
work out
feed.
very well. Where'd y'all go then? My grandma was on there. All right, when'd y'all go to grandma's? I guess in April. All right, so in April. Fourth thing of April. All right, so you didn't stay at dad's very long. No. Baby go with you to grandma's? Yes. All right, where's grandma live? At the bottom of the hill for my dad. All right, so she lives near dad, on Money Creek. All right, so you all go with grandma. Is it just grandma or grandma? Grandma. Just grandma. So y'all know her since April. No, I moved out on my own in October. Okay. My dad owns a trailer park. Did baby go with you in October? All right. So you moved out of grandma's in October. Baby, where'd you move to? My dad's trailer park off of like Sugar Hollow and Buffalo. It's called Boswell Mobile Home Park. Just you and baby? Yes, it's just me and baby. All right. So you and Evelyn get your own place in October, all right? So from October until now, walk me through.
Okay. Ethan came. I went to Texas to see Ethan like a couple of weeks.
When was that?
November, December.
Did baby go with you?
Yes.
All right. So you and baby went to Texas.
Yes.
To Ethan.
Yes.
Right?
And I was the first time that he met her because he didn't really have anything to do with her up until that point.
Okay.
Okay. So sometime in December, me and Hunter moved in together.
Hunter's boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
But at that time, Evelyn was not with me when I started staying there because Ethan had her.
All right. So when you and baby went to Texas in November, the first time she met Ethan, did she come back with you?
Yes.
All right. So y'all went to Texas, had a couple weeks.
Yeah.
She come back with you. And then walk me through from November to December.
Okay. I had her up until, me and Hunter didn't start staying together until probably like the middle towards the end of December.
Okay.
So up until that point, I lived in the trailer with my dad.
Right.
I know it wasn't any longer than like December 25th because I was with Hunter on Christmas. And also that's when the lights got cut off because I just completely like had moved all my stuff out.
Okay.
Okay. And then Ethan got her.
When?
On Christmas Day, me and Hunter, we came back from Pigeon Forge on Christmas Eve. Me, my dad, Hunter, like everybody took a trip to Pigeon Forge. And then Christmas morning, we came back and he got her then.
Did he come up and get her? Did you take her to him?
No, we took her to him.
Where did you take her?
Wherever his grandparents' house is, got like a long gravel driveway. It's up part of town of Bluntville.
Okay, so it's local. All right. So what made you all take her to him? Because he's not been in her life.
Well, because he was like complaining about wanting to know her. I mean, like that's her dad. I was trying to give him a fair shot. You know what I mean?
Was your plan to leave her?
No, I wanted to get her back.
Okay, so.
But I wanted to let her have time to bond with her dad. And then after, like.
Did you stay there? Or did you just drop her off and say sayonara?
I mean, I sat there for a little bit, and then she was fine. She kind of remembered from Texas.
Okay, so let's back up. He texted you saying he wanted to be in her life. And he said, hey, I'm at Hardtown. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So you say that would be great for you to be in your daughter's life.
Yeah.
So you and Hunter, or just you?
Me and Hunter.
You and Hunter take Evelyn to where Ethan is. All right? What happens then?
Well, Ethan would not let me come on the driveway. He made me walk all the way up his driveway, like, you know. And I walked up there first myself, and I was like, you're being ridiculous. Let me pull up the driveway. You know, because he was mad Hunter was with me. I told him Hunter was coming with me when I got there. Like, before I got there, I called him. This is when I still had my own phone. I called him, and I was like, hey, like, I'm going to come up there. You know, he got her some stuff for Christmas. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I went to my brother's and got what he had gotten her for Christmas and stuff. You know, and I was like, I'll send it with you. I'll get her clothes and stuff, and we'll go up there. You know, I was like, that's fine. I was like, Hunter's going to come with me. And he's like, okay, that's fine. I get there, and he's like, no, I don't want to come up my driveway.
Okay.
So at first I walked up there by myself, you know, I tried to talk to him to let me pull up the driveway. So I really didn't walk her up there, you know what I'm saying. Walked myself back down, got her out of the car, and went back up there.
Okay.
And then I sat there for maybe like 23 minutes. She was fine. I left.
When you and Hunter took the baby there, did you and Ethan have a talk about how long she was going to be staying with him? So you took your baby, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this.
Okay.
You took your baby that you've cared for since the day she was born to her dad's house that she's had nothing to do with, and you stayed for 30 minutes, and he was being an ass, made you walk all the way up the driveway, was being difficult, and you left your baby with this man.
Well, I mean, I trusted him, so I was like, it's her dad.
So just because it's her dad, you trusted him, and he's not been in her life at all.
Well, I mean, I try to give him benefit of the doubt. Because I don't think Ethan's a bad person.
But this is your baby.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from?
I see that, but like, you also have to understand that was like her dad.
Okay, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue with you.
No.
Sometimes like I am, but
Well,
like,
this story, I feel like you're being honest, but there's a big chunk that you're not telling us. And I'm just going to call it like it is, okay? Something within the story has happened. There's a huge chunk that you're just not telling us. I think you took her to me, probably around that time. But there's something missing, and we've got to find that missing piece, okay? And just looking at you, I can tell something ain't making sense. Can you gather that? Okay. She gathers it too. So you leave her with Ethan on Christmas, all right? Walk me through from Christmas till now.
okay, he talked to me like the next day, and then he just kind of stopped like talking to me, not answering the phone, you know, and he got mad, and he got drunk, and he told me he was going to come kill me, because he does that.
When was this?
New Year's, I think.
All right, so he had the baby. Did you try to get the baby back?
I went by where I picked her up and she wasn't there.
Okay, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this again. You're a mom who's dropped your kid off with a dad that she don't know.
Well, then I tried to,
and now you can't find her, but you don't notify us.
Why didn't you call the police?
Have a good New Year's and carry on with life?
well, I mean, he told me he was going to his friend's house.
Okay, what friend?
I don't know their names, but I kind of know around about where they live.
So now this man that don't know your child is taking your child to someone's house that you don't even know their name?
Well, it was his friend. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but also I was really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because he never helped me with everything.
How many benefits of the doubt are we going to give him in the story before you start telling me the truth? Because there's two ways this can go, okay? In order to do our job, we got to have your cooperation, and you've got to be honest with us, okay? But if you sit here and you continue to lie, which I know you're doing, it's not going to end well, okay? Because at the end of the day, we're going to figure out what happened. We are. Okay? So, do we need to back up, Annie, and start over and have you start telling us the truth?
He got mad because he didn't want Evelyn to be around Hunter.
Okay.
And then he just stopped talking to me. Like on New Year's, he got mad, and he used to get mad all the time at me and be like, well, I'm going to kill you, blah, blah, blah. And then me and him broke up because he was like threatening my little brother.
So you have not talked to him since New Year's, is what you're telling me.
And he's messaged me maybe one time. I've tried leaving him several voicemails. He won't answer me.
You got your phone on you?
You
don't have a phone. Where is your phone?
Me and my dad got into it, I'll be honest with you, probably like a couple days after Christmas, because that's the last time I've been around my dad, and I was kind of smashed because I want to talk to him. I just really not have the money every day around him.
So within the messages you would send Ethan, how would you do that if you don't have a phone?
From Hunter's phone.
From Hunter's phone. Okay.
We don't know
I've
who.
called him several times. He has not returned my calls.
So when were you?
I don't know if you guys can hear me over that because it's screaming in my ears and it's actually rattling my head. But we don't know who the daddy is.
You're going to notify us about your baby.
If he didn't meet me tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because you waited months and you not cared in months. So why tomorrow would you notify us?
I was going to try to meet him tomorrow to get her.
Have you talked about that?
He told me he'd give her back to me in about 2 months. Or when me and Hunter broke up.
So he told you, and you just picked tomorrow.
I would have called her bullshit a lot sooner.
Well, have you talked to him to verify a date? So then what would you want to notify us of? Because how would he know to come meet you?
Because that's what he said, 2 months.
Where was y'all going to meet at?
Ingalls at Glen Holly.
She's so full of crap.
So where do you think your baby is right now?
I have no clue. I thought she was with him.
I'd be a frantic mess.
No, it's not like it. She got confused with the records and thought that I had 2 kids. But when I was in foster care, I had to place Evelyn in an agreement with Holton Homes so I could keep her with me at the foster care place because they would not let me keep her any other way.
So where do you think she's at?
I don't know.
You seem totally unfazed by this. That tells me that you know where your baby's at.
No, I don't.
Megan, I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of mothers. I've talked to a lot of girls. Okay? What you're telling me very well could be partial truth. But like I said, there's a piece that you're not telling me. We're going to figure out what happened. We always do. Okay? Are you connected in any way?
No.
I'm going to straight up ask you, did you have anything to do with you not knowing where your daughter's at?
I mean, I dropped her off at Ethan, so I mean, in a way, yes, but as far as like anything else, no.
This is irate, y'all. I could not be a police officer in that room with her right now. I would have unended her so fast. Not physically, emotionally, I would have pulverized her ass to the ground. I would have. I would have pulverized her butt down. She wouldn't have known what hit her. Oh, that lady had every right to call her bluff. You know she was lying the whole time.
You're ready to continue, Judge. Lieutenant Gillum, in addition to interviewing the defendant on February 18th, 2020, did you continue to work on the investigation into the missing child?
Yes.
Okay. And on March the 6th of 2020, were you present when investigators learned that there was evidence that had been located at the residence of Tommy Boswell?
Yes, I was on scene.
Okay. And so did you go to his residence?
I did.
Okay. Where was that located?
Off Muddy Creek.
And what was it that you did once you arrived there at Tommy's?
I know, Haley. I couldn't.
We received consent from Tommy to search a storage shed and connecting dollhouse type structure.
Okay. And were there other officers that assisted you in searching that property?
Yes, there was 3 others.
Okay. And did you in fact search that shed area?
We did.
All right. And what types of things did you find that were of evidentiary value there?
Within the storage shed type structure, it was just various baby items, some medicines, clothing, bottles, just car seats. I mean, anything you could imagine that you would need to care for a child was inside that storage shed.
How did it look or appear? I mean, how were they placed in there, or how were they in there?
No, it was very disorganized, just not in any sort of organizational structure. It was just kind of thrown in there. Things were upside down, boxes turned over, clothes just appeared to be thrown in there. No sort of structure at all inside.
All right. And did you photograph what the condition of the shed, that outbuilding, before you searched it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all remove anything or any items from that shed?
I believe most of the baby items got removed that night. Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos, or someone there take photos of the evidence and the items that you removed from the shed?
Yes.
Lieutenant Gillum, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you recognize them. Mr. Scott's still going through some of them, but if you would go ahead and take a look at those, see if you can identify what's been handed to you.
This is going to be the storage shed photographs.
Okay. And are those, looking through those, are those the photos of the items that were recovered and removed from that outbuilding?
They are.
During your search?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. If you would. Okay.
Objection was overruled.
We'll just kind of go through these one by one. We'll try to go quickly.
Okay.
The first photograph that's there on the top, what is it a photograph of?
This is the outside of the storage shed, just with the door open, showing the contents inside.
We've
and how
already
they
seen
look
this
before anything was
picture.
touched.
Okay.
Nothing
And
new
does
to
that
us.
accurately depict the shed, that outbuilding there before you all removed any of the items?
It does.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 101.
I know I don't either. I didn't take notes on this trial.
Objection. Yeah, full exhibit 101.
All right, and the next photograph, what is that a photograph of?
This is inside the shed. Again, just showing the various items. There's a swing type thing and looks like a bag of clothes and some more baby items.
All right, and again, is that a true and accurate photograph of the?
It is.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 102.
Exhibit 102.
And next photograph.
Same type thing inside the shed. This one is showing a picture of a bottle. It still actually has a little bit of milk in it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that 103, Judge.
Be 103.
What do you do when you don't have a child no more? You put everything in storage.
Next photograph.
Inside the shed, there's a box. It's got clothing, a ripped bag, a drink that looks like it's half drank.
DNA.
True and accurate
Ding, ding, ding,
photograph
ding,
It
ding.
is.
Move to make that 104.
Full 104.
Just saying DNA.
Next photograph, please.
Zoomed in on that box. It shows the nipple to a bottle. It looks very dirty.
And again, is that photograph taken before anything was removed?
No. That's before anything was touched.
All right. True and accurate photograph.
Yes, sir.
Move to make that exhibit 105.
Full exhibit 105. Scott, I'm assuming you've seen these. If you have any objection for it.
That's correct.
Next photograph, please.
This is an even further zoomed in picture of the dirty nipple to the bottle in the box.
All right. It's a true and accurate photograph.
Yes.
Move to make that 106.
Full exhibit 106.
And the next photograph.
This is an item just used to take care of a baby in everyday needs. It had been removed from the shed. It's like a squeegee type thing.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of that item?
Yes, that one right there had been removed from the shed before the picture was took.
All right. But it was located in the shed.
It was.
Judge, we move to make that 107.
Full 107.
Next photograph.
This is a yellow bottle. Again, there's still liquid inside of it, and it's dirty. That was located inside the shed, and it's a true and accurate.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 108.
108.
And next photograph, please.
This is going to be baby clothing. It appears to be like shorts. It had been removed from the shed before the picture was taken.
Guys, just breaking. And of course, I didn't get the information. I need my mods to look for the document, please. Karen Reed's defense motion for expert expenses to be returned was denied. That doesn't shock us because Auntie Bev's a witch. But law nerds, or I'm sorry, I can't say that. That's just somebody else's. Courtroom junkies or court junkies or whatever you want to call yourselves. I need a document. Could someone go find it for me? Motion was denied. Shocker. Not.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
Yes.
Move to make that exhibit 109.
109.
And the next photograph, please.
It's a picture of just right inside the door of the shed. You see a little onesie laying there on the ground, various diapers, a pillow with some sort of stain on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of those
Yes.
items? Make that 1010, Judge, please. 110. What did I say? 110. It's getting late.
This next one's going to be a close-up of the onesie. It shows a stain on the inside where her boat would have went.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of
It
that
is.
item? We have to make that exhibit 111.
111.
Next photograph.
This one is of the pillow and a blanket inside the shed, both with various stains on them.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of those items?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 112.
Full exhibit 112.
This next one is just going to be a close-up of the pillow and the blanket that I just described.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 113.
Full exhibit 113.
Next photo.
This one's going to be of a cloth bib.
I don't
again
know.
with,
That's the first I've
various
seen of it.
That been located inside
Could
the
have
shed.
been.
Yes.
I didn't hear
Inside
about
the
it
shed.
until now.
Judge, we need to
So
make that exhibit 114.
I'm not surprised. I expected it.
Next photograph.
This is going to be inside the shed as well. It's just showing kind of what all was thrown in there. Looks like a cat carrier, some bibs, cloth bibs, diapers, and I believe that's going to be one of them diaper dispenser things there in the corner.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We move to make that exhibit 115. Next photograph, please.
This is as well going to be inside the shed before anything was touched, and it's just showing various things that was thrown around in there. Looks like this is going to be a smart pump, some more clothes, and diapers.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 116.
If anybody's going to have it, gavel drops. If you guys love court documents, go to Discord. Go search for as the gavel
This is as
drops.
well going to be
join
inside the
them,
shed.
Validate
There's a picture
your
of a
account.
ladder, some more clothes tossed around.
And you too can have
that
all
a
the
true
court
and accurate
documents
photograph?
at your
It
disposal.
is.
We have to make that 118.
Just make sure you give credit to the person who's you're getting it from.
117, sorry.
Because there are some people who pay for those.
Next photograph.
It's going to be a close up of a dirty sock and like a medicine syringe.
Were they located inside the shed
They
as
were,
well?
yes. They were within the ladder.
Make that 118, Judge. Next photo.
It's going to be a close up of the medicine syringe that was inside the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
We have to make that 119. Next photograph, please.
These next couple are taken from outside the shed once they had already been removed. And this is a picture of a baby swing, and it's got just a whole bunch of stains on it.
All right. Is that a true and accurate photograph of what it looked like?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 120. Next photo.
This next one is just the close up of the swing where the stains were on the outside, just showing that the stains went all the way through the swing.
That photo accurately reflect the condition of it?
It does.
We have to make that exhibit 121. Next one.
The next one is going to be a Mickey and Minnie bottle with what appears to be milk still in the bottom of it, and it had been removed from the shed when the picture was took.
We have to make that exhibit 122.
And that is an accurate state or picture.
Next photo.
It's just a close up of the exact same bottle, just showing you about how much liquid was in the bottom of it when we took it out of the shed.
Okay. You all did not in any way empty it, manipulate it, do anything
No.
else before you. All right. We have to make that exhibit 123. Next photograph.
This is the onesie that I was talking about at the beginning. I don't know if y'all remember me talking about a onesie that was laying on the floor of the shed. This is going to be a close-up of the onesie once we removed it from the shed. It shows that there's brown stains toward where her butt would have been, and there's yellow orangish stains toward the collar of the onesie and the sleeve.
We have to make that exhibit 124.
She didn't want to do the laundry before storing it, I guess.
Next photo, please.
And this is just going to be a close-up of the stain where her butt would have been on the onesie, where it's brownish green.
Is that the same onesie that was from?
It's the same
prior?
onesie, yeah. It's just a close-up.
We have to make that exhibit 125. Next photograph.
Just various baby toys that was found from inside the shed that we removed.
Is it a true and accurate photograph?
Yes.
We have to make that exhibit 126. Next photo.
The next photo is going to be the medicine syringe that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 127. Next photo.
It's going to be a bottle that we removed from the shed, and it's discolored with some sort of brown substance.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We can make that exhibit 128. Next photo.
It's just going to be baby pants that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 129. Next one.
It's going to be the cloth bib that I talked about in a prior picture that we removed from the shed.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
We have to make that exhibit 130. Next photo.
It's going to be a little baby sweater with various brownish, yellowish stains on it.
Is that also removed from the shed?
It was.
We have to make that exhibit 131. Next photo.
It's going to be a close-up of the baby clothing.
Same item as in the previous.
Yes, same item.
We have to make that exhibit 132. Next photo.
Little baby shorts. It says 6 months old for the size. They're dark blue.
And again, were those found in the shed?
They all were, yes.
Okay. We have to make that exhibit 133. Next photo.
It's just going to be the top of a baby bottle.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 134. Next photo.
It's going to be a baby suction that we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 135. Next photo, please.
A baby blanket that we removed from the shed with yellow stains on it.
Is that a true and accurate photograph?
It is.
Item? We have to make that exhibit 136. Next photo.
This is a white trash bag that we removed from inside the shed. It appears to have various blankets inside.
I was
exhibit
just
137.
I was just thinking, if I was Karen Reed, I would appeal that decision as high up as I could go, because I can't believe that
it's going to be the contents
this crap is
inside
happening.
that
It's
white trash bag. And it looks like
unbelievable.
it's going to be a couple blankets and a cloth bib.
And have those items been removed from the bag that they were originally in?
Yes, they were removed from the bag.
We have to make that exhibit 138. Next photo.
It's going to be a child's toy. It's a little pink bear we removed from the shed.
We can make that exhibit 139. Next photo.
It's going to be baby pants. They're light blue in color.
Is that a true and accurate photo of that item?
It is.
We have to make it exhibit 140.
I feel sorry for that babe lady who.
Next photo.
It's going to be a
boyfriend's
cloth
mom.
bib that we removed from the shed with various
That
stains
made
on
the
it as well.
baby her shirt that
Make
she
exhibit
died in.
141.
That poor woman's going to have nightmares for life. Having to pull that out.
Next
and-
photo, please.
It's going to be a red blanket we removed from the shed.
We have to make that exhibit 142.
Full exhibit 140.
Next photo.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Yeah, but we approached it.
Not what I needed.
Sidebar.
Can I not get that thing tacked down?
Okay. I'll try to see how many more there are. I'm going to hand you up, I think, was about 40 more photos.
Okay.
Have you look through them and see if you can identify what those are photos of.
These all appear to come from inside that storage shed.
Okay. Are they true and accurate photos of the items that you all removed and took from the shed out at the Boswell property that night?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, introduce them individually. I think that will take us numbers 143 through 181.
I know it takes a long time, but I try to keep a list.
Okay.
So later in the trial, we have to go to a specific photograph.
All right. So we just have her go through them
Just the way
individually.
you would do it.
All right. That's fine.
All right.
Start back up, Lieutenant Gillum. If you would, for the first photograph there, tell me what you're looking at.
It's going to be another medicine syringe.
Judge, we make that 143.
We got 40 of these to go through, y'all.
Actually, if there's no
I suggest if you need a break to take it now, long crime, or trying to get the other feed up. It's not up yet, but they're trying. That said, y'all, if you need a break, go do it now because they're gonna. I think they've got about 40 of these to go through. We'll see.
Next photo, please.
It's going to be a pink bottle with various brown stains on it.
We have to make that 144. Next photo.
It's various baby clothing, cloth bibs, and a toy rattle.
We have to make that 145.
This next one's going to be just a closer view of those exact items I just described. The same picture, just
145.
zoomed
All right.
in.
And we have to make that 146. Next photo.
Just various bottles and the caps of bottles.
We have to make that exhibit 147. Next photo.
A little Mickey and Minnie sweatshirt for a baby.
Move that in as exhibit 148. Next photo, please.
I'm not really sure exactly the proper name for this, but it's like a measuring cup for like medicine liquid.
Is that a true and accurate photo?
It is.
Make that exhibit 149. Next photo.
A little jumper, a little onesie.
We have to make that 150. Next photo.
The pillow that I described in the first set of photos with the brownish stain on it, that's going to be that pillow removed from the shed. A picture of it.
We have to make that 151. Next photograph, please.
Another little onesie.
We have to make that 152. Next photo.
This is another onesie covered in what appears to be dirt.
We have to make that 153. The next photo.
This is another onesie. It's got some various stains on it.
Are they? Look how close I am, y'all. Just gotta do that bottom part. I'm going to take a short break.
Next photograph, please.
Another medicine syringe.
Oh,
Make that 155. Next photo.
This one's going to be another onesie. It's black in color with gypsy princess on it.
156. The next photo, please.
This is going to be medicine. It looks like it's prescribed to Evelyn M. Boswell, and it's some sort of ointment. I can't pronounce that the name of the ointment.
All right, is that a true and accurate photograph? Which
It is.
reflected the exhibit 157. Next photo, please.
And it's just going to be another up close of that exact ointment that I just described.
Make that 158. Next photograph, please.
The tube of the ointment was brought out of the packaging, and that's what this is going to be a picture of. It looks like it's supposed to go in the eye.
We have to make that exhibit 159. Next photo, please.
It's going to be a sippy cup.
Move that as 160. Next photo.
Another sippy cup. This one's pink in color.
Make that 161. Next one, please.
It's going to be a close up of that pink sippy cup that I just described.
Move that as 162. Next photo, please.
This is going to be the cap of a bottle, and it's got brown stuff all over it.
We have to make that 163. Next photo.
It's going to be a passy.
Exhibit 164. Next photograph, please.
2 baby spoons.
Move to make that 165. Next photo.
This is going to be a diaper bag that is unzipped, but all the items are still inside untouched. And it appears to be some medicine, a Mountain Dew can, some diapers, and just various things that I can see so far.
We have to make that exhibit 166. Next photo.
I'm
This is
going
gonna
to
be the
go and
medicine
grab
inside the
me
diaper bag.
some
It looks like
banana
it's gonna be
pudding. I'll be
children's
right back.
Tylenol.
Have to make that 167. Next photo.
It's going to be close up of the children's Tylenol in the diaper bag, and it looks like it's got some food and a cloth towel around it with some stains on it.
Make that 168. Next photo.
This is going to be another picture of the inside of the diaper bag showing the same thing, the Mountain Dew can with the cloth towel.
We have to make that 169. Next photo, please.
This is going to be a children's spoon, and on one end of the spoon, it is got black residue on it.
We have to make that number 170. Next photo.
Mac and cheese baby food.
Move that as exhibit 171. Next photo, please.
This is going to be some sort of tissue paper with brownish red stains on it.
Move that as exhibit 172. And next photo.
It's just going to be another angle of the tissue paper with the brownish red stain.
Move that as exhibit 173. Next photo.
It's going to be a suitcase with various clothing items inside.
Move that as exhibit 174.
Go lay down.
Next photo.
It's going to be a red wagon, and inside the wagon there's a baby doll, some baby shampoo, wipes, and a suction.
Move to make that exhibit 175.
I didn't get that much. My
Next photo.
favorite.
This is going to be a picture of the items beside the wagon inside. And it's got clothing, a car seat.
And yes, I'm eating.
It looks like a little bunny rabbit, teddy bear type thing.
Move that as exhibit 176. Next photo.
This is going to be inside of another diaper bag, and it's stained with brownish, reddish type substance.
Move that as exhibit 177. Next photo.
This is a cardboard box, and inside the box is several white bags.
Move that as exhibit 178. Next photo.
And this is going to be a big black trash bag, and inside of it is clothing, toys, all things for a baby.
Move that as exhibit 179. Next photo.
It's going to be 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Make that exhibit 180.
That reminds me, the other night I went to the grocery store. It's called HEB. Henry Edward Butt. HEB. And there was an old man. His hair was probably about yay long, but matted like he slept in it and never would comb it. So he's got mat underneath the loose hair. Grungy, dirty, skinny. That's fine. He had 81 bottles of nose spray. He had 30 bottles of liquid cough syrup and such. Something like that. Along with his food. I was like, prepper? And the manager was like, this, he says, this crap always happens 5 minutes before closing, and we're here an hour bundling all this up. I told him the next time he was going to do this, call ahead and we'd just give him the whole dang box.
Clothing items.
Sementilli just started up again. Oh, I need to.
103.
No, that's going to be the contents inside the shed. There you can see a Mickey and Minnie bottle with some liquid still inside.
104.
And that's going to be
Victoria's
a
Secret
cardboard
bag.
box with clothes and a bag on top. That's just going to
Somebody's
be a
lingerie
close-up of that
shopping.
cardboard box, and it's kind of showing you there the top of a bottle. Again, it's zoomed in on the top of the bottle. That's going to be
107.
sorry. That's going to be the suction thing that we removed from the shed.
That's not a suction thing. That goes inside of a baby bottle. That is not a suction thing, my dear. My dear, obviously you may not have children that have used those, but that actually goes inside the bottle for the inside a bottle that helps with babies who have colic or other gastral issues. So again, not a suction thing. That's the round thing with the little thing, and they use, yeah, that's blue or green. And that is not a suction thing, my dear. Dr. Brown.
That's going to be a bottle that we located inside the shed.
Oh.
A piece of baby clothing.
Oh shit! What happened to? Oh shoot! What happened to the needle? Where's the needle?
And that's going to be a onesie on the floor of the shed, along with a pillow there on the left-hand side.
Are those the items that are sitting below the pillow? Can you tell what those are there?
Looks like diapers. Or are you talking about right below the pillow?
Yes.
Yeah, those are diapers.
And I think you have a laser pointer sitting beside you there on the stand. Looks like
Oh.
I lost my
Yes.
needle.
Sorry. If you could, on the screen up there, point out where we're talking about.
Oh, right here, diapers.
All right.
And that's going to be the pillow, and then there's the onesie.
Thank you.
And my
Exhibit
foot will
111.
find it.
That's the onesie I described, and these are the stains that I talked about.
112.
It's going to be the pillow with the brownish stain and then a blanket.
$113.
Again, it's the same picture, just a little bit closer up to show you that pillow and blanket.
Great.
114.
There's going to be a cloth bib right there on the floor.
Did you all collect that?
We did.
115.
Again, just showing you the contents there on the floor of that shed.
And for the items that you collected, did you collect all the items that were identified as, or how did you make decisions as far as what you collected?
No, we collected the cloth bib and then this little article of child's clothing. Pretty much anything baby related went.
Exhibit 116.
There was a ladder on the floor of the shed, and this is just a depiction of the contents around that ladder.
117.
It zoomed in a little bit, but you'll see right here is a medical syringe.
And you're indicating an area just inside the metal ladder that's depicted.
Yes,
Center of the
there should be a
photograph.
closer up photo of it next.
118.
It's,
Can you see it better there?
it's right there. Sorry, I'm a little shaky.
All right. Is it the syringe? As we're looking at the photograph, it's kind of on the left-hand side. Is it slightly pinkish color? Is that what we're looking at?
It is. There's a blue, what I think is a wipe case, and then it sits directly to the left of that blue wipe case.
And I'm going to show you 119, which I think might give you a little better.
Yes. Right there.
Is that a close-up image of that syringe?
It is.
Exhibit 120.
That's going to be the child swing that was taken from inside the shed.
121.
And then this is what I was talking about, if you recall, where I said it shows the stain went through the entire swing. You can see right there what I'm talking about.
All right. So we're looking at the bottom. We're looking at the photograph. That's the bottom, the base of the.
Yes.
Okay.
Who? Guys, I'll be right back.
Exhibit 122.
It's going to be a Mickey Minnie bottle.
I had somebody show up.
Did there appear to be any sort of substance inside the bottle?
There appears to be some milky, whitish looking liquid. He just shy of the bottom of the cup.
Exhibit 123.
That depicts a little bit better where the liquid is inside the cup.
Exhibit 124.
This is going to be the onesie that was on the floor of the shed. I see a stain on the cuff there of the arm, the collar up here, and then, of course, right toward the bottom.
And looking at that same item, I believe, Exhibit 125.
Yes, that's going to be a close-up of the stain.
And is that, yeah, you lifted the flap there on the bottom of the outfit. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Exhibit 126.
Just various baby toys.
Number 127.
A medicine syringe.
$128.
A bottle.
I'm here. Okay, I have a special guest that just walked in. They want to know about podcasting stuff, so we're going to allow this trial to keep running. And I'll be monitoring, and I'll be back shortly. Thank you. Y'all enjoy the trial.
129.
Child pants.
Okay.
130.
A cloth bib.
And again, all these items you all found inside the shed. Is that correct?
Every item, yes, was taken from inside the shed.
Number 131.
Another article of baby clothing, and then there's a stain. I believe it's right there.
Let me show you 132, which may give a little better view.
Yes,
Is that
that's the
that
exact same article of clothing where the stain is right there.
Exhibit 133.
Baby shorts.
Number 134.
The top of a bottle.
135.
A baby's suction.
Number 136.
A blanket.
And these photos that are taken of these individual items, you all have removed them from the shed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And took them back over to, it looks like, to the sheriff's office to photograph them.
Yes, they were in our evidence.
Number 137.
That's going to be a white trash bag with various blankets inside.
And showing you 138. Is that the same bag of blankets there?
That's going to be the contents inside the bag. Yes.
All right. So you've removed them from the
Correct.
bag at that point. Number 139.
Just little bear.
Exhibit 140.
Pants.
Was it the condition of the pants when you found them? Were they turned inside out like that, or did
Yes.
you all manipulate them? Okay.
Yes. How they each show in the picture is exactly how we found them.
Exhibit 141.
It's a cloth bib.
Number 142.
A red blanket.
143.
Another medicine syringe.
144.
A baby's bottle.
Number 145.
Just various articles of clothing. I think there's a blanket, a little toy rattle.
And all these items were found together.
Yes.
Show you 146.
That is just going to be a close-up of those items, just a little bit more in detail. You can see what appears to be a sock there with some stains on it, like a little bow headband there. Just a close-up.
All right. Exhibit 147.
Various bottles and their lids.
148.
A Mickey Minnie sweatshirt for a baby.
Number 149.
Looks like a type of a measuring cup for some sort of medicine liquid.
150.
It's going to be a onesie.
$151.
That is going to be the pillow from inside the shed once it was removed.
Number 152.
It's another baby's onesie.
Yeah, 153.
Another onesie.
$154.
And that's going to be another onesie with various stains. You can see it toward the collar here and then more toward the bottom.
Number 155.
Medicine syringe.
$156.
Another onesie.
Appears to still be on a hanger. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Exhibit 157.
That's going to be the eye ointment.
158.
The ointment removed from the box.
159.
A close-up of the ointment tube.
All right. It looks like it says it's erythromycin
Yes.
ophthalmic ointment.
Yes.
Haley Mouse, the person that got denied was the Karen Reed trial, where she had a motion, where Karen Reed had a motion to have the prosecution reimburse her for the expenses when they told her that they could come and get the evidence off of the video DVR recorder. And unfortunately, they knew, or they already knew, that there was nothing there. So it's a wasted trip. And it cost $12,000 to fly the expert all the way across country. Because of that, they filed a motion for them to be reimbursed the $12,000 from the Commonwealth. And of course, Miss Judge Auntie Bev, the Wicked Witch of the East, has decided to again go against Karen Reed. So that's what that's about. All right. I'll see y'all in a minute.
160.
A sippy cup.
161,
Another sippy cup.
162,
And that's just going to be a close up of the previous sippy cup.
163,
That's going to be the lid of a sippy cup and just shows the various stains on it, the blackish brownish stains.
164,
A passy.
165,
2 baby spoons.
166.
It looks to be a diaper bag, and that's the contents inside the diaper bag.
Is that before you removed any of the items from the diaper bag?
Yes, sir.
167.
That's going to be the bottle of children's Tylenol that was inside the diaper bag.
So that was found in the diaper bag that was shown in the previous
Yes, sir.
exhibit. 168.
There it is in the diaper bag beside the baby's food and the cloth.
169.
Just another angle of inside the diaper bag.
Exhibit 170.
That's going to be a children's spoon with some sort of black residue substance there on the end of the spoon.
Exhibit 171.
That's going to be the mac and cheese.
Had it been opened or was it unopened?
I can't. It looks like it's been an end has been opened. Just the way the packaging was.
Exhibit 172.
That is going to be the piece of tissue paper with the brownish red substance on it.
173.
And that's just another angle of the exact same tissue paper with the brownish red substance.
Number 174.
A suitcase with just various clothing items inside.
175.
That's going to be the red wagon. As you can see, there's baby shampoo here, a suction, some wipes, a baby doll.
For 176.
There's going to be a car seat and just some various clothing items.
Number 177.
The inside of another bag that we found from inside the shed with some stains there on the side.
Exhibit 178.
It's going to be a cardboard box with several white bags.
Exhibit 179.
A black trash bag with various clothing and toys for a baby inside.
Number 180.
The 5 tubes of diaper rash cream.
Number 181.
Appears to be a child's blanket with a brownish red stain on it.
And all these items were collected and taken out of the shed.
Yes, sir. Every item.
Detective Gillum, you testified earlier about the interview that you did with Ms. Boswell over the sheriff's office.
Yes,
Sheriff's office located here in Blumpville, correct?
correct.
That's Sullivan County.
Yes,
All right. The property that you went out to search, Tommy Boswell's, out on Muddy Creek Road.
yes. Muddy Creek is in Blumpville, inside Sullivan County.
All right. If you would answer any questions that you start have for you.
Y'all come up here a minute.
Detective Gilliam, the items you collected, all these photographs we've admitted, were any of those items since TBI lab for testing?
I'm not sure if they were or not.
You weren't involved in that.
No, I was not.
You just collected them.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back an hour and a half or so to the interview we watched.
Uh-huh.
You talked to Megan on February the 18th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of day was that?
It was in the evening. It was after working hours.
Okay, if you could help me narrow it down a little bit more than that. So when do working hours end?
Between 4 and 5. That interview probably took place around 6:30, maybe even 7.
Okay. She had an earlier interview with Tracy Haraz and a DCS worker. I think you seemed to reference that in your interview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of time gap between those two interviews?
I know when the referral first came out was right at 4 to 5 that day. And that's when Tracy and the DCS worker went to the residence and brought Megan back to the sheriff's office and had their interview. So I would say their interview might have took place around 5:36.
Okay. And your interview was basically just a follow-up on their interview?
Yes, sir.
Continuation, so to speak.
Yes.
All right. All the questions I have?
Redirect.
Nothing for the judge.
Will she still be under the subpoena? Or should she be released?
We'll keep her under subpoena, Judge, but assuming she might be released at this time.
You'll still be subject to subpoena. So don't, you can leave the courthouse, but make sure you're available. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any other witness to discuss their testimony with you. All right?
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stop right there for today. You're going to get tired of hearing these admonitions. I'm just going to tell you that now. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. You can go with the officer.
Everyone please stand.
Okay, guys, I'm talking to a YouTuber who has over 100,000 followers. He just landed in my studio, so I didn't catch what's going on. So I'm going to speed it.
Maybe even 7.
Okay.
So I guess, are we on a lunch break? What are we doing? Thank you for watching Court TV. So are we done for the day? Can someone tell me? I'm sorry, guys. I have somebody that's going to be learning some things, and he's going to be using my studio, and I'm trying to talk him into a live interview. I do a Sunday night, what's called Sunday Night Live, where I bring guests on and we sit and talk, and you can do it from home from your phone. You don't even have to be here. It gets a little tight in here, but we can do it. So can one of my mods or somebody tell me what the heck just happened? Are we done with this little blessed little girl? Comments. You have no idea. They just went offline. Well, guess what? The Monica Sementilli trial has just picked back up. I will pop us over there. But she, let me see. But we will continue watching her this evening. Let me get this big end. So let me get that on screen for you guys real quick, and I'll screen share this.
Again, Mr. Laurenti.
All right, there y'all go. They have a gentleman that they're
Before we
bringing
go
back in. They
back to
were,
where we left
he was on the
off,
witness
I
stand when
just
they
wanted
lost connection.
to,
I'll be right back.
clarify a
Thank
couple of things with you about
comment, like,
your
subscribe before you
conversations
do
with
anything else.
Monica,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
after
Okay, it looks like we're done
Fabio
today
was
for
killed.
the baby Evelyn trial. So we'll be going in tomorrow morning. I believe they do have a Saturday date. The way you will know is click the bell and you'll be notified when I go live. I will be live tomorrow for that. So for the rest of the afternoon, we are going to be watching the Monica Sementilli trial. She's the woman who's charged with unaliving her husband via her swinging XXX star boyfriend. Yeah, isn't that great? So anyway, let's listen in on him. And don't forget to hit the ILIKED because I have a giveaway and I don't have a whole lot of entries. I'll see y'all in a minute.
Some of your conversations with her, she discussed the status of the police investigation, correct?
Yes.
She discussed with you her check-ins with the police. I think you described it as if they had found anybody.
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see your reference to it in your grand jury testimony?
Sure.
Okay. And showing you what you said at the time. Page 215. Does that refresh your recollection?
I believe so.
So you did have conversations with Monica about other things other than insurance, correct?
Okay. Correct.
And you and Monica spoke with you about inquiring about the status of the investigation and if they'd found anybody.
Correct.
And you also mentioned earlier about the night of the gathering at the Sementilli home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that on that night, in fact, for all that week, Morella, your partner, had actually been staying in Monica's bedroom at the house. Is that correct?
I sort of recall that.
And you mentioned earlier that in the early part of the evening, Monica had taken a sleeping pill.
If I remember correctly, yes.
And she'd gone into her room,
Yes.
correct? And then later came back out and joined the gathering. Is that correct?
At one point she did. She was in the living room, and I don't remember which happened first.
Okay. But at some point during the evening, she had taken a sleeping pill.
I think so.
Mr. Laurenti, we talked earlier about the text messages you had with Monica between the date Fabio was killed and the the time Monica was arrested, and that was between January 23rd and June 14th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you talked about how the first messages, exchanges you had with about insurance were around this time where you all were discussing you drafting the letter. Is that correct?
Okay.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you, in those communications you had with Monica, am I correct that you, after you told her you were going to draft this letter, you also told her you were going to talk to your lawyer about things you needed, things for her to send?
To a lawyer. I don't remember which one, but they just spoke to me over the phone.
Okay. But it was about things you were going to need from Monica for her to send.
Yeah, I just needed to know circumstances. That's it. She sent me that other information. Yes.
Okay. And so when you said on, and referring to People's Exhibit 112, when you told her in the text message on May 25 at 11:28, thanks, Mo, when I speak to my lawyer, I will let you know what else I might need. What are you referring to?
I think at that point she was just accumulating information and sending it to me. I didn't necessarily ask for that information because we've had other conversations that are not reflected in the emails, where at one point I said to her, I'll draft it for you. You do as you wish with it. You have all the people you can send it to. And I suggested who she should send it to. If she did it or didn't, I don't know.
And you then, with the information you had, whatever that was, you drafted the letter.
With whatever information we had via text or phone calls, I drafted a letter.
Okay. And showing you that letter, can you read the letter? Exhibit 111. And People's Exhibit 111, this is the letter you drafted, Mr. Laurenti, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in the letter that you were, this is as Monica, right? You are asking her to send it from herself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to whoever she might send it to, you are asking her, or you drafted these things for her to send, correct?
I drafted this as a guideline. That's why it's referred to as a draft.
Okay. Well, where is it referred to as a draft?
On our phone calls.
Okay. So you put dear blank, whoever she was going to send it to, and this was the content that you drafted.
Correct.
Okay. And you sent that to her May 29th, is that correct? Or May 30th? Yes,
Correct.
May 30th at 3:01 p.m.?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then on May 30 at 6:24 p.m., 3 hours later, you contacted Monica again, correct?
If that's what the text says, yes.
You contacted her that same afternoon, about 3 hours later, asking if she sent the email.
Correct.
And you then receive a text from Monica.
I got awesome new stuff happening, y'all. Can't wait to tell you. Can't wait to tell you.
Asking you if before she says anything, should I CC his captain too, referring to a police captain. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you respond to her, correct?
I think so.
Okay. But also when she sends that to you, she also talks about having difficulties with her daughter, correct? It's not just about sending your letter.
Sending her letter. No, it's not.
Okay. And she tells you that she's having a hard time with Bella. That she needs to talk to her, Bella, today. She's being distant and rude, and that Monica needs to squash it before it gets any worse. And she tells you, related to Bella, I never know if I'm making the right decisions. I need Fabio's direction and advice. Everything sucks. She tells you that?
In the text, yes.
Okay, but that's not saying she needs Fabio's direction about insurance. That's about Fabio's direction she needs about handling Bella, correct?
Correct.
And then after she talks to you about Bella, you respond to her earlier question about whether Monica asking you to direct her as to whether she should send the letter to the police. You tell her the following: send to police and insurance. Yes, captain as well. Make sure you reference insurance company with info you send. You sent that to her, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
You reach out again. And I just want to make sure I give you the correct date. You reach out yet again to Monica, yourself, and say to her, hey, did you get any kind of response to the email you sent out? If no, send another email stating, please acknowledge the email I sent to you on date/time. You sent that to her, correct?
Yes.
And you were curious to see what the response, if any, was to any letter she sent based on what she drafted, correct?
Yes and no.
Okay. Yes, you were curious to find out.
No, I'm a follower follow-up guy by nature.
Okay.
So I do that with everything that I do.
Okay.
So it's my pattern. It wasn't a special treatment for her.
Understood. Monica also consulted with you, did she not, about some requests for records that the police had made of her? Is that correct?
Request for records, refresh my memory.
Am I correct that Monica reached out to you and told you that the police had asked her to forward to them some phone records?
Oh, the home and the cell.
Okay. And you asked her on June 7 at 7:33, am I right? You asked her which phone records are they looking for? And you were referring to the request she had relayed that the police wanted her to send some of her phone records, correct?
Correct.
And you asked in your response, cell or home, correct?
Yes.
And she responded, I asked them, probably home phone. And then you responded, correct?
Let me see that, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked them, prob home phone, and.
And is there more to that?
It appears to be cut off on the document you gave. It's cut off, so I don't see that. I think probably they were asking for cell records, is your understanding?
Probably.
Okay. And your response to Monica asking you about sending those records, you told her, give only home for now.
Right.
And she asked you in response, why only home?
Okay.
Okay. Why did you tell her only to give her home phone records?
Probably so she could see what it is that they're looking for. I don't remember why. Start with that and then give them the other ones after. I don't know.
So when you told her to only give certain records to the police, you're not sure why you did that?
No.
Who is this guy?
It was a casual response.
I'm a little lost now. I had company, unexpected company, so I kind of checked out. Who is this guy? Hi, Hilda. Thank you for liking. Hi, Gabby. Missed you. Y'all missed my rant, man. Y'all missed it. I chewed some people up.
And then you reached out again. I think it's June 11th. Let's see.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gabby. I had an unexpected visitor, and it was about YouTube stuff. Actually,
You reach out one final time, June 11 at 8:25 at night, and you say, hope you get some positive news, referencing the letter you drafted, correct?
Just in general, I hope you get some positive news soon.
Okay, but you put in parentheses
Letter.
letter. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I hope you get some positive news, a letter from the investigators, so the three of you can move on. Was a good time in New York. You said that to her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this New York trip, this was Vanessa's graduation from medical school.
Correct.
That's wonderful. And Vanessa was Morella's daughter, correct?
Yes.
Your stepdaughter or?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned before.
only I would snag my button. Uh-oh. Okay, it's still going. I think what happened, guys, is the internet went down for the whole area. So thank God that we weren't really affected. It was all on the long crime side.
Before, for the record, what exhibit number is it? It's 113 or 157? 113. Correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that you all
Go back.
had all gone to some kind of cigar club.
I got tired of the crap.
Okay, and who arranged that? Monica didn't arrange that, correct?
I think Morella arranged it.
Okay, so Morella, your partner, arranged it.
Correct.
And it was at a cigar club where people smoke cigars?
It's also a restaurant and a lounge.
Okay, but when you went, Monica wasn't the only one smoking a cigar, correct?
No. Of course not.
Were you smoking cigars?
Yes.
No, a lot of women who smoke cigars. They have female versions of cigars. I know. Cigar's a cigar, but yeah, they do. Well, you know, you can be rude for so long and then you get bit. And they
am
got
I right,
bit.
Mr. Laurenti? You were never interviewed between the time Fabio was killed in January of 2017 through the date that Monica was arrested in June of 2017, correct?
No, yes, correct.
In fact, you were not interviewed at all by the police until they had contacted you to inform you that Monica had been arrested. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, when the police contacted you, they first informed you that they had arrested Monica and a man named Robert Baker, correct?
The phone call that came in was with Morella, but it was on speakerphone. I was with her.
Okay. And you heard them tell Morella that they had arrested Monica with someone named Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And you heard them tell Morella that
His wife
they
has
had
since
found
passed
Robert
away.
Baker's blood in the home and thought he was the killer, correct?
Correct.
And they also told you that Monica, it had been revealed that Monica had been having an affair with Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And knowing that, you the next day contacted the police, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember on June 15, 2017 at 10:45, let's see, LA time, calling Detective Parshall in the case?
I have no reason to deny that.
I just
but I
have a
don't
little
recall.
bit here and I have blacked out one of these today.
Mr.
I've been on for
Laurenti,
9
that
hours.
you,
That's
in
how long it
fact,
took just to do the black. So with 10 of them, 9 times 10, 90 hours. Yeah, this piece is gonna
let me
have
rephrase, Your Honor.
a lot of hours.
Mr. Laurenti, you called the police that day and discussed with the police the fact that even though you were aware that Monica had been having an affair, and even though you were aware that the person she had been having an affair with, you and Morella believed and questioned whether Monica was in fact innocent. Is that correct? You discussed with the police the fact that you were well aware that Monica had been having an affair, and I think you described swinging, correct?
Correct.
And you were, in spite of that,
If you don't know
in
what that
spite of
is,
knowing
Google it.
What you had learned from the police that Mr. Baker
You'll be
had,
highly
his
educated.
blood in the home at the scene of the crime. You were questioning whether the police really had evidence that Monica was actually involved.
Same objection.
So what if he questioned? They were family by marriage, but still. So what if he had questioned?
You also discussed earlier, Mr. Laurenti, and I just have a few more questions. I know this is hard. You have discussed previously in response to the prosecutor's questions about your relationship with Bella and Jess. Do you recall that?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said that there was one contact with Bella and Jess in the summer of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And that was after Monica had been arrested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Bella and Jess at the time were 18 and Jess was 18 and Bella was 16. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. And did you come down to LA anytime after Monica's arrest to visit with them?
After that?
Uh-huh.
No.
Okay. They actually went up to Canada and visited with you where you live, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever, after that one occasion, did you ever try to come down to LA or suggest you were going to come down to LA to visit?
No.
Okay. And is there any reason why you didn't?
I'm not understanding your question. I'm sorry.
Okay. You mentioned there was only one contact that you had with Fabio and Monica's daughters, Jess and Bella, after she was arrested, correct?
That's what I remember. Yes.
Okay. And that was not a contact you had with them because you came down to LA. It was because they came up to Canada and they visited with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was no more contact with Bella and Jess, correct?
I believe not.
Okay. My question is there a reason that you did not have any further contact with Jess and Bella?
I usually leave that up to Morella when we contact her family. So I left it alone. In fact, the day that they came to our house in the summer of 2017, they were only allowed to come because certain ground rules were set in what we could and could not talk to them about.
Okay. Well, their mom at that point had been arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were these ground rules set by you or Morella?
No, they weren't set by us.
Okay. Do you know who they were set by?
Monica's family.
Okay. Do you know who in Monica's family?
I don't remember if it was the mother or Anna.
Okay. And did somebody speak directly to you about those ground
I
rules?
think Anna might have spoken to Morella, but I don't remember.
Okay, but no one spoke to you about any ground
No.
rules? Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Yes. Hell yeah, you opened the door. I'm game.
Besides the text
Get on the
that
mic,
we
lady.
talked about that was marked as Exhibit 112.
That woman
You
drives me
indicated
bat crazy,
that in
as she
between
does.
these texts, you were having phone calls with the defendant.
Correct.
Her voice
And
just
in fact, phone calls
nails on the
referenced
chalkboard.
within the text string, correct?
Correct.
Not you, Gabby. Anybody who doesn't know what it means. Yes, Gabby, they did.
When you
She was swinging with him.
counsel, if Monica took a sleeping pill, that
Monica
based
was
on,
while
what the
Monica was
defendant said,
doing
not
that
what
while
you
she was
personally
married.
observed?
Swinging with him while she was married
It
to
was set
Fabio.
between conversations had with her and Morella and I don't know who else was there. I overheard.
Okay, but you didn't actually see her take a sleeping pill.
No,
So you don't know if she did or she didn't, correct?
correct.
When you were having this,
Powwow.
text conversation with the defendant, on April 9th, where the defendant was saying, said that she was missing him more and more, and that things were getting worse instead of better. Did you know at that point in time that the defendant was having an affair? Objection, relevance.
Is that in reference to a song, Miss Gabby?
I don't think so.
You didn't find out about the affair until Deborah Obad called you.
Correct.
Right after the arrest on June 14th, correct?
Correct.
And so when defense counsel said, asked you a question about you being aware that the defendant had been having an affair and was swinging, in other words, having sex with other individuals, that was told to you by Deborah Obad the day prior after the arrest on June 14th.
I think so.
So up until that point, no one in the family knew that
No.
Monica was having an affair.
No.
That's not in evidence.
I'm sorry, what was it?
False speculation.
You didn't know
No.
that there was any affair
No.
until you got the call on the night of the arrest.
Correct.
And that was from Miss Obad who informed you that the defendant not only was having an affair, but was
Correct.
swinging with other couples.
Correct.
And when the
Doesn't change the
defendant
fact.
indicated to you that things were getting worse instead of better, at that point in time, were you aware?
Not everybody
that
may know that
the
song, but I do.
defendant was
She's a
again
bitch.
having an affair with Robert Baker?
Objection.
I'm gonna leave it there.
I have a set of two photographs dated April 8th of the defendant. May it be marked as people's next in order?
116.
Thank you. Showing you people's 116. Were you aware that the defendant was with Mr. Baker the night before she was texting you saying things are getting worse?
Objection, no foundation. The witness has already testified.
I'm sorry, you're making a big
Thank you.
It's, find of facts, not an evidence as to that particular question. We used to stand on that ground.
Okay. From looking at these photographs, were you aware the night before her saying things are getting better, that the defendant was with Mr. Baker the night before? Things were getting worse, sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, you already told us that you didn't know about the affair until the night of the arrest when you were called by Miss Obad. Correct?
Woman, you're beating a dead horse
Can I-
that doesn't have any more information.
Okay. So what's bogging me down is timelines. At one point, Deborah did call me and told me that Jessica had given up the passwords to Monica's computer and that her mother and her sister found out that she was swinging and having affairs. And somehow Baker was involved. So to what extent at that time, I didn't know a lot, but I started having an idea that something was going on.
Did Miss Obad relate to you at any point in time that she was also aware that while Fabio was out of town on business prior to his murder, that Jessica found Baker sleeping in her mother's bed?
Your Honor, that's hearsay, double hearsay, and facts not in evidence.
So stand on the first ground.
Did Miss Obed ever mention anything to you
Yes, she did.
about, she did? Okay, what did Miss Obed tell you?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Other than what's already been covered, sustained.
When
You're losing
you
your
were
battle
trying
on
to
this, my
help
dear.
the
Move along.
defendant obtain the insurance money, that was because you believed that she was a loyal member of your family.
Objection leading correct.
Sustained.
Why did you decide to try and help the defendant obtain the insurance proceeds from her husband Fabio's life insurance?
Because at the time, I didn't think she was the killer yet. And she was a mother and had 2 children.
That's reasonable.
Did you know at the time that the defendant was sending you information on May 25th regarding Fabio's life insurance policy? Did she ever tell you that at that point in time that she was in Myrtle Beach with Robert Baker?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
So ruled.
No.
Your Honor, I have a set again of 2 photographs of the defendant. If they could please be marked as People's 117.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would also be raising a relevance objection. It's irrelevant whether this witness knows these things at this time.
That's a rule.
Showing you photographs from May 26th.
You're not
of
smiling
2017.
right now, are you, honey boo?
Were you aware that the defendant was at a Paradise Party compound with Baker in Myrtle Beach when she was sending you information to try and help her obtain her husband's life insurance proceeds?
No.
Sustained.
He already answered.
At some point in time, did you learn that the defendant had gone to Myrtle Beach with Robert Baker?
No.
You never knew that. You're hearing that for the first time today?
Yeah.
Just because his wife Manu, who's now just known and she's deceased, I'm assuming.
When the defendant,
Or should be up
when you were
here.
sending messages to the defendant on
Doesn't
June
mean he
2nd
knew.
saying, thinking of you and the girls, can't help but, I don't know what this says here. Something every day, big hugs. Were you aware that when you were, and she responded with a heart emoji and praying hands, were you aware that the defendant was with Robert Baker that day?
No.
Well, I have another set of 2 photographs from June 2nd. If they could be marked as People's 118.
Very well.
Show you 118. Were you aware on that particular day, once again, that the defendant was with Robert Baker while she was sending you these text messages?
No.
Your Honor, we would object again, facts not in evidence.
The answer's already in.
352.
Now, that calls for a balancing process that I've already utilized.
I like this judge.
Would it be fair to say that had you known that the defendant had been lying to you?
Objection, argument.
I don't know that.
About the fact that she was, in fact, a grieving widow versus having a torrid affair where she was swinging with other couples, would you have gone to all of this trouble?
Sustained.
He's not sure if he needs to answer that.
I have nothing further.
Ah,
when Monica,
Think quick.
when you reached out to Monica to offer to draft the letter for insurance.
He didn't offer, she
because
asked.
She was, I think you said, a mother with 2 girls after her husband had been killed. And you, and if the evidence showed that Monica was not involved in any way in the planning of Fabio's death, would you have believed that that was something that was important and proper to do?
Sustained.
Thank you.
You didn't want her to get it in. You can't get it in. He's like, I'm out.
Thank you. People call Morella Sementilli.
He's like, I'm out. See ya. And he came in from Canada. And his wife is deceased. Poor guy. Seems like a nice guy. It is 5:13 here. I don't know how much court we're going to have because the live feed, they had a internet failure or something like that. Is this his wife or is this who is?
Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state your testimony?
It would be awesome if his wife survived.
Yes. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, state and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Morella Sementilli.
Oh, she's alive.
Spell, please.
M-I-R.
Oh, congratulations, babe.
S-E-M-E-N-T-I-L-L-I.
Oh, thank God she's alive.
Ms.
That's a
Sementilli,
miracle.
Can you tell us what your relationship was to Fabio Sementilli?
He was my little brother.
Okay. And how many children were in your family?
I was the middle child, and I have an older sister.
And what's her name?
Loretta.
You refer to her as Lori.
Lori, yeah.
Showing you exhibit 13. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's Fabio.
And what is he doing in this picture?
He's probably putting on an incredible show for all the hairdressers who adored and loved him.
Is that what he did on a regular basis?
Yes, he was an MC as well as an awarded hairdresser.
As were you, correct?
Yes,
Showing you exhibit 73. Do you recognize what you see here?
yes.
And who are these individuals?
My brother, who's proudly hugging his 3 children, Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella.
Okay. And where are you and your family from, and along with Fabio?
We're from Canada, Toronto. We were born in the city of Toronto. My mother, myself, my sister, and father were born in Italy. Fabio was the only one born in Canada.
Okay. And so your family, with the exception of Fabio, were immigrants that came to this country.
Yes.
Or not to this country, but to Canada.
To Canada, yes.
So are you also the godmother of one of Fabio's daughters?
Yes, Isabella.
And they take
And
that
did
seriously.
You and your brother Fabio and your sister Lori
Oh,
all have a close relationship?
Canada. I may be totally off and wrong.
Did you have a close relationship with your parents?
Yes, very much so. We lost our father at a very young age, and my mom became our supporter. My brother was 9, I was 13, and my sister was 16. He was 39 when he passed.
Your father?
Yes.
That's tough.
And in order to support your family, did your mother have to earn a living to support the three of you and herself?
Yep.
My mom, with basic education, worked 3 jobs to support us. We used to carry a key around our neck on a rope to go to school and take care of ourselves. Our older sister used to oversee us and made sure we ate, but my mom worked all the time.
What kind of work did your mom do?
She worked in a factory. She used to work where they knit sweaters. And she also cleaned a veterans hall as a cleaning lady. And on weekends, she worked at the flea market selling sweaters. And we used to go and help her a lot. We were always supporting each other the best we can.
Your brother Fabio, when he was a kid, did he start various jobs and businesses in order to assist the family with making money?
Yes, he did. He worked as a supermarket stock boy at, he first had a newspaper job at 13, and then he worked at a supermarket stocking shelves at 16. And around 17, he used to also help with the Veterans Banquet Hall as well, washing pots and pans.
Sure.
Hardworking family. That nothing. They would take it as what you mean it for. Ay, ay, ay. You got to have the attitude, you know. This is nothing, but when you flip it this way, it's Italiano. Doesn't really have a meaning, but it can be used to indicate what you would indicate. Oh my gosh.
At some point in time, did you become a hairdresser?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in time, did Fabio start working with you?
Yes, he did.
And did you own a salon at that point?
I did. I owned a salon as early as 83.
And what was the name of that salon?
Modelli.
Modelli?
Modelli.
Okay. And when Fabio began working for you, did he eventually go to school to learn to cut hair and do color and things of that nature?
He did. He was working for me part-time, and then he loved it. And he was very, very talented, and he decided to go to hairdressing school.
All right. And subsequently, did you and Fabio own and run a salon together for many years?
Yes, we did. We, after he had his own salon, we felt we were far apart and we can consolidate. So we went into business together in 2001 called Salon Shampoo.
Okay. And the two of you owned it together?
Yes, we did.
And how many years did the two of you own and run this salon together?
Until he left for LA, 2009 or 10.
All right. And while the two of you were running and working at this salon, did Fabio
God, get your
become a
questions.
platform or artist for Wella?
Yes, he did.
And did you do the same?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And while you were before Salon Shampoo, when you were working at Modelli, when you owned Modelli and Fabio worked at Modelli with you, did you and Fabio meet the defendant?
Yes, we did. Yes.
And the defendant, you know Monica Sementilli is your sister-in-law of almost 20 years, right?
Yes.
You see her here in court?
Yes.
Can you identify her?
Yes. She's here to my right wearing a black blazer.
She doesn't want to even look at her.
And while you and Fabio were working and you owned Modeli, that was in Canada, correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came into contact with the defendant?
She worked in a clothing boutique 3 doors down from the salon Modeli.
And at that time,
I got Dolly Parton in my head now.
Fabio was married, correct?
Yes, he was.
And had a son.
Yes.
Who we see in this photograph.
Yes, Luigi, yeah.
I can't help it.
And at some point in time, did Fabio decide to open his own salon?
Yes, he did.
And when he left Modeli to open his own salon, at that point in time, did the defendant go with him?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And for a period of time before Fabio opened his own salon, did the defendant come and work for you?
Yes.
And what was she doing at your salon at Modeli?
She was doing nails and makeup upstairs on the 2nd floor.
So you rented out a space to her?
Yes.
All right. And when Fabio left, what was the name of his salon?
Salon Fabio.
And what did the defendant do at Salon Fabio?
Well, Fabio cut hair and she ran the business.
Okay. Who handled the books, the finances?
Monica.
Okay. And at some point, did Fabio get divorced from his first wife and get married to the defendant?
Yes.
And that was in February of 97?
Yes.
Does that sound about right?
They got married, yes.
Okay. And you said then at some point you and Fabio came back together and opened a salon shampoo together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And did the defendant again work in the business with you and Fabio?
She worked on the 2nd floor as well, again, as a makeup artist, nail technician.
Okay. She had gone to school for that at some point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And
Nail tech,
would you
not the
say
beauty
that
tech.
You and the defendant were very close for many years?
Yes.
Sorry, makeup artist.
Did you think of
Hired.
her like a sister, like you did with Loretta?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a photograph from August 6th of 2016. May it be marked as people's, I think it's 117?
Where's the photograph of?
It's a photograph of the defendant with Morella and Loretta. Showing you exhibit 119. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is this you with Loretta and the defendant?
Yes.
And where was this taken?
At my house in Woodbridge, Ontario.
That's where you live with your significant other, Marco.
Yes, Marco.
And when the defendant married your brother, did you also become close to her entire family in Canada?
Yes.
And did Fabio become close with the defendant's family?
Yes.
Quit nodding your head and giving her the answers.
Prior to Fabio's murder, were you also close with Fabio's daughters, including your goddaughter?
Yes.
And did you spend a lot of time with them prior to the time that Fabio moved with his family to Los Angeles?
Yes, a lot.
Once they moved to Los Angeles, did you see Fabio on a regular basis?
Yes, we did.
He would come up to Canada to visit his family and you would also come down?
Yes.
Did you also do business in the Los Angeles area?
I did.
Was that also through Wella?
Yes.
Had you been to both of Fabio's homes in the San Fernando Valley, the first home that was a rental before the Queen Victoria home?
Yes, I had.
And did you and your family spend holidays still together?
Yes, we did.
Approximately how often would you say that you and Fabio would speak?
At least every weekend, if not twice a week.
Okay. And when you came to Fabio and Monica's home on Queen Victoria, where did you used to spend time with him?
Usually it was a beautiful day in LA and it was always cold in Toronto. So we'd always be outside on the patio.
Show you what's been previously marked as People's 9. It has a page 20 in the bottom left corner. Is this the patio area?
Yes, it is.
Is this the area where you and the families would get together?
Yes.
And was there a particular chair that you knew was Fabio's favorite chair, where he would routinely sit?
Yes, he would sit to the chair here on my right, closest to the pillar.
The one here, the brown pad?
Closest to the cement plant box, yes.
If I show you People's 9, page 21.
Same,
That
yes.
would be the photograph I'm pointing to here, as you say, closest to the pillar.
Yeah.
And would when Fabio and the defendant and their kids moved to, their daughters moved to the Los Angeles area, did you also keep in touch with Monica?
Yes, I did.
And who handled the family's finances, if you know?
Monica.
And did she tell you that she's the one that handled everything?
Yes, she did. I was curious about some cell phone charges, like what did she pay on her cell phone package? And I was asking Fabio or anybody, and she says, "Oh, don't ask him. He knows nothing about the utilities. I pay for everything."
So she told you that she was in charge of all of the bills?
Yes.
And did she also discuss with you that she was the one who made child support payments to Vonda for Luigi?
Yeah, she was very proud that she was the one communicating with Luigi's mother and not Fabio.
Okay. So she dealt directly with Vonda?
Yes, she did.
And did the defendant also tell you that she handled all of Fabio's paperwork from the business?
Yes, she did. She handled it all so that Fab can be free to be creative.
And in terms of the family's calendar and scheduling, who was in charge of that?
She calls him fob, like a key fob.
To get together.
Fabio had told me that if there was any family events or, mom needed any help or time with his mom, that
Have a
I
great
should,
night. Thank you for stopping in.
communicate
I
with
do
Monica
greatly
so she
appreciate
can
you.
organize his calendar, because he wasn't doing that anymore. Monica was doing that for him.
Did you also know Fabio's professional assistant at Wella?
Yes.
And who is that?
Alicia.
You want to have a photograph of Alicia Truesdale, maybe marked as People's 120.
Yes.
Showing you 120. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
And who is that?
Alicia Truesdale.
Okay. And had you
She's
come to
disagreeing
know
with
Alicia
something.
very well from your work at Wella?
Yes.
You want to have another photograph of the witness along with her sister and mother, may it be marked as People's 121.
Yes.
Showing you People's 121. Do you recognize who you see here?
Yes.
Is that you and your sister and your mother?
Yes.
And was Fabio very close with your mother?
Yes, he adored her.
He was you said the youngest, is that right?
Yes.
you Exhibit 96. Do you recognize the email address as that of your brother's while he was working for P&G in 2016?
Yes, it is.
Do you also recognize the defendant's email address, calmatimo@hotmail?
Yes, it is.
Again, showing you Exhibit 97 from 2016. Did you know that eventually Cody bought out Wella from P&G?
Oh, yes, yes.
You were part of all of that
Yes.
situation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize Fabio's email address once Cody purchased the business?
Yes, I do.
And once again, the address for the defendant?
Yes.
At some point in July of 2016, did you fly to Las Vegas for the Trend Vision show?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have another photograph of this witness along with the defendant. May it be marked as People's 121. Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 122. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I do.
Where was this photograph taken?
This was in Las Vegas at the Aria, I believe, and we were having, Wella was having a big event for Trend Vision. It's like a competition for North America, and I was working one of the days, but I had some time off. So that's the evening of the event, the opening, grand opening event.
Did you?
I did it. One down. 9 hours and about now to call it 9 hours.
Both with Fabio and the defendant when you attended.
Not
this
including
event
the
in Las
color,
Vegas
just the black.
in July of 2016.
Probably got 18 hours in this
Not
so
a lot
far.
of time.
18 for one.
Fabio was very, very busy, and he had asked me to meet up with Monica because she was coming, and that was a surprise to me. And I said, "Yeah, I'll have lunch with her." So I met her in the lobby
At the hotel.
and then we had a quick lunch, and then I went back to work.
And Fabio, was he the in charge of this event or the MC of this event?
Yeah, he spearheaded that event. It was a competition, almost like an Olympics, where hairdressers got together and would compete for, to win the coveted trophy for the year of that event. And they would be recognized as the Trend Vision Award winner. And so Canada and the US would come together, and Fabio was pretty much in charge with all of the production and everything. And he was the MC, and everybody would just stop him constantly in the halls. And
Fabio.
During the day, he would be busy in various events or planning for the evening events.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've heard a lot about
Next.
the term platform artist.
Mhm.
You were a platform artist. What did you and Fabio do when you traveled as platform artists around the world?
It's overall.
Well, when we were a lot younger, started in the hair industry, we would train for competitively to be in competitions all over the world. We traveled together and we would compete and create creations like wonderful, beautiful hair. And within 7 minutes, they would say, go, and then stop. And then the judges would come around and look at your model. And then we would all wait for the awards ceremony. And Fabio and I did very well in those arenas. Fabio won in Las Vegas. He won in Germany. I won in a few myself. And we just really were a very strong team. And because of that, a lot of hair color companies were always asking us to endorse their product. And so we gladly did so. And we continue to do a lot of educational work on platforms because we were up on a riser. And people would come to our classes and learn the newest tricks and tips in the hair industry.
Okay.
And we just kept getting huge numbers at our events. So eventually Fabio became permanent with Wella in that area.
I see.
Mhm.
So that's those competitions as platform artists is what led the two of you to become independent contractors for a period of time. With Fabio.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we all understood what that was. So during the week that you were in Vegas for the Trend Vision Awards, that would have been the week of July 22nd of 2016 through the 28th?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you had lunch with the defendant one day, but other than that, the defendant would have been on her own because you and Fabio were busy working.
Correct.
All right. Now,
I wonder how she likes her hair care in jail.
when was the last time that you saw your brother?
I saw my brother January 17 to approximately the 20th.
Were you in town on business that week?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you come into town with somebody?
Yes, I came to town with a colleague of mine, Antonio Quintieri.
Antonio, was he a hairdresser that worked with you and Fabio at Salon Shampoo in Toronto?
Yes, he worked for us for a short time, and then he also became a platform artist as well.
For Wella?
For Wella.
So during that week, some point in time, did you go to Fabio's home?
Yes, I did.
And when you got to the house that day, did Fabio seem like his usual gregarious self?
No, not at all. We were on our way to the house in a taxi, and I got a text message from him saying maybe today's not a good day. And I told him I'm minutes away. I didn't want him to do that. I'm coming. And then when we got there, we pulled in, and I didn't get the usual warm Fabio that I usually have, that he's usually so happy to see us. And he was looking quite concerned, working with his golf clubs. And then we walked in, and it was close to dinner time. It was probably 4:35. And we weren't served any beverages or food or anything.
Were you planning on, had this evening been planned for you to come to the home?
Yeah, it was planned weeks ahead of time because we had to run something by Fabio since he was head of education. Even though I was a sister, I had to still talk business sometimes. And we got there, and I wanted to do it at his house so I could see the family, but he wasn't himself.
All right. And how about the defendant? Was she there that day?
She was there that day, yes. And usually, again, when I come to visit, there's usually some food or a spread, or everybody's happy to see me. And I didn't feel that way. And there was no food, there's no spread. We were hungry, and I thought maybe we would have to go out to eat something.
So you had thought you were going there for dinner that night?
I thought she would put some food on, yeah.
Okay. So did you have any conversation with her that you recall at this point?
Vaguely, very short.
Okay. And then shortly after that time, did you return home to Canada?
Yeah, well, the beginning of our trip, I passed by to see Fabio. Usually I extend my trip and I stay a little longer, and I stay with the family either even one more day or so. But no, this time I didn't. I just went home.
Okay. And how is it that you learned about your brother's murder?
I was ready to start a conference call. It was 9 o'clock on Monday night, January the 23rd. And I got a phone call, and I was the head of this project that we were working on. So I avoided the call. And then I got a call again within the next minute. And so I answered the call, and it was my niece, Jessica, yelling, and it was breaking up. And she, no, sorry, it was breaking up, and it was Monica calling saying, they killed Fabio, they killed Fabio. And then the phone was cracking up, and then I was like, it doesn't even sound like her. I'm like, this is a crazy joke. And then Jessica came on the phone. She goes, Zia, like Auntie, Daddy's dead. Someone killed Daddy, and it was blood everywhere. And she started breaking down, and then I'm breaking down, and I'm like, can't be true.
So the first person that you spoke to that night was the defendant, who said that they killed Fabio?
She did. She said they.
Had you spoken to the police at this point in time yet?
No, I had not.
Now, after this station, did you fly down to Los Angeles along with the rest of your family? That would be your mother and your sister and all the cousins and the extended family. Luigi?
Yes. My mom was sick. She was recovering from cancer, and it was a little hard to tell her that her son had been murdered. So it took us some time. And then on Wednesday, we got on a flight. It was maybe 8 or 9 of us, family members, and then some more followed the next day. But we landed on the Wednesday, the 25th.
Did you go directly to the home at Queen Victoria where you had just been a few days before?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And when you got to the house, did you see the defendant?
Yes, we did.
And did you tell her beforehand that you were all coming?
Yes, we did.
All right. And what did she do when you came to the house that day on the 25th?
She looked very distraught. She was upset. She was
Did she
holding Fabio's sweater, and she was just sobbing and sighing and exasperated. And
okay. And did she take you on a tour to show you what she had seen in the house?
Yes, she did. She took us into the kitchen, and my sister, myself, and my daughter were there following her. And she was telling us that they used vinegar. Do you see? They used vinegar. Do you smell it? Can you still smell it? Why would they use vinegar? Was it to get rid of any DNA? Was it to get rid of DNA? And then she said, they didn't even use my knives. They didn't even use the knives. They were sitting right here. They didn't use my knives. And then she kept walking us around, and she showed us that there was blood stains and on the floor, but they're clean now. And then she mentioned they took her DVR because the monitor they had in the kitchen was black. So we were looking like we were on a tour, and then she's pointing, there's stains on the door here. I guess the insurance company is going to come and paint again and come and paint this. Then she took us into the bedroom.
And what did she do when are you talking about the master bedroom?
Yes, the master bedroom.
And what, if anything, did she point out or show you in the master bedroom?
She showed us some blood stains that were black now, and she said there was blood stains here. We were robbed, and they took money. They opened the safe.
She said they opened the safe?
Yes, they opened the safe. It's broken. Can't close it.
She said the safe was broken?
Broken. And then she started going through Fabio's jacket pockets, his suit pockets, saying that Fabio keeps money everywhere. He's got money everywhere. I don't get him. Now she's like angry, and she's going through his pockets and pulling out cash.
From the pockets?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And then at some point, she gave $800 in change to my mom from all the money she collected in the pockets,
In Canadian money?
in Canadian money.
Okay. And at some point, did you also have contact with her family at the home?
Oh, yes, yes, everybody was there. At one time, we could have been like 20 people there. And Wella was bringing food for us, and everybody was very grateful for that. And then at one time, the mom had said, "We got to tell Wella to stop sending food. I don't want no more food."
So where were you all congregating?
Outdoors mostly,
On the patio area?
in the patio area and in the kitchen.
And at some point in time on the following day, did individuals from Wella come to the home while you were there?
Yes, yes, they did.
And did that include the CEO, Sal?
Yes,
Did you know Sal?
yes, I did.
And who else came with Sal to the house that day, if you recall?
Sal Mosseri came, David Diaz came, and Henry Meyer.
Okay. Did you know all these people from Wella?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did they sit down with you and the defendant and others?
They had asked to speak to her privately and if they wanted us to leave the room. And she said everybody could leave the room except for Monica's sister and myself.
Okay. So you and her sister sat down with these gentlemen
Yes,
and the defendant?
yes.
And did they at that time go over some of the financial support that Fabio had put into place, including life insurance policies?
Yes, it was the first time I had seen them since the murder, and they had come over to tell Monica what Wella was prepared to do. And they had told her that he had life insurance and also something about indemnity, double indemnity, and that they were going to take care of Monica anywhere, like they're going to try for 6 months. There's anything you need. They were constantly reaching out if she needed anything. And that same day I said, maybe, there are 3 girls by themselves in the house. Maybe you can get a security guard or someone to help or replace the DVR or some security.
You said that?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you say that to?
All 3 of them.
And what, if anything, did anybody respond?
I was stopped before I can even finish my sentence. Monica said, "No, absolutely not. I'm fine. We're going to be fine."
And did she say anything else? Did you ask her if she was afraid at all of staying?
Y'all,
in this house
that
alone,
bothers
given that
me
you were
because
asking the
if
gentlemen who were
if
offering
you've got
help
these killers
for
on the loose
security?
Yes,
and these
that's
young
why
girls and you're
I assumed
refusing
she was going to be scared
security,
because what had happened, and and they were out there.
And what did she say?
She said that they're not scared, no negativity in this house, Sementilli power, and she was just constantly coaching the kids that they were going to be fine in their home that their father built for them or bought for them or set up.
Sementilli power, is that something your brother used to say?
Yeah, he would say wonderful memes like that, like charge that mountain, you can do it, chin up, Sementilli power.
Our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Wow. This is interesting. I find it interesting. One of the biggest things that I take away from her testimony is that she used the word they killed him. They. That tells me she knew. And I am not going to be one. I mean, as a juror, if I heard that, that is not something that I would let go of very easily. It's amazing what people will say in the midst of disasters like that, and they don't realize what they're giving away. They don't realize they're giving away evidence that can be used against them, and she just did. Yeah, I know. I'm blacking out one more. Just starting. So, yeah, that's interesting, y'all. That is well and above and beyond interesting in my book. What do y'all think so far? I don't have a whole lot of you. It is 7:00 my time. I guess everybody's dinner time. We are gonna let's see.
I think when we stopped for the break, we were talking about what happened on the day that individuals from Wella came to speak to the defendant at Queen Victoria. Were you also present when they not only talked about the life insurance, but stock options and other benefits?
Yes.
All right. And at some point in time, did the individuals from Wella, like Henry Meyer, was he explaining things to the defendant with respect to what Fabio had signed up for in terms of benefits?
Yes, he carefully explained everything that he needed to share with her about the insurance and stock options.
And at some point after they left, the defendant say anything to you?
She said that she was going to get a family lawyer in case they're screwing her.
I'll bet that makes them feel good to hear that.
And did the defendant go into detail with you on what had occurred on the date of January 23rd of 2017 prior
Plain
to
what?
Fabio's murder?
Plain may have been found that he did not make it. Oh, I'll go look.
Yes, she told us. We were all looking to find out what happened and how that day went. And she said that her and Fabio had a beautiful morning together. He had a colonoscopy appointment, and then they had a beautiful afternoon and a lunch together. They went to drop off a weed whacker, and then she dropped him off at home, and she went to Ralph's to pick up like veal cutlets to make fettina.
For dinner?
For dinner. And she told all of us, the whole family was listening to this.
And
y'all, I hear weed whacker and I giggle every time.
On one of those days while you were there, around 5 o'clock, did the defendant start making certain comments about Fabio coming home?
She looked at her watch and says, "Oh my God, it's almost 5. Fabio's going to come home." Mike Obad, I believe, Deborah's husband, maybe his name's not Obad, but her husband, Mike, said, "Oh, I'm going to get a tequila. I'm going to pour a tequila for him." And then they started creating a shrine on his chair. The chair had a tequila, a cigar, his Big Daddy hat, and it kind of stayed like that for the next couple of days.
Big Daddy, is that a phrase you heard before used in reference to your brother?
Yes.
Your brother was a sort of a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's a very loving and huggy kind of guy, and he brought everybody in. He didn't discriminate. He was always very social and loved everybody. So he was like a daddy figure, looked out for everyone.
Showing you Exhibit 108, is this what you saw them put together?
Yes,
Defendant
there's
on the chair with the
tequila,
and the picture of your brother,
the hat, the cigar.
And did you also see that the defendant posted something on her social media account or Instagram account with respect to setting up some type of a shrine on the chair that Fabio sat in.
Oh, yes, her Instagram posts were very endearing. She was always very much in pain. She missed him, and you know, it just made us all feel helpless. We wanted to help her in any way we could.
Showing you exhibit 109, is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about the patio cushions that we actually can see in 108 and 109?
Yes, we were looking at the crime scene as early as the Wednesday after, and everything looked like everything was back in its place. But she had described that everything was full of blood. There was blood all over the floor, and that when they pulled Fabio up, he still had a smoldering cigar. And she said that they wanted to insurance or someone wanted to come and clean up the pillows and the floor and all that, but she said that Mike would do it. So I think they power washed all the pillows and the floor and everything, and then they turned them upside down, and
Oh God,
we're good to go for Wednesday.
Oh,
And that was with respect
That's
to the area where
that's
Fabio
freaking
was murdered under
insane.
the covered patio.
Yes.
And were you present that week when the defendant took some of your nephews and Luigi into Fab's closet?
Yes, I was there.
And what happened?
Luigi had asked for a few things, and then she came out with more clothing, and she asked the boys to pick whatever they wanted. Take it.
What?
Do you guys want power tools?
That's a
Do you
little
want some of his
soon,
tools?
you think?
Do you want anything that you see? Go ahead and take it. And they're in shock. They're like, we can't carry power tools on the flight home because of the weight restriction. So they opted not to take any of that. They took some t-shirts.
Wow.
So she was giving away Fabio's things to the
Yes.
nephews while you were there?
That creeps me out.
Yes, she was.
That
Did
was creepy.
the defendant make any comments to Luigi while you were there that week about financial assistance?
Yes, she was reassuring him that your father took care of you. You're going to be okay, but you're going to get the insurance in Canada. You're going to have to help your sisters out. You're going to have to help us.
And had the defendant talked to you that week about the fact that there was Fabio had set up a Canadian life insurance policy through Manulife for Luigi?
Yes. I knew of this prior because of my divorce as well. We know that that happens in Canada.
It's part of the law there, yes?
Yes.
You said that you were very concerned about the safety of Monica and the girls. And so you said that you were asking the individuals from Wella about a security guard. Did the defendant say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house?
No, she had mentioned that she can't afford to stay in the house, so she had to remove the gardener, the pool people, a few different things that she had to rearrange, but eventually she would want to find something smaller, another house.
Did she tell you that she did not want to move?
Yeah, she didn't want to move from LA or the house, but she had no choice.
And you said that the monitor, the DVR monitor on the counter was black. Did she tell you anything about why it was black?
No.
Did she tell you that the killers had taken their security system?
She did.
Did Fabio ever mention to you his ability to monitor his home surveillance system remotely from his cell phone?
No,
Did the defendant ever mention that she had the ability to do that from her cell phone?
no.
While you were there on January 29th of 2017, did you attend a viewing for your brother at a funeral home and a service?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, was there a wake that night or a gathering in the backyard that was catered?
Yes. Well, I had arranged for everybody to be fed and to be taken care of. So there was maybe 80 people in the backyard after the viewing at the funeral home.
And did the defendant say anything to you about what she was going to do that night when these 80 or so people were going to be coming to the house for this catered event?
Yes, she told me she was tired and she couldn't do anything else for the rest of the day. She was wanting to go to sleep. So shortly after, I asked for a cell phone charger and I went into the bedroom and she had her hair up in a bun. She was playing something on her tablet or a Sudoku or something. She had no makeup on. Her pajamas were on. And I just checked in on her and grabbed the charger and I left.
Did she come back out at some point?
She did.
Okay. And where was the next time you saw her that evening?
Well, I was mingling with some of the Wella people, and I got tapped on the shoulder by Deborah Obad and said, "You got to help me. You got to help me get this guy out of here." And I turned around and I said, "Who?" And then we got closer to where Monica was sitting. And I noticed she had her makeup on, her hair was down, and she was dressed up again. And there was this guy, the two of them were like kind of leaning into each other. And they were talking like they were in their own little world.
Where?
In the backyard, not far from where Fabio was murdered, sitting, the two of them. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I just wanted to say that I was shocked because she looked like she was done for the day and then she popped back out again.
Showing you exhibit 45. What you see here, is this the area where you saw them sitting and speaking with one another?
Yes, and behind Robert Baker is my brother's shrine, the chair that he was murdered in.
That's
Yes.
what we see right
I'm
there.
not really finding anything,
And
hey, Dawn, on YouTube yet.
Shortly after that, did you observe the two of them go somewhere?
Yes, I think Deborah was the one who asked them that we need to go inside. And then all four of us, Deborah, myself, Monica, and Baker, went through the kitchen door. We passed Monica's mother, Mena Crescentini. And as we're passing by, she was like standing there like a sergeant. And I'm still shocked not knowing what's going on, but he did stand out like a sore thumb because he wasn't a Wella person. So we don't know.
Family.
Or family. So we don't know what he was doing there, but
and where did they go? Once you guys came into the house, where did they go?
So the four of us followed basically Monica. She went into a dark living room, sat on the couch, and then Baker sat in front of her on an ottoman. And then I just found a spot to sit next to her on the right and Deb on the left. And with what Deb had said to me that we got to get rid of this guy, everybody's looking, I whispered into Monica's ear. I go, "Who is this guy? Like, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's watching what's going on," in Italian, because I didn't want to embarrass her or him or my brother. Like, this is embarrassing.
Why?
Well, she's acting like she's in her own little world, talking to some strange guy. I just didn't like that. It was very not right to be doing, disrespectful.
And so in Italian, what you said to her, what is going on?
Yeah.
And what did she respond, if anything?
She goes, "Oh, this is my This is my racquetball coach, Robert Baker. This is my sister-in-law, Morella. And we shook hands. He gave me his condolences. And then she introduced him to Deborah. And then I think I heard her say, you probably better you go now. So he got up, she got up, we all got up. And as we're walking towards the front door, again, Monica's mother is standing there looking at him with her eyes beady. And I'm trying to read this, what's going on here? And then as he was leaving, he wanted to nod and say goodnight. And she told him, fuck off.
In English? Or
Very
Italian?
very loud in English. Late 60s, 70s age woman. And then she just screamed out, fuck off, like that to him.
Okay. And you were standing at the door at that point?
I was still behind near Monica's mom, and the door was 2 steps up. So we didn't go up the steps. He did with her.
At any point in time prior to this period, did Deborah ever mention to you that she knew that the defendant was having an affair behind your brother's back?
No. Sorry. She never said anything to us. It was devastating to hear that she may have known something, and she watched 20 odd family members crying, looking for answers, trying to figure out who would do this to my brother. And she
Was having an
already
affair.
known something and never shared it with us.
Did she ever tell you that she knew that
She knew you would
David
kill
slept
her.
over in Monica's bed while your brother was away on business?
No, she never did that.
Wow. She's a piece of work. Let me tell you.
To your knowledge, did she ever warn your brother?
No.
That would be sustained.
Did your brother ever mention to you that he suspected Monica was having an affair?
No, he did not.
Was there a point in time when you and your brother were running salon shampoo in Canada where you were present when your brother became upset at the defendant when some men came to the salon looking for Monica?
It's overruled.
It was my birthday. A bunch of girls, we went out, and Fabio wasn't happy about that, but we just went out. Girls wanted to bring me out, and I enjoyed a great evening with all the girls and not paying attention to everybody and what they were doing. But the next day, some guys, nice looking guys, came in, and they went to the reception desk and asked for Monica. And then the receptionist pointed, because I was at my salon chair, was right beside the reception desk, and I turned around, and the receptionist pointed to the upstairs mezzanine floor. So they walked through the salon and they went upstairs, chatted with Monica.
Sustained. Stated. But I have to go through a balancing process. I sustained it on relevance. And at any rate, from now on, when I rule on 352 objections, it is deemed that I balanced the issues.
Thank you.
And at some point in time, did your brother become angry or upset because he thought perhaps something was going on that was not appropriate?
That's this issue.
During the weekend that you were in Los Angeles, after the murder, were you at the Queen Victoria home daily?
Sorry, repeat when?
After the murder, when you and the family flew in,
Yes,
were you at the Queen Victoria house every day?
yes.
Was there a particular day where your significant other went with Monica somewhere?
Yes, they went to go retrieve the Porsche.
Fabio's Porsche?
Yes, Fabio's Porsche.
From an impound yard?
Yes.
Okay. And while they were gone, did someone come to the house?
Yes, a neighbor had come by and he brought in a DVD and he said that this was the footage from the surveillance of the camera of his house.
And did you and several family members watch what was on the DVD?
Yes, Monica's mother said, go watch it before she comes home.
So where did you go to watch it?
We went up to Monica's office computer upstairs.
Laura, what's the people's next in order? Oh, never mind. Showing you what's marked as people 74 and directing you, this would be the second floor of the home.
Yes.
Towards the back of the large living area on the second floor. Is this the computer area you're talking about?
Yes, we were all kind of hovered around the computer.
And did you all watch the footage that this neighbor had brought over?
Yes, we did.
And when the defendant came home with the Porsche and Marco, did you guys talk to her? Did you guys advise her that the neighbor had brought over a DVD with footage?
Yes, she came to learn that we had seen it because we were trying to explain to her that, you know, oh, we got an idea of what happened. Your neighbor came and dropped off the DVD. She was so upset. She made everybody feel so bad. You guys watched it without me. How could you? How dare you? Did you guys see anything? Did you see any faces? Did you see any skin color? And then she rushed upstairs. We kind of followed her to go watch it.
And so did she then watch the video herself?
She did.
Okay. And did she ask you questions other than whether or not you could see their faces or their skin color?
Yeah, my nephew had said he thought that one of them looked African American.
Sustain.
Did the defendant ask you any questions about the video? You and the group of family members that had watched.
While we were watching it with her, no.
Okay. And when she first came in, you said that she asked certain questions.
She did.
And what were those things that she was asking you?
That if we can see any faces, any skin color, was it clear? Can you see it clearly? What they look like? What were they wearing? Like it was just boom, 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 question after each other. And we can understand why she was frustrated, but we were asked to go see it. We didn't do this out of any malicious reason.
Well, you were also interested in finding out who had murdered your brother.
Of course, yes, yes.
Did you keep in touch with Monica after you returned to Canada after your brother's murder?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with her every week?
Pretty much every week, yes.
And you already told us that you followed her Instagram account. In terms of the conversations that you had with the defendant after that date, was there a particular topic that seemed to come up every time you spoke with her?
Insurance,
Yes, it
insurance,
was always,
inheritance.
it would start with, did you get any information from the police officer? Do they have any leads? Is there anything that they have any answers to? And she says no. And I would say, you know, I want to call, I want to talk to them. And she would say, no, don't call them. I only want them talking to me. I don't want anybody calling. And she would explain to me that she would tell them all the time that she was going to be living on their front stoop if this insurance money didn't come in. She had to remove all these things that they were like, you know, she had to get rid of the cleaning lady, the pool people, the gardener, and she was struggling with financials, and she was always troubled by financials, and the insurance company wasn't releasing her, and she was like out of breath sometimes trying to figure out how she's gonna get them to release her.
So you mean law enforcement?
Yes.
And was the subject of money something that she brought up and complained about on a regular basis?
All the time.
And did the defendant tell you when you mentioned that she would be sitting on their front stoop? Does that mean that she was telling you that she was going to be sitting on law enforcement's front stoop
Yes.
because she didn't have money?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that because she had money coming from his
Did
salary.
she ever inform you that Wella decided to give her Fabio's full salary for 6 months along with their health care for free for her and the girls?
No.
At any point in time, did she tell you that she was going to Las Vegas?
She did. She told me she was going to Las Vegas with some friends, girlfriends.
Did she ever tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach?
She did. She said she wanted to walk the golf course by herself.
Okay. And did she tell you why she wanted to go to Myrtle Beach and walk a golf course?
Yeah, it was like something my brother would have wanted to do all his life, maybe one day. And she thought that by doing it herself, she was doing it for him.
So had your brother ever mentioned Myrtle Beach to you?
He was avid golfer and I wasn't, but he's mentioned many golf courses. That might have been one of them.
Like Pebble Beach?
Yes, that one for sure.
Go, Sensei.
You knew he was planning a trip with,
Sensei, go.
Marco and some of his friends for his 50th.
Yes.
All right. At some point in time, because of how distraught the defendant was regarding her financial situation, did you encourage Marco to assist her?
Yes. I told her, you keep calling them all the time, you keep bothering them, but unless you're put in an official letter, I said, they might not take you seriously.
You told the defendant.
Yeah. And I said, if you want, Marco can help you draft it and then just send him all the details so that, he can address it properly, or I don't know whatever happened after that.
Did she ever try to dissuade you from speaking to law enforcement or the LAPD yourself?
Yes. She even got upset one time that my son had called. And I didn't know that my son had called. And then I found out with a very stern voice, she goes, absolutely don't ever call again. Tell him.
And after the murder, did you, along with her family, talk about taking turns coming down to California to stay with her so that she wouldn't be alone in the aftermath?
Yes, we did for a while. If it wasn't her mom, it would be her sister or would be myself. We would rotate, or at least we talked about it. I used to do their hair, so we would catch up and talk about who's going next and so on.
When you say their hair, you're talking about Monica's family.
Monica's family, yes.
All right.
Mother and sister.
Now, at some point, did you talk with Monica, or did she talk with you about the fact that she didn't want any of you coming to stay?
Yes. It was around Easter. We went to the garage and we had my husband, myself.
It's okay, Haley Mouse. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
We were just talking.
I get it.
About,
I'm looking for my test. It hadn't posted
Is this
yet.
like the 1 month?
Mine hasn't posted yet, and I'm looking for it.
So
maybe. Nope, sorry. Yes, it was. It was because the Easter was different. There wasn't. I had a house full of guests. It was the only time that really happened would have been at the 1 month memorial. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So at the 1 month memorial, is that like a tradition?
Yes.
All right. And did the defendant come to Toronto for that along with Jessica?
Yes, that's right. And I had some other guests as well. On that particular day, we had gone outside for smoke and asking her how things are going. And she's like, I'm sick and tired of this, like, people coming in and out and all these people in my house, you know, just leave me alone. If I want to fuck, I'm going to fuck. I'm a big ass girl. Just, I wish they would leave me alone.
And was that when you were talking to her while she was smoking in your garage?
Yes.
And who else was with you?
My husband.
Marco.
Yes.
Did that statement come after you offered to come stay with her and help out with the girls?
Yes.
And did she turn you down?
She did.
At some point in time, did Monica talk to you and your daughter about setting up some kind of a college fund for her girls?
Yes, people were calling and wanting to know if they were accepting flowers for the funeral or if there was a donation for the girls' college fund. And my daughter took the initiative to suggest to open up an account so that people can donate to the college fund in lieu of flowers, both in the US and in Canada.
And at some point in time, did the defendant talk to you and your daughter about the account that your daughter helped her set up?
Yeah, we were checking in just to see, you know, how it was going and how generous people were. And she said she removed her daughter's names because she didn't want them seeing that they had money and privileges, and left just her name.
And she talked to you and Vanessa about this?
Yes.
At some point in time, after you were in Los Angeles for the week following Fabio's murder, did you fly back to Canada along with the family for various funeral services and things of that nature?
Yes, we all did.
And Fabio's body was also sent back to
Yes,
Canada
it
by
was.
the company?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And by the way, when the defendant would go back to Canada, where would she typically?
With her mom.
Was that in the same area where you live, Woodbridge?
Yes.
And there was a funeral event?
Yes, there was.
And luncheon and some other events?
Yes, we did Thursday evening viewing, full day Saturday viewing, and then Thursday half day viewing, and then Friday the full day viewing, and then Saturday was the mass, and then he was released and went to being cremated.
Had anybody in your family ever been cremated before?
No.
Was that something that upset you and your mother and your sister?
It was very upsetting because my mom was standing right there and nobody asked her what she wanted. And we were all waiting, but she made an announcement. She said, your father would have wanted to be cremated, and I'm going to let the kids decide, but you know your father wanted to be cremated. And these 3 young kids agreed.
So had Fabio ever mentioned cremation with you?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, you would remember something like that, right?
Absolutely.
So Fabio was cremated at the end of these few days, correct?
Right. So what happened on the Saturday is after the mass, Fabio went to the crematorium and the majority of the guests went to a banquet hall to have some food and refreshments. And my husband, my nephew, and Monica's brother-in-law named Grant Larson went to the crematorium to be there for the procedure of cremation. The rest of us went to the banquet hall for a luncheon that my husband and I paid for along with her mother, Mena.
Okay. Philomena?
Philomena.
And temporarily, what was done? Well, it's not temporary anymore, but at that point in time, what was done with his remains?
Well, when we were in LA, we were told day to day something different. And then finally she had decided that she was going to expedite or bring my brother back to Toronto because he always wanted to go back to Canada. And you need to plan. You need to call the cemetery in order to accept the body coming in via airline. So I needed to know this information. And I called my cousins who had just experienced lots of loss. And I knew they knew their way around funeral homes. And they said they'd be more than happy to help. And they were on the other end helping by going to the funeral home and setting up the funeral procedures for when we get there.
Okay, but my question was, what was done with his remains after he was cremated?
So in that preparing, because it was last minute, they offered a crypt that they bought as a family burial ground. And for temporary use, she can put his ashes in the full crypt. And
that's where he remains.
That's where he is today.
So she's never purchased any crypt?
Nothing.
Location?
No.
So his remains are in a
temporarily laying in my cousin's family crypt.
For the last 8 years?
Yes.
Due to the traffic situation, we're going to adjourn at this time.
All right.
We're going to be in adjournment until 9 o'clock on Monday. 3 things I need to tell you. First is the admonition, as always, do not discuss these cases among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinion to you. I broke this off the record as to the last of these. Next, as a judge.
Okay, so that means we're done. Yay! We did it. 10 hours and 45 minutes later. Woohoo! I am working on my stream because we got court tomorrow starting 9:30 Central Standard Time. Yeah, Haley Mouse, you said you had to go take your quiz. I know what quiz you're talking about, darling, because I'm here too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. So anyway, I'm Josh and Haley Mouse. Big time. Big time Josh and Haley Mouse. I've got to fix my thing. So anyway, okay, guys. So this is a plan. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, they go live. I'll be live, and then that's all we have for tomorrow. And then Sunday Night Live will not happen because we got Super Bowl. And then I may have a special guest for Tuesday. All right, guys. Monday night I teach American Sign Language, so I can't do a live that night. But guys, this judge does get spicy. Okay, it's been a long day. It's been a crazy day. Thank you for following me for both trials. I hope you go and enjoy your Friday night. Go have dinner with your family, friends, watch music, curl up in bed, get cozy, and have a great night's sleep. I'll see you here 9:30 to 9:30, yeah, tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.